You piece of shit. And we're live. We're here. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Whiskey Club episode 2. As you can see, we got a fifth tonight. That sexy man right in the middle, right there. Look at that smile. Makes money, that shit does. So, yeah, episode 1 went wicked. So we haven't been banned. We're back for episode 2. We'll do brief introductions again. I don't see why not. I'm Dan. I served in the British Army, Royal Signals, 7 years. I drink whiskey, and that's why we're doing this. Who's next? Go on, Rob.
Why am I pixelated? That's not fair. So I'm Rob.
You're
Yeah,
like a Japanese
33.
porno.
Yeah, 33. Just the good parts. Yeah, so I'm 33. I'm a father. I'm a whiskey drinker. I was in the army for 11 years. I'm medically retired, and living over in Germany with the wife and the kiddo now. And yeah, glad to be here. Glad to have everybody back from the first episode. So look forward to a good show tonight.
And I'm
Yeah.
Josh. I'm also a whiskey drinker. 33 years old. I was in the army 8 years and a little bit of time. Wife, 3 boys, and just loving life, man. Retired as well, medically retired out of the army. Just loving everything and hanging out with the boys. You, Jake, back to you.
I am Jake, 31, I believe. Married, 2 boys. I play video games with the boys. I'm known as the Viking. And I'm happy to be here. Thank you guys.
And
John?
I'm John, 10th whiskey drinker, as we found out last week. I'm currently serving in the military, married with 2 kids. And yeah, I will try to stay awake and see what happens this week. Back to you, Dan.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Yeah, so if you didn't catch it last week, John had a few whiskeys.
A few.
I was a tired man, you know what I mean? Long days, you know what I mean?
Well,
Long
that's what
days.
it is. Yeah. I think you've been putting.
That's
the
what
work
we'll
in
blame it on. Yeah.
Must be the British Army thing, yeah.
Well, yeah, here we go. Started
Must be
already.
that thing. So, what are we drinking? I'll start, I guess.
Start it up.
I'm drinking Big Pete. I fucking love that face that's on there. It's so... it's great. He looks Scottish as fuck.
Oh, shit.
It's really good. Small batch whiskey. So it's a vatted malt, as they call it. And it's a marriage of malts, so it's a mixture of lots and lots and lots of... Well, I say lots, I think it's 5 Ardbeg, Carl Isla, Bowmore, Port Ellen are the different distilleries. It's 46%, so it's a little bit stronger than usual, because I think 40% is around the average, I think, for a single malt.
Yeah.
Single malt. Yeah, but this one's pretty nuclear. It is fucking smoky. It is so fucking smoky, and it is lovely.
Doesn't have much colour either, does it?
No, it comes out clear, so on the pour, it just looks completely clear.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's trippy, but it is really, really nice.
That's wild.
That's a
I
first.
just imagine every time you take a drink of that, you just go choo choo. That's
But
all I imagine.
There is, after 3 or 4, you start getting a bit of an ashtray sort of flavour. And it's not that pleasant. But it is good. It is really nice, but it's not something you could like sesh on. Do you know what I mean? You couldn't sit sipping it all night.
Yeah.
So not for me then, yeah? That's what we're saying.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not like you sip anyways, Chug man.
Yeah.
Chug life.
There's no night for you. It's an hour.
I'll start calling him Chug Norris.
I'll take that.
So sorry, this isn't a single malt, it's a blended. And it's not chill filtered. And I don't...
Not chill filtered? How dare you?
You disgust me.
Yeah.
So it's
Sick.
So I don't know if you know the way the peaty like smoky flavor works, but when they dry the malt, what they do is so one example I watched, they have like a floor in a room and they spread all the malt out, and then there's a room underneath where they just have a fucking massive fire, and they leave the malt in there to dry out. And what they do is when they do that, they put peat on it. So, you know, like out of a marsh or a bog, the sort of mud from the marsh or the bog, they burn that as well, and that's what gives it the smoky flavour. But this is a lot of the smoky whiskies do it, and they'll put a bit in, whereas with these they go to fucking town and put in the peat in, and so it's 100% smoke. It's like drinking smoke. But yeah,
It's
it's
probably
good.
good though.
I don't know. I don't know if I like that.
Is it
Who likes
good
to
though?
drink smoke?
It is good. It is good. I do. I do like it, but when you're 3 in, it starts getting a bit much.
Oh man, when you come here to Germany, we got to take you to this place called Bamberg. It's probably about 30 minutes from where we're at now, and they've got this Rauch beer, and it's this just pure smoke flavored beer. I don't know how they
It's
do
really
it,
good,
but it's good for like one or two.
Hmm.
But anything
Yep.
past that, you're having like it's too much. But
Well,
to sip and like have with like a steak or something is good.
yeah, but 2 of them you're already done. So I mean,
Yeah.
you don't really need more than that.
What's the
Anyway,
percentage?
I don't know, but last time I
like
was there,
11.
I threw up in the bar on
It's
the
11 or
floor.
12.
For fuck's sake.
That sounds like my kind of night, to be fair.
Jesus.
Yeah,
I'm all down for that.
in fact, that sounds exactly like your last Saturday night, doesn't it, John?
Wow, you know what I mean?
re-
Go
I
big or go
remember-
home, boys. That's all I'm going to say. You know what I mean?
There was a guy talking to Sylvia because it was my brother was in town and his girlfriend at the time, his fiance was there with me. It was me, my brother, his fiance, my wife, and these 2 guys came up to hit on my wife and his fiance, and we didn't care. We're sitting right there, and we're like not looking though, so they're like sitting behind us at like this bar fucking area, so they don't know we're together. So Dave and I are just sitting there drinking and listening, just listening to what's happening. I'm like, see if he'll buy you some drinks. See if he'll buy you a drink. And like trying to get it. I'm like, get a free drink. And then eventually I drank too much, and I'm sitting there. I'm like leaned over, and I'm like throwing up, just like sitting there like this at the bar. And the guy that's hitting on my wife, he goes, I think he needs to learn how to drink. And I was like, shut the fuck up. And then I went back to throwing up. I'm like, fuck you. I wasn't even mad. I was just like, shut up, dickhead.
That's good shit.
He
Who's
should
next?
he should have hit him with a fuck off.
Get fucked.
Get fucked. Classic John get fucked.
Get fucked.
Who's next? Who wants to talk about
Let's go
their
down with Josh.
round?
Just keep the same rotation.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So, not gonna lie, I've been drinking this for over a week now. I had this last time we were doing the whiskey club thing, and I just enjoyed it so much. I had to get it on the show instantly. It's Highland Park, 12-year-old Viking whiskey, and it's in Orkney
I'm glad it's
Island,
whiskey.
Scotland. Well, obviously, yeah. And they're a company of Coca-Cola, actually. It says on the back. I just noticed that. It's 40%. It's a single malt. It's fucking delicious. It's you can definitely taste the honey in it. You can taste like a little bit of cherry. It's like a cherry honey and a hint of vanilla at the end. I don't know. It's really good. Very, very surprised. They have a 15-year one, but it's like 138 euros. I don't know if I'm going to be getting that anytime soon. We'll see how the streaming's going. And
So
enjoy responsibly.
I think that is actually brewed in what you'd call an historical Viking area as well, because it's brewed in is it Orkney or Shetland, I
Orkney.
think. Orkney.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all a bit weird up there. So
Yeah. Yeah, it's really, really, really good. I mean, I would definitely suggest it to anybody. It's also a smoky peat, but it's not as strong as probably yours, Dan.
Yeah,
But
the
it
big
is
Pete.
delicious. Yeah, I'm not choo-chooing it, but it's good. I would definitely suggest getting it if you like
Is that
anytime.
the
of honey.
dragon? Is it something dragon? It's called. It says on the box. I've seen the box. I can see it. In
The box is
background
right
there.
here.
Yeah, what does it say? It says like dragon something or something dragon on there.
It just says Highland Park, 12 years old, Viking honor, single malt Scotch whiskey, distilled and bottled in Scotland. And then it has like a whole whack load of
Well,
things.
there's like a dragon edition that they do, or something dragon.
That's probably the
edition.
15-year.
Right.
And that's expensive.
has anyone got anything over a 10 or a 12?
No, I've got a 12.
No, not yet.
I
got a
have
12
been
one.
looking. So, Balmore,
Well-
which I was drinking last week,
Mm.
have just released a fucking 32-year-old. Yeah,
Oh,
they've
you
only,
sent that in the thing, didn't you?
yeah,
I had
they've
the 15 last week.
They've only bottled 3,000 of them, and they're you can only buy them through
Fucking what?
auction, but the auction starts at £1,600.
Oh Jesus!
Would you
Well,
want to drink that? That's my thing. If
Yeah.
you were buying that,
Yes.
What's the
would you
flavor
crack the
difference?
Why would
seal
you
on that?
not
Fucking
drink it?
right, I would. I'd drink it in a night.
I'd keep the bottle.
No, that's
I
what
wouldn't
Yeah.
drink the
That's
fucking
like one of
Turn
those
it into a
bottles.
candle holder or something like that.
Why
Yeah.
wouldn't you drink it
That's one
though?
of those bottles that we crack open when we all get together.
No,
Yeah.
there's a better one.
Yeah, if y'all fucking, we'll crack it open if we all get together and you all pitch in. 'Cause there's no fucking.
Rob.
Y'all
Yeah,
can
well,
watch me
Rob-
drink it.
Yeah, Rob,
I'm
if
good
you,
for it.
Rob,
We're not
if
all
you
partners,
get
mate,
it,
you know
we'll
what I
do it as an IOU, maybe.
No.
How's that?
You know I'm good for it.
Can I put it on a mortgage for over 30 years?
So
Pay £1 a month.
what is damn 1968 vintage from Bowmore released to celebrate 50th
1968.
anniversary?
Wow.
That blows your mind.
32-year-old.
Yeah. So who's next?
All right. I got this 12 years Cragganmore
Nice.
right here.
Oh, it's
It's
amazing.
40%. It is a cork top, not a twist top, because I'm an adult.
All
It's
right.
a single malt
That's a
Scotch
personal
whiskey.
attack.
It's a
Start
single malt
early,
Scotch
start
whiskey.
early.
Yeah. No, we started with you, John.
Oh, yeah, true.
I mean, so I'm not really much of a whiskey drinker. I really only started to drink the whiskey for the boys, you know. But the research I did on it before I actually bought it said that it had a smoky hint, sweet honey with some orange. Now I can taste the smoke in it. I feel like I've been outside smoking a cigarette for a while, but the sweet, I don't know. I can't really feel the sweet, but I can definitely taste the honey in it. It is
Mhm.
it is got a nice honey aftertaste.
Is it that harshness that you get from honey? Because honey is sweet as fuck, but to the point where you
think-
get like a harshness to it.
Yeah.
I think it would be the harshness of the
Mhm.
honey. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you drink
And
it
as
dark?
far as oh yeah, absolutely. I dropped 2 ices in there for 2 fingers.
Yeah, nice.
Well, not ices.
Well,
No
alright,
ice
buddy.
inside there, but
That's what she said.
Titanic said that's a bottle you drink after stealing the Declaration, the one with the twisted tattoo thing. Was that Highland Park? Who was drinking Highland Park?
oh, that's
Yeah, me, yeah.
Josh.
Oh,
That's
okay.
funny.
No, this is the Declaration whiskey.
Oh yeah.
Oh, here we go.
baby.
Have you
Mhm.
cracked that? Have you opened that?
Yeah.
Yeah. How
It's
is
a
it? Is it
little,
good?
So
I
what
bet
is
it's
that? Sorry, I
horrible.
missed that, Rob. What was
It's
that?
1776 bourbon.
I bet you it's
yeah, it's
horrible.
not bad. It's only 7 years though.
Right.
So it's a
Not that
gimmick.
I-
That's what you're telling me.
So
Yeah,
it's-
pretty much. It's a fucking novelty
It's a
bottle.
gimmick.
oh my god.
Fuck you guys.
Ouch.
Do you think
John's already
anything
on
that-
you.
Would it be possible to actually brew anything from say that era and it be drinkable nowadays, or
I'm
is there
not
like
sure,
a
you
is
know.
there
Well, what Josh
is there
say
a
last time?
finite
No.
time
Mm,
for something, even whiskey, which is meant to be a long process distilled alcohol?
That's
Yeah.
beyond my knowledge.
Oh,
Well, I
mine as
mean,
well.
wine. They have wine. How old?
You're
Like
talking
200
40.
year. They even have 200-year
Yeah, but I think
bottles of wine. It has
that-
to. You have to put in humidifiers and stuff like that and keep it cool and temperatured, and it stays good.
but surely the higher percentage alcohol isn't there more risk of evaporation?
Yeah, it burns off, don't want
Yeah.
evaporate, but burns off. That's how they
Mm.
lose kind of the.
So I
Yeah, it
think
says
that's
here
why.
6 to
Wow.
10
Good though.
years for bourbon, 20 years for scotch. Any older, you might as well just be paying for age and not flavor.
Oh,
Mm.
really?
No, so you're
Yeah.
paying for nostalgia then, probably
So
just
is
to kind
that-
of have it on the shelf.
Can you imagine
Like a
cracking that 1,600 quid 32-year-old whiskey and this tastes like fucking shit.
And you're like, I gotta close it now. Fuck. It's like,
Yeah.
shit.
And still owe and rob the
down
money
the
for it.
sink,
Like,
down the sink.
All right. So speaking of that, let's. We'll talk about this later. Go ahead.
We still,
Who's next?
we still got
So,
John. What John's
Still got
drinking?
me, yeah. So I'm on a Arbelauer 10-year-old. So I was looking for the 12, and then it was there during the week. And when I went down on Thursday, I think it was when I purchased, it was gone.
Hmm.
So I had to settle for the 10. So it's again because I'm up from this way. It's brewed locally. You can actually walk up to the spring that it's all the water comes from, and it's got a really weird description with the fruity flavors. None of it I'm tasting, but I'm sure a more palatized individual would probably taste it. It's asking saying vanilla and mint to the nose, which I'm not getting, but okay. And then nutmeg and honey on the palate. I do agree with that. It's a bit harsh though on the long taste. So
Oh shit.
you've had you can feel it after more than you can taste it up front.
Yeah.
But it's not a bad drink, to be fair. It's I give it a solid 4.5 out of 5. I think it's good.
Yeah, fuck
good.
yeah, that's good.
I
Yeah,
actually, I
alright.
actually do smell the orange zest. I've never actually my growing up, everybody everybody's always been older than me. Plus you guys, you old fucks. No, I'm just kidding.
Whoa.
But they're always like, don't smell your don't smell your liquor. It's just gonna make you not want to drink it even more. But that actually,
I think
it's got
whiskey,
a
whiskey and wine, isn't it? Whiskey and wine, you're meant to
Appreciate, I
yeah.
think.
Okay, well
What
that
goes
I
into
do
it.
get that orange zest. That is
I'm not
amazing.
smelling my fucking Budweiser, but
Tastes like
it's a
ashtrays and
6-week-old
depression, but I'm gonna drink it
Budweiser.
anyways.
Right.
What are you drinking, Rob?
So I'm still on the Cheetah from Suntory whiskey.
How are you
I killed
finding
the
it?
Jura. I killed the Jura. It's okay. It's good. Tonight it's better than the first night I had it. I don't know why, but I killed the Jura earlier before we started the stream. I had the rest of it, but yeah, the Cheetah's good. I'll keep that. Probably have another one for next week, but it's okay. It's good. It's different. It definitely is a lot different than what I would imagine we are used to, being that it's a Japanese whiskey and we've all been kind of drinking uh
Scotches or
non-Japanese whiskey.
yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, so that's what I'm on still.
I think a lot of it depends as well, because you see, like when you go whiskey tasting and stuff, they like give you palate cleansers and stuff, so your palate's neutral when you try it.
The water with
So
it.
like
And
Rob, when you were
coffee.
saying last week, like Cheetah was okay, but now it's actually it's all right. It's pretty cool. Would you say that your opinion of it's changed?
Hold on. I'll tell you in a sec.
I gotta taste.
It's way smoother tonight, and I don't know why.
So it might be what you've eaten for dinner.
Yeah.
I had like
Could
What
be.
did you? What did you eat for dinner?
I had this is embarrassing.
Beans on toast.
I had avocado.
Oh,
I had
cute.
whole fucking grain egg white toast, 2 pieces,
Hell yeah.
with honey on it, and egg white, like a boiled egg white.
See,
Yeah,
that's all
that's
pretty
definitely-
That's all pretty neutral tasting stuff, though, isn't it? There's no like extreme
Yeah.
strong flavors in there.
Yeah,
You know what
And
I'm
he
saying?
didn't use much salt on any of his stuff.
I didn't use
too,
any
either,
salt
so-
on it.
Well, there
Yeah,
we
so
go.
Because
then.
helps
I
with
mean,
the
well,
flavor.
nowadays, like I used to be like, okay, I got to eat what is good for my outside, what makes me look good. Now I'm like, now I got to eat for the shit I can't see. Now that I'm in my 30s, and I'm like,
Now
when
that
the
I'm an
doctor,
old
when
bastard.
you talk to the doctor, and I say, when you ask him, will this kill you, and he says, do you want the honest answer? Then you really start reevaluating your fucking your
Your life.
diet choices. Apparently, I can't
Titanic.
eat my wife's steak fat that she cuts off and not have any problems with that. Like she's like, "You want
I
my
love
fat?" And I'm
that.
like, "Fucking absolutely, I want your fat." And then I take the
Carnivore, of course I
take
do.
the pork chop bones and I fucking really cholesterol's a big deal.
I like how Titanic said, "When did Rob move to California?"
Yeah, Titanic. No, Titanic. First off, I've lost like 15 pounds since you've last seen me. Probably not last stream, but
It's got that liberal cookbook.
Yep.
I do. I have a cholesterol healthy
Shit.
cookbook for 2 that came in the mail today.
Oh
and I
my
ate-
god.
Fucking, what's the cookbook called? Biden's Choice.
Bacon with
And
Biden.
Obama's seconds.
Bacon with Biden.
Bacon with Biden and fucking.
Oh,
Oh
seconds.
God, dude. High dining with Hillary and.
What's been going on this week then? Is there anything that's caught your eye? Anything in particular that's been fucking that you've had something to say about this week?
Well, for me, is I don't know about obviously the lads that are overseas from us, but 1% pay rise for the NHS pissed me off.
Yeah.
1% pay rise. It's like,
Well, what's
Yeah.
your inflation rate?
Better.
well, it's nothing to do with inflation rate. So we've had this argument in the UK for about, well, fuck me, since Tories have been in power. Now I'm not.
okay.
I'm
Since
not
you're
a
at
Tory. I'm not a Labour. I don't really prescribe to a particular political party because I think they're all a bunch of pricks. But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they
Yeah,
always say,
heard
you only
that.
get into politics if you're after looking out for yourself. But when they have the audacity, I think it was last year, 2 years ago, to vote in. I think it was a 10 or 17% pay rise for MPs' wages. So the MPs got voted in for a 10% pay rise for themselves, and then now they've come out and go, "Oh well, we'll give the NHS workers a 1% pay rise." Now I know it's obviously been a fucking hard year for them, working hard, long hours, shit conditions, but a 1% pay rise. That, to me, it just takes the piss. Like,
I think like what a week or two ago they were talking about $15 minimum wage in Texas. What the fuck is that? Ben Shapiro was talking about that the other day.
well, Texas
this-
is
That's
the new
horrible.
Texas is the new
big tech state.
the new California, technically, isn't it? They're all moving to
Yeah.
I think it's Austin.
That's
Like,
because California fucking
It's-
sucks.
Yeah, exactly. But they're all moving there, so it's
It's
that
so bad though. Because
you bring the
these
policy
companies-
with you.
Yeah, but these companies are paying these people what? Like I think last minimum wage when I was there it was like $8. So they're basically raised it since I was there $7, right? Which is almost double. So now these guys that don't have an education or a high school diploma, they go try out for these jobs and they're like, no, you don't even have a high school diploma anymore. Now we need a high school diploma to pay $15 an hour. So it doesn't help out the people that just didn't go to school and stuff, which sucks for them.
Should
I
have
don't
gone
know.
to school.
I mean,
Ben Shapiro puts it very well.
definitely should have gone to school.
My thing
I
is
mean-
entry level jobs are meant to be just that, entry level jobs. You're not
Exactly.
supposed to fucking be comfortable in a job. Okay, now I'm not talking shit about people that work at McDonald's and shit like that. There are some good, going up the chain is fine. That's awesome. You want to work at McDonald's, great. You can be a manager, you can be a shift manager, whatever. But if you decide that your vision for your life is being a fry cook at McDonald's, then you should also plan your dreams according to the salary that you
Yeah,
expect
live
to
within your
fucking
means.
make.
Yeah.
Like, don't be like,
Yeah.
look, I want a fucking Ferrari, but at the same time, I only want to work at McDonald's. You have to be realistic, and it's no one's fault but your own, in my opinion. I mean,
Yeah.
Well,
I-
another thing about minimum wage raising, though, to me, it's always like if you raise the minimum wage, the companies
Well,
are about money, so they're gonna raise their product value
Yeah,
up
of course.
higher too. They're gonna raise the price on
Well,
everything.
I'm
Services
gonna-
are going to go
make
up.
it even again.
Insurance
I'm
So-
gonna-
policies. It's
I'm going to
Does it
say
really do
something
anything?
that everyone might not agree with here, and probably most of the people in the fucking country me and John live in probably won't agree with this. But on your subject to the NHS, John, and the whole pay rise thing, is that the thing that really gets me is that NHS is in the spotlight right now because this is the time when a national health service system proves itself right during a pandemic. And it's fucking great that we've got it. I feel for countries that don't have it, and for people who don't have the money to pay for any treatment or for any emergency treatment, especially when it comes to sort of COVID. But there's a really big fucking problem here, and that's that. So when we had this thing, you guys probably don't know, but when COVID was going big time in the UK last year, sort of this time last year, every I think Tuesday at 7 o'clock, everyone was going outside the house and clapping for the NHS for like a minute or 2 minutes or whatever.
pandering in my view, but yeah.
How many times did that happen for the guys that were fucking fighting in Afghanistan? Not fucking once.
Yeah.
Maybe not in
yeah.
your
And that's-
country.
And my problem isn't like, oh, you're doing it for the NHS, why aren't you doing it for the armed forces? That's not my point. My point is that this is their job.
Yeah, but on the flip side of that, would you not have, not to say agree, because obviously I don't think you do from what you're saying, but that to me sounds like that whole clapping for the NHS, no matter how you skin that cat, was literally what I like to refer to as Boris's fucking dartboard. As in, he's got a dartboard full of random shit in his office. He thinks, I'm having a bad week. What can I do to deflect some shit? I'm gonna throw this dart and see what it lands on. It lands on. I'm gonna clap for the NHS. Right, let's get that out there. Let's politicize it. Let's spin the wheel. Let's get the spin doctors on it. That's all that was. That was you can do your bit. It's
Yeah,
the old poster. We
yeah.
want you. We want
but
you to clap your
Rob
fucking
says
hands. And you're
Rob said something a few times, and it's something that I've sort of borrowed from Rob and said to a few people before, and that's thanking people for doing their job, like thanking people for doing something that they're meant to be doing at that specific place or time, whether it's their duty, whether they get paid for it or whatever. That is their job.
Oh,
Oh,
I'm
is
not.
that-
I'm
yeah.
not
Is that like
disagreeing.
thank
I-
you for what you're supposed
So
to
do you mean that you should thank them for doing their
No,
job?
no, I'm
Oh,
saying
like
you
when-
shouldn't.
not. Okay, no, I'm
because
not
your
with that either.
thanks,
Fuck that.
I'm sorry, but
Yeah.
your thanks is that fucking paycheck at the end of the month. And if your job gets that little bit more difficult now,
Okay.
that little bit harder because of a pandemic or whatever,
Yeah.
then so be it. That's your fucking job. Just like,
Yeah.
and this is
Well,
that's
I-
what I'm trying to get at.
That's the thing. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm trying to say like I thought it was pandering as well. It's I don't think it should have been done. It's like so like.
I
obviously
mean, what
the-
about
the Amer-
morale for those
the-
people? I mean,
but like
just-
the Americans amongst
I don't
us, they
understand.
have the same. And Rob obviously always gives me shit about it when I say to him about thank you for your service. But I'd never heard that before in my life. And when I went to the States, I was only in the States for one day, moving through to somewhere else, and I was at some I don't know steak joint having some food before we flew out the next day. Outside having a smoke, and two obviously Americans, funny enough in America, obviously got talking and told them what I'd done, and they actually turned around and went, "Thank you for your service." And I looked at them like, "What the fuck are you on about?"
Yeah,
I
get
I'll
paid.
serve you.
Did you feel?
But-
Did you feel
Well,
like?
it,
Did you,
it wasn't. It
did you
wasn't
feel
that. I
like it
don't
was out
serve
of
you. It was a
No,
case
I
of
know.
you don't
Yeah,
have to thank me for,
exactly,
for-
Jake. But
I
did you feel
chose
good?
to do that.
But
Right.
did you
Jake,
feel
make
like
it
it
up
was
there.
out of sarcasm?
No, so it came from genuine heart because I think
Absolutely.
I think their
Yeah.
son was in the army or something. So obviously they kind of got the gist of what I was on about. But
So I'm
I-
confused then. How is the NHS bad people? Is that what we're saying?
no,
or
obviously not the
no?
nurses,
No.
doctors,
Okay, then
the
not.
people that we need.
Then when somebody thanks you for your service, like we get off the plane and stuff like that, and there'd be these old people there and stuff like that clapping when you'd walk off the fucking plane.
Remember the
back
lady
home,
you had
right?
to hug in Fort Hood?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Love that
She
lady.
always hugged
She was
everybody.
so dope. She died, you know that?
Yeah. No, I had
Yeah.
no idea. That's sad. But
I
anyway,
mean,
it
She's
made
been
you,
Valhalla waiting on me.
it made you feel
Hug you.
worth
Welcome.
something, and not just come back and then boom,
Hey,
you're
Bella.
back with your family. You know what I mean? So with the NHS people, I mean, with the clapping thing, it just gives them maybe a little extra boost, a little morale, because I mean, they have been working extremely hard in
So-
a
Well,
very
I mean,
weird
so
circumstance.
all right.
the way
so
the way I'd skin that is they done that because it was like what Dan's saying about not doing it for the troops abroad. Because to the general British public, that's out of sight, out of mind. Oh, they're over there fighting
Yeah.
a war. Yeah. And then obviously the NHS is a home.
Yeah, and
It's happening here.
I get that, but that was just like an example. Like there's other jobs in this country and in this world where people are in harm's way. Probably the armed forces probably wasn't the best thing, but like why aren't we doing it for the police? Because the police, like our police over here, are fucked. Like they're so undermanned, underfunded.
I thank the police all the time.
and
that's
by
what I
not
mean, it's
doing
like-
crime.
No, I
Yeah,
legit
yeah.
like if I see a cop, like, yeah, thank you. You know, like stay safe. Like
Yeah,
I
but
go
that's
out of
what
my
I
way
mean.
to do it.
I really thought it was just
100%.
pandering to kind of get the public on the conservative side. And I think a real reflection of how much you appreciated and thanked the NHS would have been more than a 1% fucking pay rise.
Right.
Yeah,
They're all
100%.
talk, but when it
Yeah.
comes to
I-
money, they're like,
I
Yeah,
speak from
and
my
that's
position
my point.
where
That's the thanks. The
Yeah.
thanks is that what they're worth? They're worth an extra 1% because that
was
is a reflection of their worth. It really is.
Well, it's like the way I always skin it, and the way I always say it to the blokes that work under me in the army, sort of thing, is, and we always joke about it, but the phrase I always use is, "You're stealing a fucking wage," and
Yeah.
I say that in the context of 90% of the time, what you're doing is, to be honest, not really much of a
Bullshit.
job. You know what I mean? You
Yeah.
cut away early, you do a bit of fizz, you finish early, you go play some football, blah 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 blah. But you get paid, and not a lot of people say it. You get paid a decent wage in the military in the UK.
Yeah, you do.
The wage I'm on now, I would struggle to get that in a civilian job. Like
Oh,
walking
God.
straight into a civilian
yes.
job.
Oh God, yes.
But I know that there's nurses
Oh,
out
yeah.
there that are obviously working fucking
Yeah.
12, 14-hour shifts for the last year that probably don't work, don't reap the benefits that I reap. And I'm a public service worker. So why shouldn't they? And I'm not just saying them, I'm just talking about police. I'm talking about, we'll leave the fire brigade out of this because I think that that's a
No,
different
sorry.
subject.
They're not cunts. It's-
They're not cunts, but they get paid a decent wage for the hours they work. Yes, it's a high risk job. I get
Yeah.
that.
And
you
but
can't
yeah,
stand them.
nope.
Why?
I really think 1% is a fucking insult.
Come on,
Cocky
Ricky.
Absolute
shit,
insult.
I want to hear this. Why don't you like the fire?
So the firemen in the U.S., man, they act like they got this fucking,
Cocky.
they got this stick up their ass. Like, bruh, you're fighting a fire, okay? You put water on the shit.
Yeah, but
It's not gonna. It's not shooting back.
but
Yeah,
do
it's
ya?
dangerous. But I'm sorry,
Let-
but don't act all high and mighty to me, motherfucker. Because I'm pretty sure that I was fighting bullets and
Oh,
terrorists
here we
that had
go.
fire inside of fucking rockets that would
Yeah.
suddenly produce fire, and I had no water to put on it.
I
You
was
know what
fighting
you're getting
Goku
into.
and
The
Gohan.
ground all of a sudden would have fire too
basically-
coming out of it. and I
But you don't
couldn't stop
see
it.
you don't see fucking military half naked men magazines and shit. I mean, you probably do, but they're not actually in the military. Like, you got to get that.
Well, that's your fault. Have you never done a calendar? You know what I mean?
No, if you want, if
That's
you
what's
want one,
next,
I'll
boys.
do one.
Whiskey
if
Club
you buy
calendar.
The
Let's
Whiskey
go.
Club calendar.
Hey,
Fucking-
We
just
were
a
one from
bunch-
10 years ago, though. We
I
don't
mean,
want
I don't
that.
hate
Oh, yeah, let
firemen,
me-
but
let me
you
get
know,
back
you're
to
not
the
a.
weekend before we do that.
Yeah.
I
See,
don't love them.
Titanic's got a good. I agree with that point. Fucking 100%. Police, fire, nurses, paramedics, nurses. Said nurses twice, but yeah, no one's making shit.
Titani's got
And-
things
yeah.
to nurses, isn't it?
And the thing we
Sure.
always said too is you're getting paid to do this shit. Like when we were in the army, like you're literally getting paid to go work out. You're literally getting paid to just sit around and wait. Like you're getting paid to do that shit.
Yeah.
What other job do you get that in?
So anyway, what else has pissed us off? Come on, who else has got something? Before
I
we
feel
get
like
onto our
you
subject?
have something on your mind, Dan, and I want to hear it.
I have something on my mind.
I feel like you
I
have
think we'll
something.
get to that though.
Just
I
keep
do have
doing
something.
it.
I do have something on my mind. I'm
Bring
not
it
gonna
on.
lie.
Bring it on.
I'm really fucking
wanna
pissed
hear it.
off with our well, no longer royals are being fucking treated in the UK press and media, Harry and Meghan. So I saw something, right, and I wasn't gonna bring it up because it is bullshit. Nobody fucking cares really. It's
That's
just
British,
another
so
media
yeah.
thing.
Cares?
So like basically Meghan Markle, right, was gifted a £500,000 pair of earrings from the Saudi
Oh
Crown
yes,
Prince.
the earrings.
Right.
From
So
who?
from the Saudi Crown Prince. And he's basically just been it's just been found out that he orchestrated and authorized the murder of Jamal Khashoggi, I think is his name, who's a Washington Post journalist, and they fucking chopped his body up and shit. It was
They
nasty.
hunted him down, right? Like
Yeah,
he
it
tried to hide and shit.
It
Yeah.
was nasty. And I'm not condoning any of that shit. That is bad shit. Don't get me wrong. Like, that is evil shit. That shouldn't happen. But the thing that I've seen going around on fucking in not just social media but in the news and stuff is that basically by her wearing them earrings that she got, what was it, like fucking quite a few years ago, she basically condones the killing of that dude. Isn't that the most ridiculous thing?
I bet you that at least one of those people that wrote that article or wrote something or some comment is wearing a pair of fucking Nikes or doesn't know where their fucking shit comes from.
Yeah.
Because if you're gonna nitpick about the earrings she's wearing, granted, she should, if that's true or whatever, she should sell them and then donate to charity to like his family or some shit. Something like that would be kind of cool, like a slap in the face, because it's fucked up. But at the same time, you can't be a hypocrite and wear some Nikes made by some 8-year-old fucking Chinese kid and talk about how you're so self-righteous and blah blah blah. Like at least
It's
know where
fucking
your
true.
know where your
so
shit's
true.
coming
Oh my
from.
god.
That's
Like-
The
that,
fucking hypocrisy.
it's been annoying the piss out of me all week. I don't know why it's getting to me, but yeah, like and
I think it's a general hypocrisy of, in my eyes, like general public today.
Yeah.
It's like it's a good line I've always heard from another podcast I watch. Obviously not as good as this one, obviously, but
hey, fuck you, man.
it's like Rob said, it exactly alludes to what Rob said. It's like you can't sit there and tweet about the inaccuracies of the world from your iPhone where cobalt and whatever else they're using it is mined by child slaves.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
what I mean? It's like, and we're all guilty for it. We all sit and moan about things on Twitter, be it whatever,
Yeah.
and the inaccuracies of the world. Oh, they shouldn't be doing that, or they shouldn't be doing that. Blah blah. Blah, from Samsungs and Apple phones and whatever.
Hey,
They're
Dan,
all
check
built.
Discord.
Are all built by de facto slaves, if you want to call it that. Modern day slavery. People working for less than a fucking $1 a day in sweatshops.
Mm.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's my
It's,
view on that.
and like, because they've got the big interview coming out, aren't they, on Monday with Oprah that they did.
I don't think that'll be as explosive as everyone thinks.
I'm
Yeah.
excited about it. I will be watching it for sure.
So I think
though.
me and the
I
missus
really
are gonna
will.
watch
The
it.
thing
But I
that's
don't
make-
think I
the
don't
thing-
I'll
think it
sip
will
it
be
on
as
a nice
explosive.
whiskey.
I tell you what's making me laugh though is that people are saying that, oh, if they escaped out there to get away from media attention, they're getting a lot of media attention. Well, in the US, the royals have quite a bit of respect in the States. If I
Quite a lot
remember
of following,
rightly.
mate. There's
Yeah, they have
massive
a
clubs in
huge,
America about.
massive following for the royal family in the US.
Yeah,
And there's
there
a lot
really is.
a lot of love for them, and at the end of the day,
Well, there's a lot of love for Megan because of how she stood up for herself and was like, "Hey, I don't like the bullshit, so f off,"
yeah.
basically.
Yeah,
But
fuck
like,
off.
what they've got to fucking remember is that like
Fuck off.
media. I'm gonna say this right now,
Get fucked.
and I might get a couple of whoas, but
Whoa.
the media is the reason his fucking mother died, right?
Whoa.
Well, yes, no, that is true
How
though.
about that?
So
How
so
about that?
so
I mean,
like
yeah.
he's trying to get away from that, and that's cool.
Yeah.
And people are like pissed off at the fact that he's fucking. Was it? I saw someone said that someone said, oh, he's just like dragging his mother's name through the dirt and using it to get media attention. It's like, no, that
Yeah.
guy is going to mourn for the loss of his mother for the rest
for the
of
rest
his
of his
fucking
fucking life.
for-
What
forever.
the
Exactly.
fuck?
Fuck off. That's a
Oh,
real fuck
no.
off.
Oh no.
But
Two
yeah,
That's all right.
let me know.
2 seconds, boys. Back in 7.
Yeah, no
Yep.
worries.
Let me know when I can butt in with my little
Yeah, go on.
thing.
Go ahead.
It
Go ahead.
kinda
Go ahead.
pisses me off. I seen this post earlier, and I'll read it word for word off of her post. It's her name is Amanda Gorman. A security guard tailed me on my walk home tonight. He was demanded if I lived there because you look suspicious, in quotes. I showed my keys and buzzed myself into my building. He left with no apology. This is the reality of black girls. One day you're called an icon, the next day a threat. And then she reposted again saying, wow, a fantastic at Washington Post piece by at NN Ecum Choir. I don't even know how to say his name. We live in a contradictory society that can celebrate a black girl poet and also pepper spray a 9-year-old. You see me, but also see all the other black girls who've been made invisible. I cannot, will not rise alone. Twitter.com and McGuire. Yeah. So what pisses me off about this the most, right, is so a security guard.
You
I was
send me
reading
the
a little
link
bit
to that.
about
I'll
it.
share it in the chat. Sorry, dude, so people.
Yeah,
can-
yeah. Hold on, let me get it to you. Hold on. Copy. Paste. Here you go. I should have done that in the first place. But I mean, the security guard was just. Yeah, he shouldn't have been tailing her because he's a security guard for one, but he was just making sure in the area because there's been a lot of high crimes in a lot of these areas, especially in America. And so he's just making sure that it's legit and everything like that. And then he finds out, oh, she does live here and walks away, not apologizing, just leaves. How is that like an insult?
Well, he made a mistake.
understand.
Do you not apologize for a mistake that you make?
Do you have to
And-
apologize for a mistake
Well,
you
you
make?
don't have to.
You don't have to. You're right. But any decent person that I know apologizes when they make an honest mistake. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna say I wouldn't because I mean I am.
But
right.
then-
I make mistakes and I apologize for it.
And I know you would. That's why I fucks
But-
with you, my brother.
But at the same time, it's like you don't have to. It's not a must-do thing to apologize. So why throw a big fit over something and then turn it
I
into
think-
a Black Lives Matter type deal?
I think part of the problem as well is maybe the lack of context, like the area that she's in, maybe
Yeah.
for one. We don't know, like the security guard has not a say in the matter. We don't know his side of the argument, his
exactly.
point of view, and I think it's a bit too. There's not enough transparency in the likes of. Well, that's from the Guardian. You know, it's a news outlet, and they all kind of do what they want and post what they want to post, right? So,
Mhm.
but I also see your point. I do.
Oh, I see it.
I do sort of see your point that well, I see Jake's point as well that if you make
Yeah,
a
of
mistake,
course.
then you should apologize or whatever.
Yeah,
But,
you should,
Is there
yeah.
anywhere in
And
there?
You
So-
don't have to, but
Just Los
I
Angeles.
mean, I
They
mean,
don't
if I
have
if,
like
if
a
I walk
whole
down the
lot of
street and I
story.
fucking and you know I accidentally called someone a different the wrong name, like hey Rob, oh fuck, that's not Rob, my bad, apologies. Or if I accidentally bump somebody, or if I have, you know what, even if I have offended someone, I'm sorry you're offended, but you can go fuck right off.
Yeah.
But
But I did like how the Virginia state legislator did put in there though. He said this is type of confrontation is an everyday occurrence for millions of our fellow Americans. So I mean, it's not just her. You know why does she get the limelight on it? And hers was a safe example of it. What happens? Like I should look it up. How many people in that almost in that exact same time within that hour were beaten, raped, shot, ran over, drunk drivers. I should look that up in that hour and then go. So your tweet's more important than this many people that
this.
have lost their
how
lives.
many
or
people
lost
died?
their,
How many people died of thirst? How many
their
people died of hunger? How many people
Yeah.
died because they don't live
and
in a house
you
in cold areas?
and you just got followed and just happened that you're like my whole thing is if she was a white woman would have this been that big of a deal on the news media at this time? No,
I mean,
because it's the whole BLM movement and
That's debatable.
it's
Still,
debatable.
it's
Yeah,
not
it's
debatable because I haven't seen it. Show me a
because we don't.
post.
Well,
Show
we
me
don't. Well,
something.
no, it's just the fact. It's my problem with stuff like that is the complete lack of transparency that the media
Oh
haven't
yeah, of course.
have kind of are allowed to allowed to put out. You know, so
I mean, that's from her
I feel
tweet.
like the media is just following the hype
Or-
right now, and the
well,
hype
it's what
is
makes them money, right?
they've
What gets them
always done that.
subscriptions.
yeah, and the hype, and exactly, and the hype is how are certain individuals getting fucked over or being treated differently.
Yeah.
I mean, we're
So
all getting treated differently
have we
every
got
single day.
have we got have we got any more gripes? Anything else? Anyone else wants to get off their fucking large
I've got one that I
chest?
thought
I mean, that was
about
good. That's why I
just a
said large
second
chest.
ago.
Yeah.
Just
Just a second
it-
ago, I
is
thought
it-
about
is
this,
it
and
me?
this is no, this is off the wall. This is kind of just ridiculous, but this isn't even relevant to nowadays. But how do you feel about like music from people who have controversy? Okay, let's talk. Let's say Michael Jackson, for example,
Whoa.
King of
no,
Pop. King of Pop. His
Yeah.
music is fucking awesome. Love his music. I listen to it all the fucking
100%.
time.
Agreed.
It's great. I don't equate his music to his actions in life or his supposed
His
actions
His
or
accused
whatever.
actions.
Yeah.
Does
you
it,
don't
someone
condone-
correct me if I'm wrong, but did he ever get found guilty of that, or was it
No.
more of
No,
a?
no,
No.
No. But I
no, he
mean,
was
like,
not.
There's a
Is
lot
that-
of money trails behind it, though.
I think I know kind of where you're going with this. Is like you're talking the Michael Jackson sort of thing where it's all a bit.
should
no
I
one
be
actually
able to
knows.
ride? I should be able to ride down the street and say, I love Michael Jackson music without someone being like, oh, you fucking
still
love
the-
little kids then.
still the king of pop, mate.
Yeah.
But then you have the
Yeah.
flip of that. You have
I
the flip
might
of that
fight
coin,
somebody if they said
and then you go,
Well, like,
R. Kelly.
Just like I don't care that well, okay, R. Kelly's music is fucking great. He's a goddamn king. He's fucking awesome. Like I love Remix to Ignition, amazing
Yeah.
song.
Trapped in the closet.
Trapped in the Closet, the entire
guys maybe
it's
watch
up there
like
with
an
Lord of the
hour.
Rings. It's up there with
It
Lord of the
really
Rings in
is.
storytelling. And then you've
Holy
got
Real
shit.
talk. Real talk.
Yeah, let's go
What
with actors. Let's say actors. Okay.
Leonardo DiCaprio.
Well,
What the fuck was he accused of?
I was
yeah, I
gonna
don't
say.
understand what he did. Did you just say the?
Yeah,
I think he
he's
just
a random
he just threw a name out
I was just
there.
trying to
Are
get
you
you to
talking
go
about-
with something with
So
So
it.
you're
here's-
talking about the whole Ricky Gervais sort of lines about obviously his dates to the Oscars being too young for him and that sort of stuff. Is that where you're going with the Leonardo thing? Is that what you're...
I've got one for you. Ones that you might
I
not
just-
know.
I threw it out there to see if Rob would catch it, but he
there's a-
didn't catch it. So.
There's a metal band that I'm a huge fan of called As I Lay Dying, and
I love them.
yeah, they're
Oh.
fucking amazing. But the lead singer was basically he got caught trying to get a hitman out on his wife, and he went
Just
he went to
leave,
jail
bro.
for it. Yeah, well the guy was apparently at the time he was addicted to steroids and shit or something. He was addicted to some. It might not have been steroids. I don't want to get that wrong, but he had some issues. He had some problems. He went to prison,
Gotta let my
did
dog
his
out.
time, and then they've released some new tracks, a new album, and stuff like that, and it's fucking awesome. But everyone's like, I will not support the band of a potential murderer and stuff like that. Well, for a start, he didn't actually murder anyone. But yeah, like
yeah. You say that, but then Lost Prophets.
Yeah.
I was just reading that.
Yeah.
Lost Prophets.
So I
I
actually,
used to listen to them verbatim, mate, when I was younger. Like, I used to
Yeah.
love them.
yeah, I was a big
Won't
fan.
listen to a song of them now because of obviously
I actually did a
whatever his name
tour.
was.
You guys gotta drop these names in the Discord because I don't know who they
you
are.
have to know Lost Prophets.
Well, I actually
They
Back-
had one of the
I did a
one of
tour
the
with
biggest
the Lost
songs of the mid
Prophets
2000s.
with the Lost
Yeah.
Prophets drummer.
Didn't they come out around the same time as the trio?
And I didn't bring it up because I thought it'd be too fucking awkward to bring it up.
I'm not very privy to new age rock and or
No, this
basically
band's long
anything.
gone,
Not
mate.
new age.
Okay,
Yeah, they're
okay. Are they anywhere from the
2000s?
80s?
Early
No, you're
2000s.
talking
Our
yeah.
times.
Early 2000s, I reckon.
They were kind of like part of that whole kind of new metal kind of scene in the 2000s to like 2007-ish. You know, like your Lost Prophets, your Hoobastanks, your fucking Limp Bizkits, your Linkin Parks, all that sort of genre. But
Okay.
obviously the lead singer, I think it was, I'm reading up now, Ian Watkins, he was charged and convicted of sexual offences against children and infants.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like nowadays, nope.
Yep.
Won't listen. I don't know why. I just, because as soon as I hear the song, I'm just like, nah, Killy Fiddler, get fucked. You know, I just.
Yeah. But to
That's
be fair,
But then you listened for 10 years and didn't know. Now
Lost
you know.
Lost Prophets music wasn't that fucking
don't
iconic. It was
know,
good.
now you know.
Like they made some good
Oh,
tunes.
was that like one or two bangers and the rest was pretty,
Yeah.
you know, a bit washy.
That's, I mean, I've stuck to the old stuff because they were, it was the old music is never gotten old as it. I mean, if I
Well,
dare
no.
say, it's
Really? No, you're right.
But then
I
where do
think-
you draw a line? If you go back as far, I'm trying to think of old, we're talking like 60s, 70s, or
all right.
50s,
I
60s,
mean,
70s music that
yeah,
people would
so
probably
I
listen to
actually,
that
so I
people
actually
that
still,
confirmed.
I still fuck around with 50s and 60s music. However, all of my music's from the 80s.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is like people, what like Dan and Rob was getting at is about the fact that is the musicians from back then that
Those are
revelations of now came out. Would you still listen to their music? Like, I don't know.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Holy shit! If I,
Yeah.
dude,
Because their music
Blades, if
is
I
their
get,
music. It's not them.
it's not. Yeah. It's not a reflection of them. It's just
Yeah.
it's what they do. Right? So
I mean, Britney Spears
to
cut
that,
her hair, and
to
I
that
still like her
token,
music.
then, if my
Yeah,
band
Britney's
gets
a whole different subject, man. I feel sorry for her.
if my
Go
band
ahead,
gets,
Dan.
if my band gets big, I've got some fucking skeletons in the closet. I'm sure that the media would love to get hold
Yeah,
of.
that
when
mustache.
My band
What
gets,
do you
yeah,
mean,
that
Jake?
mustache.
We were talking
Are
to.
you guys?
You
gonna
leave
s-
his fucking
the
mustache
spotlight.
alone.
Thanks, Jay. Thanks for defending my mustache. Are you guys gonna
Someone's
stop
got
listening to
to.
my band's music?
I actually don't even.
Is it
don't even listen to your band's music, and I want to.
I'll send you some links, dude.
He
It's on
tells us
the
Yeah,
every day.
website.
drop me
He's
Have
like,
you
some.
never heard of his band?
I
You
have
never-
heard. I have heard of his band. However, the name goes by so fast, and my memory is so.
You don't have to
I
Horrible?
hear of
Forget
his
it.
band every morning that I crack open my pill bottles. Sertraline. I'm like, hey, Dan, help me be happy.
Fuck yeah. Fuck
Yeah.
yeah.
I have
I
got
said
don't
one.
that-
want to lie to you though. He doesn't want to hear it.
I have got one
I-
more thing before we move on, which is a brand new
Don't do that,
pressing matter, which is a brand
Go for it.
new, like brand new today.
Go. I mean, so go ahead. I think I know what it is.
Yeah.
Oh,
So did you guys hear about the super straight movement? I can't say it without laughing. I can't.
Just for you.
Absolutely,
I
bro.
can't say it without laughing. It's so.
Apparently
so-
now, as straight men have to subscribe to Super Straight, or else we're transphobic.
Yeah. So I think it was actually started off as a meme. You know, I actually think it was some dudes having a laugh. I
Ugh.
don't think it's a legit thing. I really.
I
don't.
think the individual or whoever it was, didn't really want it to be a joke, but he didn't want to be he didn't want to be canceled. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I've seen it. I've seen it a lot, and I've seen the face, and it's a it's a man who's doing it, and I've
Dude
seen
on
him a little bit
TikTok,
on
isn't it?
yeah on TikTok, right? And I think he did it because he didn't want to be called transphobic.
Right.
He didn't want to be hated on those specific groups, so he created his own, like they did.
Oh.
Hmm.
We lost a
Bye,
Robert for a
Rob.
second.
Have a good day.
In
What
order
happened
to not
Has Rob done a John? Has he?
Now you're
yeah,
back. and now
in
you're
order and like he did
Oh,
it in order to
I'm
not
back.
get the backlash of, you know what I mean?
Yeah, so I read I have got some
I don't
But
know
now-
enough about him, so
but
I
now-
think,
yeah, I
the
don't-
problem with those sort of things is what we'll probably get onto when we talk about this is
Hang on, I got some
if
tweets.
people start things as like a deflection or a joke on a subject that's close to a lot of people's hearts, that motherfucker will grow arms and legs and it will travel.
Yeah,
Absolutely, that
And it will
motherfucker.
I like
travel
that.
in it will
It'll
travel in
grow
ways
arms
that
and
are
legs.
uncontrolled.
That's
So
the
Does that-
scary thing about the
it-
internet, man. It's just once it's out there and it takes off, it fucking takes off. Like
It's like David
Mhm.
Bowie said. It's like the internet will be the greatest and the worst creation of humankind.
Yeah,
Yeah,
You
there's
just have to
there's a video out there of this chick dogging on the guy who did it, and then there's another gentleman who's wanted to make a comment about one of the comments that was up on there, and the comment had like, I want to say over, I don't know exactly, but it is definitely over 10,000 likes, 10,000 hearts or whatever it is, and it was and it was saying something along the lines, this is me paraphrasing, that they are straight phobic. The
right.
hypocrisy of that.
Yeah.
Exactly. Your face right there, John, is exactly what I felt.
Sorry. Say that again. Just say
So-
that again.
So he created it. In my opinion, I think he created it so that he didn't want to get the backlash of being transphobic, right? A straight man, if we don't want to have sex with a
Trans woman.
trans woman, thank you. If we don't have sex with a trans woman, we're now transphobic, right? And that's a bad thing. Go ahead.
So confused.
I have the stream up on my other thing. I have never in my life seen myself sneeze. That's the first time I've ever seen myself sneeze, and I look like a fucking idiot. I looked over, I was like,
So I've got a couple of
all right.
tweets to read out if you want to to hear them.
Yeah,
Please. Go
please.
on then.
Let me hear
So
more
Thanks
about
here
it.
we-
for stopping my rant.
I'm not
right
gonna
there.
put them on the screen because I don't want to fucking give like docs. Is Twitter doxing a thing? I don't know. It probably will be. I don't know.
Yeah, no, not really. I think doxing is not when it comes to social media accounts. It's a public forum. You know what I
Okay,
mean?
so we had
But
some
are we in a public forum?
we had
Before
some
you get
person that
banned by
said
Twitch,
um,
Twitter, but that's fine.
there's a super straight movement on TikTok. It's disgusting, and it really makes me want to reevaluate being around straight people. I think that's my favorite one.
You like dick? Yeah, let's hang out.
Yeah.
I mean, the one to be honest, we can ask Titanic in chat here. He's my from my stream, like LGBT, fucking
Oh.
QIA, whatever the hell, like representative, right? And like he tells me everything what's right and wrong, and I take his word as gospel when it comes to the gay and lesbian and bisexual type stuff. You know, obviously I have nothing against it. Sometimes it's even
Yeah, no.
scary as a straight
For
person to
sure.
even say those words on
Oh
stream.
yeah, you can
Like
get
I'm scared to say the word
I'm not.
gay.
Yeah.
Like
Happy. You're happy. Yeah, we all know.
you don't no. I mean, referring to that, it's just like
Alright.
it's just such a taboo subject because you're scared you're going to offend so and so, and he's not one to get offended, but he'll tell you he's probably he's pretty funny with
Hello.
that shit. So any questions?
Hello,
we have, feel free
Titanic.
to hit Titanic up because he'll answer for
No, but-
as a whole.
Yeah.
Well,
Wrongfully
Megan,
so, but he will.
So-
My parents would always be like, "Oh, something gay is going on over here," and they would actually mean happy. Like my family was back from that like era still.
Yeah, well, yeah.
And then I
it's
came out
different
into the
now.
limelight of the bigger cities and heard that. I was like, "Oh, everybody's happy around here." And then it was this
And then it
march
turned into a
going on. I was like,
derogatory
"Oh, I see what's going on."
I'm so gay right now.
Here's another one.
When it comes to us, sorry, Dan, one second. When
Go
it comes to us, like our age generation, we're fucked. We're like in the.
The mix.
I
well,
want to
no,
be nice.
We're in the wrong end, kind of, because we were brought up from the old generation, that obviously classed, obviously gay and all that sort of lesbian.
I agree with you,
as a
Titanic.
taboo. And you got the
Yeah,
younger
100%.
generation who see it as a normality. It's just a thing. Obviously,
Yeah.
the majority of us see it as. To me, I don't really give a fuck what you want if you're gay, straight, lesbian, fucking whatever. You just live your life. You do what you like. It's fine. We'll have a chat, we'll have a drink, we'll have a laugh, whatever. But we're in the wrong kind of part of this, like the age cycle, to kind of
When it comes to that,
know
yeah.
what's the trigger points for it.
Mm.
Yeah.
Like
Like,
we
I've-
want
I've-
the problem is we care, but at the same time we're ignorant. So it's like we want to be we're in, like you said, that we're in that age group where it's like we were brought up in a way in both ways. So it's like
Yeah.
we want the new age part of us wants to be inclusive, wants to be, open minded, happy, they do what you want to do at the same time. But then the other part of us is still ignorant because
Yeah.
we didn't grow up knowing all this pronoun
Well,
shit. I didn't
mm,
grow up knowing who
I was
and what was okay.
I was
Exactly,
always brought up, and like my mum and my dad both have the faults, but the one thing that I thank them for mostly is the fact that they brought me and my brothers and my other siblings up to make your own fucking mind up of what
Yeah,
you think
exactly.
is right and wrong, and if you're struggling with it, come to us and chat, and we'll hash it out. And that's not to say they'll tell me what's right and wrong, but they'll have them conversations to induce the sort of thinking that gets me, thinking, right, okay, so this might be right, this might be wrong,
And then
this
you
is
can
okay.
make your own conclusion.
And we make our you make your own conclusion, and that's
I
what's
fucking
important.
love that.
And
And I think
support
sometimes
that
that's what the younger
100.
generation doesn't
Okay,
understand.
like
Yeah.
with my kids now, right? The way I'm raising them is my oldest. He might turn out to be a part of that community, right? I don't even want to say it. It makes me nervous to say it. It's so weird
I've never
because
seen Josh squirm before.
I know. I had to
There's
think
a
about it.
weird taboo about saying it
There really
on
is.
social
There really
media.
is,
Yeah, there is,
especially about
yeah.
a straight male saying it. It's very difficult. But with my oldest, I'm like, hey, you got a girlfriend at school? He's like, no. I'm like, well, you got a boyfriend at school you like? Because I'm very open to that with him because I don't give a shit what he is
It doesn't
or
matter.
what he does with his
Yeah, we're
body.
past the ignorant
He could,
thoughts
he,
of,
yeah. I mean, like,
it's bad. Like, who gives a fuck?
like,
But
one of my wife's.
because we
Hold on.
don't, sorry, Josh, but because we don't care, that also for some
Helps
reason
them
makes
push-
us makes us bad, because
Yeah, exactly.
we don't
We're
say
part of the problem.
yeah,
That's what I wanted
because
to say.
Because we
because
just want to live our own life.
yeah,
Like,
we're
I
not
just-
saying we don't care as in like we don't care about your opinion or the conversation or the matter, but what we're saying is that it's whatever's good is
okay.
good. It's okay. It's fine.
Yeah,
But
so I
we
think what you're
don't
trying
need
to say
this.
is like
We don't need the
like,
song and dance.
we like we've got bigger things to think about. We've got like, work, bills, blah blah. But X, Y, Z.
Yeah.
If you are gay, lesbian,
God, so easy for
or
you to say.
whatever, fucking
Whatever.
asexual,
hard for you to say.
non-binary, whatever.
Yeah.
That's fine. I've always got a great quote from obviously my dad, Dan's uncle. He always said, "You do what you want. At the end of the day, regardless of what you do in life or who you are in life, there'll always be a bed for you."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
Mhm.
And that's
I like
what
to
my
bring
dad
that.
said. Yeah.
Yeah, I like to bring that. My obviously our family is old school as fuck. I mean, you talk about skeletons in the closet. Our fucking family, Jesus Christ, I got a whole fucking graveyard of the bastards.
Yo, hold on.
But
So speaking of
but
go ahead. Go ahead.
but I think because of what we'll come on to later, the experiences they had and the experiences we've had, and I think I wouldn't say our generation, but our vocation has kind of educated us to the point where we realize there's not just black and white, gay and straight, blah blah blah. You know what I mean? In
Yeah.
life, there's a whole plethora of the
people.
human psyche or human
Mm.
people,
Yeah.
and you have to accept that and kind of embrace it. Otherwise, you're a fucking dinosaur. You're dead dead in the woods.
You're a fucking. That's true.
I
It's
mean,
true.
you're not
Go
like
extinct.
and that's what I think the younger generation kind of forgets when we talk about these things. Is like
Mm-hmm.
we're trying, we are trying.
Yeah.
We
Well-
miss that kind of.
But we're not trying
My-
hard enough.
My
And that's the thing. It's like
Some
my
people
wife's
aren't
give us
trying.
a
friend,
break,
right?
man. Give us a bit. We're trying. Fuck me.
My wife's family friend, he's I think now like in his 50s, right? He's 6'8" guy, huge guy. I mean, huge. You would look at him and go, he screams, I'm a male dominant man.
He's fucking
right?
Hodor from Game of Thrones.
Yeah, no, he is.
Yeah.
But his okay, so his biological son decided he wanted to go to Thailand and have a sex change, right? And he said, "Okay, I'll go with you, so I'm there for you, so you know that I am a part of your life."
Yeah.
So he went there, and his son is pretty big too. She is because she likes to be called she now, which is whatever to me. Anyway, because he calls her his daughter now. Like he changed everything. Like he doesn't. When you go to his house, he doesn't go, "Here's my son." No, he goes, "Here's my daughter." You know what I mean? Even in like older pictures where you can definitely tell that she was a male before, he still says, "This is my daughter." And that's incredible to me. It's mind blowing that this
Right.
6'8" giant man can say that. But then you got media going, males are
I tell you,
disgusted
man,
by
the body
this.
is just a
Like,
vessel,
what?
bro.
Yeah,
It's just a vessel.
Yeah.
it is, man.
It
Just
really
like,
is.
Up here.
At the end of the day, I think we're like an hour in, so we got to start moving. But all I'm going to say is, I think we can all agree on the fact that when it comes down to this, and especially when it comes down to our children, it doesn't matter what they want to be
No.
or turn out to be. I fucking always love my kids, and that's you know,
Abso-fucking-lutely.
and
Yeah.
that and from
Defend
what
them regardless.
and from what I said last week about identity politics, like we need a lot more fucking love and cuddles in the world, and we do, and that's coming from a person who's
Tough
been
love. Tough love and
who's been to places where there's none of that.
I'll tell you what.
we do fucking need that.
I'll tell you what, dude. For all the people out there, whoever's watching, if you are a super straight dude and you just could not even imagine, hanging out, or you're not phobic, to use you're not like homophobic or whatever, but you have reservations about hanging out with gay people or whatever. I'm telling you right now, I've been to a bar with a gay person, a friend of mine, while I
Shock.
was in the army, right?
Yeah, me too.
And if you want your self-esteem to go through the fucking roof,
Go to a
hell
gay
yeah,
bar.
go to a fucking
Go
gay
to a
bar.
gay bar.
Yeah.
Oh,
You will live the
Hell
life of
yeah.
a fucking female for like a little bit because you be getting hit on left and right. You're like,
Drinks.
I look fucking great.
I know exactly how-
Don't
so
knock
true.
it.
It's so true though.
Yeah. So
Right.
don't be.
I've ever been actually had a drink or a drink bought for me was at a gay club. It was amazing. I was like, oh my god,
like-
this is amazing. I was like,
when-
everybody
when
loves me
I-
here.
When I go out with my brother in the town where obviously
I five at everybody too.
Dan knows where it is.
Yeah,
We always end up in the gay bar at the end of the
yeah.
night.
I've been out
Because it's
I-
a fucking good laugh, mate.
I've been
I mean,
out with your
they've
brother a
got
few
they've got
times.
drag artists on singing. They'll drag you up on stage. They'll sing with
Yep.
you. They'll make an ass of you. But it is.
It's
It
just
is an
honestly, at the end of the day,
experience.
it's just a bunch of
fun
dudes
time.
having a good time.
Having a good time.
all it is.
What's wrong with that?
It's great.
You know what I mean?
Wrong with
Right.
it at all.
So, right, let's make moves. So, Rob, do you want to introduce what the next section is? What we do? Topics.
Which one are we doing?
Do you want to do it?
Topics.
Who wants to go first? So, what we do in the next part?
No. Let Josh do it.
Okay, so in the next part of the stream, what we do is we all have a topic each that we pick throughout the week that's submitted through a submission form, which you can find in the description down below. You can submit your topics for us to talk about.
I'd like a
on the
taco to be
following stream.
submitted as well.
Tacos would be great. So yeah, and then we discuss them, and we all take one each, and we discuss it, and we talk about both sides of it. And you got to remember, it's all purely our opinion. So and we're all experts at our own opinion. So let's remember that. So who wants to go first? Fucking
Wow.
well done.
Okay, all right, so-
Tumbleweed in here,
so-
Jesus.
So we're done
Don't
tonight,
all
guys.
volunteer
Thanks
at
for
once.
watching the stream.
Right, I'll go first. I'll go
Go on
first
then.
because mine's a bit of a kind of leads on after what we're talking about. So, my subject, and I'm not gonna lie, the subject has more arms and legs than an octopus in the dark, reaching to find the nail on the head. But
Okay.
my subject is: do women have more rights now? And that's an ambiguous question in its own. Or are they now equal? So
Can we use smaller words than ambiguous?
no, that's my go-to word, man. Come
Josh
on.
didn't go to high school.
Jake, just be impressed, mate. It's
I
20 to 9 and I'm still awake. So come on, just give me that, okay? Jesus. come
I
on.
got you, bro. I got you.
I
I
got
got
you.
my GED, which is the equivalent.
So I'm going to
Shot.
break that down into two parts because I think that it is a two-part question and it's a very multifaceted question. There we go. Not ambiguous. We'll go for that. I'll address the last part after, because I'm that type of guy. I appreciate my wife's opinion. I asked her today, I was like, are you equal? Do you have equal rights with men? Her resounding answer was no. So
Did she
Okay,
give?
right? So
Did she go out and go and set a
no,
bra on fire?
not examples as such, but I kind of got the gist of what she was trying to say. Then I did my own little kind of bit of research. So, and this is what I mean by it grows arms and legs, and it goes a bit off in tangents that we probably couldn't cover in one podcast. You've got gender pay gap, which is obviously a big issue, which again has its own multi kind of levels of why the gender pay gap is disproportionate between males and females. We're talking about going down the psychology route or the proclivity route of people and what they do. And obviously, health services and bodily control was another thing that kind of came up the top of my list of things. So from there, I was like, so they're not equal. We got examples of around the world, and this is why the kind of question kind of grew arms legs to me, because I was like, are we talking about in the UK? We're talking about in the US? We're talking about in general. And it kind of came to the conclusion that in all, they're not equal in the fact that there is disparity between obviously male and female pay gaps, bodily control, like as in what your rights are to your body, how you're treated sometimes in the law system. Obviously, if we're talking about, this is where I'm obviously going to get fucking banned and kicked off this podcast.
No, I feel you. As it's so
when it comes like to court cases, can women be as in treated as a hostile witness sort of thing? What they're saying is not true just because of obviously their recollection of events. And like, stop putting in Discord because it's banging in my ears. And I'm like, what the fuck am I on about? So yeah, we got to kind of come to that conclusion that no, they weren't equal. They were nearly there, but not quite. Now, the first part, more rights. To me, that was a double-edged sword on the question, because it was, do they have more rights than they used to? Which, to me, from what I've looked at and from talking to people, obviously, yes, right to vote, the right to, obviously, medical care in relation to stuff to do with fucking hell. I don't know why I'm not saying just like sexual fucking
I don't know. Use the
operations
words, man.
procedures. I'm like, oh, I shouldn't say it. But
No, this is not our channel. This is a group channel. Just fucking wing it, bro.
Yeah,
We're good.
do what you need to do.
And then
As long as
it
you're
was a
not being
case of-
offensive, we're okay.
and that was one side of the sword, and the other side of the sword to me was, is that question, whoever submitted it, saying to me, do they think that women have more rights than men now? And the only kind of thing that comes to mind, and I don't know if this is true, I'm guessing there's people in chat that will probably correct me if obviously I am way off the mark, is when it comes to custody battles. That's the only thing I can think of. Yeah. And obviously that's a very male perspective, because all you ever hear about is, oh, the wife took the kids, the wife's got this, blah blah blah. And I couldn't understand if that was just a bias from that person, or if that was an actual general consensus on the subject.
Right.
In Germany, it's different, but where I'm from, Washington State, it's very the mothers are nurturing the child more than the man attitude. Still,
is it a mother state?
Yeah, it's a
Mother state. All right. So
Yeah,
where my family live also is in Arkansas. It's a mother state, and I can give you an example.
What?
Right
So
now.
for so for the
What's
UK
a
boys and the
mother
Europeans,
state?
So for people who
what's a
don't know
mother
what
state?
a mother state is, a mother state is if they go into if a man and a woman go into a custody battle over a child, they usually
most likely will side with the mother, regardless of her financial status.
Oh, so
how
that's
she-
actually it.
place she's living.
exactly. So for
auto
instance,
transportation.
I have someone that comes to mind, and very recently I just learned this is some straight man pissed me off. All right, someone that is very dear to my heart has a kid with a woman. She will not let him see her, or she will not let him see his son. And if they were to go to battle, in court, I'm not saying that he should or that he shouldn't, but if they were to go to battle in court, 9 times out of 10, regardless of her financial situation, if she's even a good person, if she's a drug addict or anything like that, regardless, they will give her 100% custody.
Yeah.
Well, that's like me and my ex-wife. My son, we went to court and everything like that over the custody of my child and stuff like that. And she brought up to the judge that since I'm in the military, I'm psycho and I don't spend enough time with my son. This is what she's saying in front of the judge, right? That I don't spend any time with my son. We don't do anything together. I'm always gone. She doesn't have a job. She hasn't had a job in the past 10 years. She doesn't have a motor transportation. She doesn't have a license to be able to drive anywhere. She doesn't have a place to go and stay other than her father's place, which is a one-bedroom house. A one-bedroom house that she's going to take my child to live in instead of him living with me. And I lost full custody. I have to have a social worker there for 15 minutes of visitation is all I am allowed to have in 1 week time frame. That's it.
Supervised visitation.
Yes,
But
supervised visitation, 15 minutes allowed.
Is that obviously I get what you're saying, but is that what you would class as a woman having more right in that situation, or would you say
In
that's more of
that-
a bias from the judge, a
but
personal
here-
opinion of the judge?
No, it's more of a Washington thing, honestly. Washington's very
So you think that's
mothers are nurturing.
a state side issue, like a
Yeah.
state law issue, rather than
Exactly.
that she's got more power than you in that
Exactly.
area.
Yeah.
But you've
It's just-
got
Okay.
so
if
you've
we
got
went to
a-
like
so
Texas, probably it'd be different.
you've
You know
got
what I mean?
Bella in the chat saying
I think-
it's pretty much unfortunately it's very much the same in the UK unless the mother is deemed unfit by social services. So would you, what I'm trying to say is, would you class that as a right women
I
have
would
over
class that
men
as
in that
unfit.
situation?
Then
Or-
yes, I would, because she's unfit for one. If there's an emergency, how is she going to get my son to the hospital?
Yeah,
Right?
but without getting into the specifics of why, what we're trying to say is, when we're talking about rights, we're talking about does someone have the right over you as a male, not because of the situation underlying, but because of what we're trying to get with this question is, I think, is the right of the sex over the other sex.
And that's what I was going with it. In Germany, it's very different. If the male wants to be involved in the child's life, they're very like my wife, her friends and stuff like that.
They're obligated to
They're all you
to let the male be in the life.
yeah. So
So
it's
you
There is
amazing
no,
here.
you are not allowed to deny that child
No
a
favoritism.
father.
So you think that
There's no favoritism.
so kind of what I get from that, and this is what I meant by this question having like tentacles going everywhere and anyway
Exactly,
which direction is from what I'm seeing and what I'm reading when I was doing a bit of research earlier on, it grows arms and legs, and it's a kind of an up and down scale depending on where you live in the world.
Yep.
So I'm not gonna beat about this too much because obviously I know other people want to get in on this subject and previous subjects, or after subjects. But I went for the top 10 kind of ridiculous sexist laws which afflict men and women. Obviously, we're not getting into gender orientation or sexual orientation, gender orientation, sort of thing. So,
Yep.
and I'll read out the first four because I think these are kind of interesting talking points. So, for instance, in Singapore and India, a woman must permit her husband to have legitimate intercourse with her when she is fit to do so. So, anytime he wants it, by law, so that's a male right over a woman's right, he's allowed to just have sex, and it can't be does not constitute as rape as long as the woman's above the certain age.
But we're the sexists. Okay.
15-year-old girl can marry any man older than 18. That to me is fucking bonsai.
It's fucking bonkers. What?
Yeah, I mean,
When I was 15, I didn't know
15-year-old
shit.
15-year-old me, I was fucking. I thought I was going to be the next fucking Tony Hawk. You know what I mean? I was like, oh yeah, I'm a skateboarder. I'm gonna fucking.
Yo,
I was pushing shopping carts into fucking bushes at 15.
Yeah,
like,
same
Fucking doing
here.
that too, jackass. Thank you.
Same.
I got
And
no business marrying shit.
I'll leave this one to last because I think this is very, very pertinent to what I'm trying to get at. I don't obviously it's very localized to that area, but it kind of ebbs and flows into the kind of whole sort of general gist of things. from how things have changed into how they used to be. So my second to last point is in Malta. Now, up until 2016, so we're talking what? Realistically, 4 years ago. We're only in
This is
fucking March,
recent.
so
That's
we'll
so recent as fuck, though.
That's
yeah.
recent
So up
shit.
until 2016, if you kidnapped someone and married them, you don't go to jail.
Where's
Yeah,
this
exactly.
at? Where's this at?
Jake's like, I'm on the way to Malta.
Like in 2016
got
in
the
Malta, a
van?
kidnapper could technically avoid punishment if they convinced the victim to marry them. So you
What the
you
fuck?
kidnap someone, you
Have they
Stockholm
never heard
syndrome the shit out of them,
Have they never heard
you
of the
marry
fuck?
them, done.
What the fuck?
And then this one is
Crazy.
That's the
this
most
one
ridiculous
has
thing.
again.
Hang on, wait. Can we not just skip over how
Yeah.
fucking absurd
Yeah.
that is?
Yeah.
You can
Like, what the
you
fuck?
can go and take someone.
What country is
you
this?
Can, Malta.
So in Malta, until Malta in
you wanna go to
2000, so
Malta with me?
I'll read it verbatim just so there's
Yeah,
kind
go
of
on.
no grey
Yeah,
areas.
let's just get it.
So until
Man-
Malta, until 2016 in Malta, a kidnapper could technically avoid punishment if they could convinced. Right, the spelling's fucked, but if they could convince the victim to marry them. In quotations, this was the kind of the law statute. If the offender, after abducting a person, shall marry such person, he shall not be liable to prosecution except on the complaint of the party whose consent, according to civil laws, would be required for the marriage. So if you could convince the person that you kidnapped to marry you without any other people in that family knowing or blah blah blah, you could not technically
Yeah,
get punished.
that's
Is
fucked up. But in the U.S., I don't know how it is, but your spouse or your significant other does not have to
They're not
say
allowed to testify against
they're
you.
not allowed to testify you. So I could see how that kind of goes into that law. But
Yeah.
we didn't
Wait.
kidnap them beforehand.
But
The ending is
That's
still the same result, though.
ridiculous.
I didn't know
It's
that. Wait, hold on. My spouse is not allowed to testify against me?
Oh,
Well, you're not in Malta.
I
so
mean,
you-
it depends
yeah,
on what
yeah,
you're
okay.
talking about. Like, they can't force your spouse to testify against you. Now,
like if
in the
you and
event
her
that you
are
in the event that
buddy-
you beat your spouse or some shit and she's
Right,
testifying and she is against you, then yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
understand.
but
if you murder
if she's
someone-
there, she can't say anything about it.
Yeah, like if
She's
you
not
murder
allowed to.
someone, like let's look at not Ted Bundy. The fuck
No.
is his name?
He could have had lots of wives.
He was a fucking
That dude
serial
is
killer in
nuts.
the U.S. I used to be a huge, not serial killer fan, but a big.
So while
Yeah,
Rob's
that's not the right thing to say.
while Rob's
I'm gonna
googling that,
retract
I've
my
got
What's
the
Ted
last
Bundy?
point, and this is kind of where I'm going with this. Is like the last point shows how that question is kind of worded. That they've gained more rights in the last. I say they. Sorry for that fucking quotation, but women have gained more rights in the last. We're going to go
dare
with
you.
90 years since obviously they've got the right to vote
Well, of course.
up until now.
And 90
But in some portions of the world, they're still classed as second-class citizens to the point where it's illegal for them to drive.
Well, that's a religious thing, though.
It's so dumb
Yes,
because
Not the
but then,
driving.
but then
It's
Sorry,
where
John.
they're at.
Sorry, John.
religious
Say
thing.
that again. Just say that again.
so in some parts of the world, women are effectively classed as second-class citizens,
Yeah, that's fucking bullshit. That's
it's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
and in some parts
It's
of the world,
horrible.
well, namely one part of the world, still
Middle
it's
East.
illegal for a woman to drive, but it's not. And obviously, this is where Josh was saying it's a religious thing. But this is where it's like, surely it's got to be a fucking human right to be allowed to drive.
Yeah.
But
Oh, it should. Yeah, it
it's
should be
not.
human
It's
right.
not against the law, and it's not against. It's not a woman's non-right to
No.
drive, but it's
She
a
can drive a
religious.
shoot.
It's a religious. I'm going to say it. Fatwa
Mm-hmm.
that if that person gets caught driving, they are liable to prosecution.
I mean, she could drive all she wants, but
She better not hit the car. That's what I'm trying to say.
exactly.
Don't
She
curb
better
my
not fucking
alloys. Don't curb my
Fuck better
fucking.
don't.
So
Don't let your hair down in the wind, girl.
So
You
my-
done.
my my sort of take on it. I had a chat with my mum earlier, or mother, or whatever you call them, mom, whatever you call them in America.
Mummy,
The same shit.
mummy,
We call them the
Mummy.
same thing.
Just you
Mummy.
call yours mummy.
We're not
mummy.
that
can bu-
different.
I can fucking
we
believe
won
that.
the war, but
The
we'll
Lord
call
Mummy.
them
Chancellor of the Henderson household. That's what I refer to every time.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
talking.
Mummy.
Lord Chancellor, how are you?
Chancellor. So, I was speaking to her about this, and she turned around and said, "Yes, but the thing that's bullshit is that not only is she expected to do the housework, but she's also got to go to fucking work as well.
That's
That's
your
just
mum said
lazy.
that.
That's just lazy men.
Yeah. So
In my
my
opinion.
but my take, my honest take on it is
Yeah.
that like the human race can't survive without women. The human race can't survive without men.
Biologically, yes.
So
For now.
what's the fucking crack? Like why
I will
can't we?
impregnate you.
I hope you try. But we can. Super straight. We can. But you know, we should. I don't understand where it started. Well, I kind of do understand where it started from the start, like
Yeah, of course.
from where it all sort of began, and I think it might have even been like a primitive sort of primal thing, maybe a little bit.
Yeah,
At
of course
the
it was.
beginning, I think it had to be that way because in the beginning you were going out for super long days, super long walks. You had to survive basically.
Mhm.
But we're coming into more and more of these days where you don't have to
Yeah,
do that.
we don't
Like,
we don't we
oh,
don't
well,
have to
right away.
combat nature anymore. It's nurture now.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, there's no more men. They found out men actually have the almost the exact same hormones, or not the exact same hormones, but the exact same feelings as a mother does when their child is born.
Mm.
Like waking up in the middle of the night, freaking out over their child and stuff like
Yeah.
that. We have the exact same instincts
Dude,
almost.
I couldn't fucking sleep when my
Yeah.
kids were
No,
born.
I don't wake up to shit. And my wife can
I
attest to
don't.
this. My
Yeah.
boy was like 2 weeks old and he would go, and I'd wake the fuck up instantly. She wouldn't. I would.
Yeah.
I'd freak the fuck out. Like, is he okay? Is he okay?
Yeah. I was
fucking-
I was
I
exactly the
literally
same.
woke up probably about every hour to 2, maybe 3 hours, we'll say, and had to check if these little mother.
We're breathing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Scared
I think that
I'd have
comes
to
down
play-
to
place my hand on their back or their
Yeah, I
chest.
do
or
the exact same
make
thing
sure-
to see if
Yeah,
it's
dude,
moving.
I can't see.
Yeah.
What the
I think
fuck?
that comes down to the mother's instinct of knowing that the child, the offspring, is all
but it's
right,
the
whereas
same
the
for men.
dad's kind of proclivity
Men
is
drink
holy
all-
fuck.
It's the exact
The
same.
worst gonna happen. You know what I mean? An asteroid's gonna come through the roof and hit the child in the middle of the night. So I'm gonna
Yeah.
fucking.
I still.
I'm
you know
gonna,
what?
I'm gonna
I-
wake up to the change in air
you know
pressure.
what? My
They
old-
did the wrong research for this, though, and it's
Changing air
proven that
pressure.
it's that we both have the almost the exact same instincts,
Yeah.
father and mother, almost have the exact
But
same.
on the topic of the rights though, I'm
Yeah, okay,
saying
we'll go back.
I'm saying that I think there is places, and you look at like the extreme end of business, so like your huge companies, your massive companies, and what they're run by, and who. I say what because I don't like saying who, because a lot of these big companies, the fucking blokes that run them are absolute fucking dinosaurs. They're old dudes that still live
Yeah.
way back when, and you know, because they've had all this money and all this privilege and all
Power.
this life, they haven't had to evolve with the times, right? Because they haven't
Yep.
been faced with the problems that your average common working man has, so they don't have to. I think that's a problem in itself, and that's where the problem lies. Is that you look at these gigantic companies and why they're not paying women the same amount as the men in the companies is because of the people that are running these companies, and
Yeah, but
I think
where?
that's the problem exactly. And I,
But where?
but I
That's what
don't
we need to find out.
but I don't think that's an issue of. I don't think that's a good example of men, you know, in general as a whole. So
My wife.
go on.
Oh, sorry, you finished. My wife works as a security guard, and she makes just as much as the men, and she does just as much as them, and
I
they
feel
don't
like she
treat her
would be
any
like
different.
too.
They don't treat her any different. She has to walk 7 to 12 Ks a day, secure or whatever she does, like go up and down these stairs, locking doors. They have to do it. She has to do it. The only people that treat her different is like the Russians, the other people that come from out of Germany. They treat her differently because she's a woman. And so maybe it's definitely country to country, state to state, because I don't know. It's just different everywhere. And I think
So
if we want to change it, you really
Are
have
you
to
going to
start
raise what Bella
here.
said, John?
What?
I am, yes.
Because
So
I
like,
think that is a great fucking point.
Do it.
It's a fantastic.
Oh
point.
yeah, yeah.
so that comment from Bella literally leads into the last line I've got about this subject, and it's kind of a double. Again, I love double-sworded comments, and we'll go with it. So Bella's comment was, I generally feel the difference now compared to years ago is women are becoming more strong-willed and not as submissive as they used to be, if that makes sense. It makes sense in the fact that, say, twice in, I won't say my lifetime, but nearly my lifetime, there was, at the point in my country, obviously UK, there was at 2 times 2 of the strongest willed women in charge of the country.
Yeah.
Obviously, not a lot of people fucking like them. One of them was hated to fucking death in Thatcher. But at one time, you had Thatcher and
unbelievably fantastic prime minister. Fuck anyone that says otherwise.
Yeah,
no, sorry.
We'll leave that for another day. And then a few years ago, you still obviously had the Queen. And at one stage in the last 10 years, we had 3 women in charge of literally the whole of the UK. If you want to, 4 women. You had Nicola Sturgeon, Scottish Parliament. Theresa May, what you think of her and her politics, in charge of the UK Parliament, supposedly. And I think there's Arlene Foster in charge of the Northern Irish, whatever they're called up there. Don't know what they call themselves because I don't think even they agree. And obviously the Queen. So I think that comment is literally the personification of what I'm getting at. Is yes, they've come a long way since 90 years ago. Obviously, I know that's a long time, but in the timeline of human race, it's not. And I think they are massively more strong-willed. And I think even though there is things that are still not equal, and we can all, I think, agree on that. I don't think anyone's going to agree that there's not things that are equal. I think it'll only get more equal as we go forward.
Are you reading that fucking chat?
Time.
I am fucking reading the fucking chat.
Here's the thing about the Middle East. You brought up a good point there. In the Middle East, right? They're starting to westernize, as we say it, right? But it takes time. You can't just go from one extreme of a man being a man over his household to a man now sharing that household with somebody that he's been told all of his life is underneath him.
I think
it's going to take time.
I think that's a question for another day, to be fair. And I think we've probably
it's going to take time.
The nail on the head. I think we'll probably need to move on.
Have you seen that joke? Has anyone seen that joke in chat? Has anyone seen that joke in chat? Because that is a great joke.
How do you embarrass an archaeologist? You give him a used tampon and ask him which period it came from.
Alex, would you be able to tell?
Archivist?
Alchemist is an archaeologist.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move into our 5-minute rants as we close out the video here. Wait, what?
We've still got more to do.
We
still got more to do.
We've still got 4 more subjects, mate.
That one was just really good.
Oh, you're right. I mean, as we close out that last topic.
All right, so back to Dan.
You want me to go next?
On that.
Yeah.
Okay, so my subject I've chosen is what are my views on cancel culture, and I can only describe it as an absolute fucking plague on the human race right now. I want to. The first thing I want to approach is the most recent one that I'm going to use as an example. Is Gina Carino. Is that Carino? I think that's how you say her name. I think it is. Sorry.
When you're finished, I would like to be the first one to comment.
Say again?
I said when you're finished, I would be like the first one to comment. I have a question at the end of your...
Okay, yeah, cool. So, yeah. She basically put her opinion on social media and she lost a job for it, okay? Because of what she believes in. Because of the political party she follows. Now, I want to put this in the straightest, sort of most layman terms that I can possible to make it
super straight.
To put it in super straight term, to make it as simple as possible to show the contrast of how fucking ridiculous it is to sort of how it's going on in the world. And I used this example last week when I did my identity politics thing, because I think it is a great example. Imagine the football team that you like, and you post an opinion on social media about that football team being better than everyone else, or that football team having an advantage over everyone else because of the way they do things. And whether that's football or any sport. And then you go into work on Monday and you lose your fucking job because a lot of people on the internet didn't agree with you. Like, how fucking ridiculous is that?
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
The fact that you can lose your livelihood, Gina Carino was, how much money was she fucking earning? She's not only been an actor, or sorry, an actress.
What was her comment?
So let me find a comment.
It wasn't even like
So not only is
that bad.
she been an actress, she was a wrestler, and a
MMA
UFC fighter as well.
Yeah, UFC. Yeah.
Oh,
So she's
okay.
quite.
Yeah,
She's
I know
quite.
exactly what you're talking about now.
She's a very successful woman, right?
Yes.
So basically, she refused to apologize for comments she posted on social media, and because she refused to apologize, she's been pulled from the series. So let me see if I can find the post. So there we go. Yeah, Gina Carino compared, I should say, being a Republican in the U.S. to being a Jew during the Holocaust. Which is the wrong thing to do. Don't get me wrong, it's fucking ridiculous, and the wording that she chose and the way that she chose to do it is stupid, and she deserves a fucking stern talking to for that. 100%. But let's look at it this way. Let's look at it from her point of view, right? For a second, let's just look at her argument and why she did that. She's been chastised and she's been rinsed for fucking weeks because of what political party she follows.
Yep.
They've been on at her constantly and constantly and constantly. She's been backed into a corner and she's said something. Now, to me, in the eyes of the law, if you lead someone into doing a criminal act through whatever means, it's entrapment, right? You've enticed them to partake in that criminal act or that criminal event. Am I right? I'm pretty sure that's right, isn't it? So
something like that.
the
I'm not
way
100%
the Gina Carino thing has been handled is that they've constantly picked and picked and picked and picked, and you snap. And I do. I've snapped. There's been many times in my life where I've constantly been picked at. It's just keep tapping away, and eventually
We're human. We're human.
every human does it, and you snap and you say something you don't mean to say or whatever. To lose your job because of that, I think, is fucking horrendous. The way Disney, in my opinion, the way Disney should have handled it is looked at the whole picture, the whole perspective, the whole thing that's happened, and gone, okay, yeah, she's been goaded, she's been attacked, and which she has, for saying what she believes in a country which is supposedly the epitome of freedom, where you can say and do what you want, right? Without. Well, no, I think I'm onto something. I do. Don't get me wrong. She is an idiot. As Lord of the Slice says, she might be a moron, but and she might be an absolute weapon. But like, does she deserve to lose her job over it? Does she deserve to lose her job,
I don't know.
her livelihood, and her career because she follows a specific political party, which is legal and has just recently been in power, right, in the US. I want to
go ahead. I want to go ahead and jump in on that.
Yeah, please do.
Regardless, so I don't think it was because of her political party. I think it was because of what she said. Now, my question is, and this isn't my question. I've seen this. I've seen this question go around on one of the media sites that I follow. Are we bringing cancel culture to light, or are we bringing accountability culture to light?
Well,
because for me, that you saw my face. That's just something that is something that you should not say.
Yeah, I agree.
Regardless. And if you say some stupid shit like that, you're fucking done.
I am not disagreeing. I am not disagreeing with you at all there, dude.
I know.
Like, whatsoever, I'm not. What she said was the word that I want to use, I can't say on Twitch. But
yeah, I think what you're trying to get at is the whole.
It's the whole process leading up to it.
Where's the boundary?
Yeah.
How far do we go with this? What's the next and I call it a reach in terms.
Snake's reach. I got you. Yeah.
Yeah, what's
all
the
understand.
next thing that's gonna be latched upon as you can't say that. You can't say that. You can't say that. We're having you for this, we're having you for that. And where does it end? Because it ends with no one being able to say shit.
So can we get someone to find exactly what she said?
I'm looking at it right now. So she
Okay.
said
Yeah.
she apparently her most controversial message and the one that appears to have been the final straw. She shared an image from Nazi Germany and compared it to today's overheated political climate. She shared, Jews were beaten in the streets not by Nazi soldiers but by their neighbors, even by children. And then quotes, because history is edited, most people today don't realize that to get to the point where Nazi soldiers could easily round up thousands of Jews, the government first made their own neighbors hate them for simply being Jews. How is that any different from hating someone for their political views? This is going to come off as wrong, but
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that a reach,
this is
though?
not
Totally wrong with
nearly this is not nearly as extreme. But to cancel her and to fire her for saying that is wrong,
Yeah.
in my
Yeah.
opinion.
Is that a reach though when you've got that sort of thing happening right now in a certain country
Yeah.
on
No.
this planet?
See, I agree with Rob as well. It's not.
That's a
It's
terrible
just
comparison.
so
Horrible
Throwing it
comparison.
around.
Well, it's a horrible. Yeah, I mean, she could have went with 1,000 other comparisons, but she went with that one to
The
make it
horror that those people went
very
through is unbelievable,
exactly.
unthinkable.
But I agree with Robin to a certain point too, because it's like, I mean, is history now going to be blocked out of words as well? We can't say things about history.
No, God forbid you compare anything to anything. But
Yeah, exactly.
was it a stupid comparison? Yes.
Yes.
But
Of course
how
it
many
was.
times has
100%.
Republican America the past 4 years been compared to Nazi America by
Yeah, you are right.
leftists?
Yeah.
Yeah, every day.
But as soon as a Republican says it, and I'm not saying it's right from either party, but don't fucking pick and choose who you get to cancel because they follow your political views. That does not make for any kind of good. It's just not good. It's just fucking stupid because now it's like that's what I don't know what it is, but it's
Hypocrisy.
one party is going to run this whole shit because God forbid you have any opposing views. You're a bigot, you're a racist, you're a fucking sexist, blah blah blah. Even though you're probably not, but if you have a disagreeing or opposite point of view, you're just fucked nowadays. It's
Yeah,
stupid.
I think one of the big problems at the minute is, and it's a
As
weird
Lord,
way to say it.
as Lord of the
is-
as Lord of the Slices mentioned there,
Yeah.
the Jews were persecuted for what they were, not who they were voting for.
what they
which is-
perceived,
Well,
what
no,
they
it's-
perceived to be
it's
by
what they
the
perceived
ruling
to be,
party.
yeah.
Yes.
About the whole political thing of
But-
it, because
but
it
Right,
was.
but, I mean, it's the same shit. Like when I talk about like when you say okay, who you're voting for. If I say I'm a Republican or I say I'm a Democrat or whatever, or who I believe in and stuff like that, that's not necessarily who you are. Okay, I don't know. I'm not going to act like some kind of professional that knows what it was like, to be a Jew during the Holocaust or a Jewish person during the Holocaust. Obviously, that's insane. But
Yeah.
you can make that comparison. You can say, okay, if you are a this and this political party, you can say that someone is being persecuted because of their political party or because of their views or things like that. And just because Judaism is a religion doesn't make it any different than a viewpoint, in my opinion. But I'm not very over.
Okay,
I think
so-
she's just
we can
saying
all-
is pitting this person against this person, and that's what she was basically saying. But she just went to the extreme of the boards and said, "Yeah, I'm going to use this instead."
So we can all agree that she deserved to be punished for what she said.
Not
But I
punished.
don't
No.
agree.
Not
with
punished,
she was
educated.
punished.
Not punished at all.
It's freedom of speech.
Educated.
Why
Because
would
she
you
has
punish
the-
somebody
yeah.
for
Is it though?
speaking her own
Is
opinion?
it freedom of speech? You're
No,
so-
that's a farce.
How is
No,
that? How is that not freedom of speech?
So
How's that not freedom
this
of
is the way.
speech?
This is,
No,
this
no,
is
no,
the way-
no,
This
that's
is the
not
way I
true.
skin it. It's the way I skin it, and I will skin it in a kind of a way that I sometimes. Well, I actually agree with. Right. I fucking hell. What we're doing now? Just say you four are my guests on this podcast, all right?
Yeah. Oh, I see how you say
Okay.
it. Okay.
And you say something I don't agree with. No. This was
Yeah.
makes perfect sense. And you say something I don't agree with. I have the right as the fucking owner of that platform to remove you from it. The same
Yeah.
way Twitter does as a private company to turn around and go, you know what? Get fucked.
Yeah.
As Disney does as an employer to go, we don't agree with your comments.
No.
Get
No.
fucked.
Right. I'm not
Because-
saying they don't have
No,
the
no, no,
right
no.
to
Could,
do
you
that.
can you
There's
obviously
no-
we're all
there's
military,
difference.
but
No,
in a civilian
there-
job, if you
no.
say something that doesn't
no.
doesn't toe with the guidelines of your
No.
employer,
No.
they have the right to fire you.
No, I don't think you're
But
right
that's
on
not
that.
right.
Because if hold on, if I'm at Disney itself on property of Disney and I'm saying this, then okay. But if I'm at my own house and I'm saying this, how can Disney come into my house now and tell me what I can and cannot say?
They're all owned by the same fucking people, mate.
Yeah.
Th-
But
no, you're not understanding what I'm
No.
saying. So I'm on your podcast.
I understand what you're saying, but
I
you're
understand
you're
you
not understanding
kicking
what
off
I'm
your
saying in
podcast.
context. Is
But when I
Twitter
get home,
and
to
Disney
say, fuck you
have
on
the
that,
right to
you can't tell
dismiss
me
you
now. I'm
what
off your
they
podcast.
class as not fit for their platform.
This is the problem with what Josh is saying, and not to just shit on you here, Josh, but when you agree to become a face or an actor or an actress or something like that, a face for a company, you know, say what you want.
You
I
have no
mean, that
personal rights.
she is a face for Disney. She has agreed, okay, I will be an actress on your show, and people will follow me. I will gain a following. Blah blah blah. You know, those people are influential for that company, so I can see where Disney can say,
Then
hey,
why
look,
is Johnny Depp's film still on Disney when he says
Which
he
is-
wants to assassinate the president?
he never. When did he say
He
that?
he did,
say
he
that.
did actually say that.
He
did
said that.
actually.
Why
I
is-
didn't.
why is
I
he
haven't heard
still
about that. So
working
if he
for
said that, that's
Disney
weird.
That's
and
my
still have
first
Disney
hearing
Yeah, but
about it, too.
that's the same thing about saying that
It's the
they've
same thing.
cancelled. You've cancelled Gio Carano. They ain't
And
gonna
he said
cancel
that
the
on a public
but they
stage.
ain't gonna cancel the Mandalorian either.
No,
No.
but he said that on a public stage.
Yeah,
They're still
Well,
endorsed.
that's what I'm
But that's
saying.
Disney's opinion. That Disney has the right to say
Exactly,
what
but
is and is not right.
How can you go and say, "Oh,
Yeah,
it's okay for a guy to say assassinate a president"? To, "Hey, we're living in a rough
Oh,
time right
no,
now."
I don't
we're
agree
putting
that
each other
either of
against
them
each
are
other."
okay. I don't agree that either of them are okay. I'm just saying that there is. You have given up your
So,
right to social media
let's
when
look
you
at-
become a face for a company.
Let's look at another
Exactly
example.
what happened when we joined
Against
the
the right
military.
company.
Let's,
Exactly.
Yeah, but
So
that's totally
Exactly what
different.
happened when we joined the
Technically-
military.
Yeah, but these
technically,
companies
I
aren't
shouldn't be on
militaries.
here.
That's
Technically I shouldn't be on here
government official.
talking because I'm
Yeah.
still employed by an employer. If that makes sense.
Yes.
So,
And what
so-
I
Yeah, but a
what I
government
could be
official
saying
is
could be
different.
construed
So-
as the official view, which is not. Obviously, this is my own personal views, not
Yeah.
the views of
So
But-
a couple of things I want to bring to light. Sorry, John, to cut you off there, but
No, that's fine.
to show the sort of ramifications of cancel culture. For a start, what you guys are saying about the military and stuff like that. These companies aren't military. They're fucking private companies owned by suits. Okay, so they don't have any. They shouldn't. Sorry, don't. I can't say don't because they do, but they shouldn't have any sway in what your opinion is or what you can and can't say, because that is the limitation of freedoms, right?
Yeah.
Secondly, who found that fucking hilarious?
She's
I'm
not
being
even watching. I
serious.
don't know why the fuck she's laughing, man. No, you're
So-
good, dog. Keep going.
It's like this English motherfucker saying all this.
great. I like it.
So,
That was perfect.
so the other thing I want to say is that she said something on social media, right? The ramifications of sort of the outcome that she's lost her job. Now, to her, it might not be a massive deal because she might have money in the bank or whatever. She can afford to sort of live free for a while or whatever. But how far does it go before average Joes like us guys can lose our jobs because of it? If I
Exactly.
lose my job, my kids don't eat.
Yep.
We have nowhere to live, and that's fucking dangerous because
Just for stating your opinion.
yeah. So our opinion, we have to police our own opinions. We can't say not what we want. I think what we want is wrong. We can't say what we feel or what we believe, which is a freedom which we all have under our countries, right? In fear of losing a job. I had that fear for about maybe about a year or so, and I wouldn't have lost my livelihood because of it, but with my band, for instance, I'm going to use them as an example. There was certain things I couldn't say or do on social media because people might stop listening to our music. People might stop spouting shite about that. Oh, fucking Searchling have a right-wing member of the band. The bass player of Searchling's a fucking Nazi. And then that would happen, and the band would be cancelled, and everything that the five of us worked towards would be fucked, right? So then another thing I want to bring up as well is what's happened with Ant Middleton. Now, you guys, I'm not sure if you know Ant Middleton, former Special Forces. He started a TV show called SAS Who Dares Wins, where they put random members of the public that they choose to go through a simulated Special Forces selection process. Now, he did say some stupid things on social media about COVID, for example. Why is I thought fucking Jake was having a techno rave party in the background.
So I told you the wife was over here drinking.
Get on
She's
it.
drunk. Music on the big screen right here.
So, yeah. So he said a few things that were probably a bit daft, probably a bit stupid. He also had a few words to say about. I'm not sure if it was Black Lives Matter protesters that did it, but it was during I believe it was during a Black Lives Matter protest that people defaced our national cenotaph in London, which is where we have our Remembrance Day. I can get it.
I have
real
it right
quick.
here, and I can read it for you.
So he mentioned about them being scum for doing it.
I have quotes right here, brother.
Okay.
The extreme left against the extreme right. When did two wrongs make a right? It was only a matter of time. BLM and EDL are not welcome on our streets.
Yeah.
Absolute scum. What a great example you are to your future generation. Bravo.
Which is, I would say that.
No comment.
I would say that. I would absolutely say that, and I will openly say I fucking agree with that, because by taking extremes on either side of the argument, you limit the discourse, and you limit.
Well, you limit the distance it takes to meet in the middle.
Yes. Well, yeah, that as well. So
now
he's now channel Channel 4 have basically said to him, because of your views and your opinions, we don't think it's good that we work together anymore. Discuss.
I
think he
first.
Go ahead, John. Go ahead.
So first of all, I'm not. I saw the comment in chat about him. I can't remember who it was. I think it might mean Lord of the Sly said about what's your opinion on that, Middleton.
Oh no, that was Top Whiskey Mud.
Oh yeah, so I'll leave that opinion until it becomes relevant. As you can probably gauge from that what you think. From what he's said, yes, it's kind of down the middle, and that comment does tie the party line. From whatever your beliefs are on BLM, I don't agree with the majority of the board here that there is left wing as everyone thinks, but we'll leave that for another day.
Can someone pull up the his apology? He made an apology after that.
He did, yeah.
Absolutely, and
of course he does, because he's trying to save his ass for later on down the line.
I don't believe so.
That's who he is. Trust me, that's who he is.
What he should have done was specified what he meant by absolute scum.
Well, okay,
because people took it as he was calling BLM and or it doesn't really matter who, EDL absolute scum. He wasn't calling either one of them scum. He was calling their actions, what they did, what people who want to use those three letters as a name did.
As a cover, yeah.
Exactly. So he wasn't calling BLM or EDL scum, and this is my feeling on it. When I watched it, when I saw his apology, I'm not the best judge of character, and I don't even know the guy. It's the first time I've ever met him. However, what he should have done was specify exactly what he meant by absolute scum, because that sentence right there, BLM and EDL are not welcome on our streets, comma, absolute scum.
So it's more of a
here's my whole take on that. Is he legally obligated to have to distinguish what he says
No, but if you
Yep,
got to,
exactly. So that's the end of it then. That's the end of it.
It's just like it's not the end of
That's
it.
the end of it.
We're having a discussion. You can't just shut someone off like that.
Oh, here we
It's
go.
exactly,
Here we
it's
go.
It's the end
exactly
of it.
what it's exactly what Rob said. Right? He's a face. He
Yeah.
is a face.
We're all faces.
You're a face.
No.
You're a beautiful face. You are a beautiful face, but Josh, but you are not a face.
You're not a face for a company, Josh.
And
You're a
when you-
face.
You don't know.
You're a
And when
face
you
for the
pers-
Josh.
And when you were gonna say
Well,
something,
actually, no,
Shit.
I am because of
Specify.
my if hold on, if I say something online, right,
Yeah.
and somehow, some way, my wife's company that she works for sees that and they don't like it,
That
they'll
could be
fire her
one,
as well.
yeah.
That could be as well. So yes, I
Okay.
am a face to something.
Right. And I think that company should be able to fire you for that. I don't think.
Is it a part of the contract though? That's what I was asking in the beginning with I don't even know her name because I
Yeah,
didn't really
honestly,
pay
did you
attention to the
read
bullshit.
the
I don't
contract?
know obviously what
No,
contract you
but
sign.
exactly.
what-
If it's in your
yeah, but-
contract stating, hey,
but what
you
I'm trying to
are
say
a
is-
face of Disney.
No.
don't
Yeah,
use
but
this,
what I'm trying to
use
get
that.
at is whenever you sign a contract you sign, I don't know, an employment contract, or you sign oath of allegiance or whatever, whether you realize it or not, be it a military, which we're all from, or a civilian background contract for a company, whether you realize it or not, you then have to portray that company's ethos. If they can find a loop, if they can find an instance where you don't portray that ethos, whether you agree with it or not,
Like
they can
dicks
legally
flying in the sky and stuff.
they can legally fire your ass, mate.
Yeah.
They can.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
It-
but I'm
it's-
saying you're legally bound to certain things in life. Yes, we all have freedoms, but it comes to a certain point that you can't say certain things, right? Because it's illegal to do this. Like here in Germany, it's actually not. You don't have full freedom of speech like a lot of people think here. There, you can actually go to jail for some certain things you say. And okay, fine, I know that, and that's the law. It's written,
Yeah.
right? So my whole thing is like you're working for these companies like that, and obviously government officials are way different than our actresses and actors and whatever you want to call it, right? We're it's different than that. So I don't know why we keep bringing that up. It's weird to me, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just
I think
not
a
understanding it
good way
fully.
to I think a good way to end
But I think
the
if you're looking at
topic
private in an argument in private, you should have certain limits.
for
You're
me.
at home on your own personal platform,
Yeah.
whatever it
Yeah.
could be.
I
Then
don't
shut
think
the
that's
fuck
gonna
up and get
happen.
off of me.
We'll let Dan wrap it up.
I think a good way to sort of end the subject is to look at interpretation as a massive as a massive part of it.
100%.
I don't think any of the things that we looked at, the two cases that we looked at, were written or posted to offend people, and I don't think they were. They weren't written in any way to offend anyone. Maybe done carelessly, maybe done in an uneducated manner, which again isn't a way. It isn't done to offend anyone, but there's also the gross capitalization of our freedoms in terms of the contracts that we sign for jobs and stuff like that, which
Exactly.
then say that we can't do this, we can't do that. In terms of the armed forces, it's a different matter because for me, as a soldier of any armed forces, you're a representation of that nation. That's how I see that.
Yeah.
So that's why you should maybe police your opinions a little bit and kind of toe in the line is cool, but you know,
Oh, and it
kind
does
of
state it in the
supporting
contract as well.
104. Yeah.
Oh, does it?
So
Do you want to show me where?
So to
Oh,
that,
I could show you easily.
so
Okay,
Yeah.
sure.
so to that
Fucking
matter,
shit.
I think working for a
I
private
love your smile.
working for a private company, you fucking super straight. Working for a private company,
He's a sexy guy.
I don't
Okay.
think it should be allowed that you can't practice your freedoms as a person in a free country where you can give your opinion on social media, in the pub, or whatever, wherever, or whenever it is. I think cancel culture is dangerous. Extremely, my view is, as the question says, what are your views on cancel culture? I think cancel culture is or another one of them extremely dangerous evolving things that's been the great fucking gift of the internet, that if it's not policed and dealt with in the correct manner before it's too long, average Joes like us guys on here and these guys in chat can't say a fucking word without fear of reparations and of ramifications of them losing their job and their livelihood, not having a roof over their head, and being able to feed their family and themselves. And that's what I'm saying about it.
I'll
And
leave
the-
with one last phrase. I'm rubber, you're glue. Whatever you say bounces off of me and sticks to you.
Fucking love that.
And I'll finish off by saying Aunt Middleton's a prick. But
And that's your opinion.
that's another story that
Okay.
that just
And
yeah,
that's your
it's a
opinion.
good story, but we'll leave that for another day.
Who's next?
I say we keep going to the line. Josh would be next.
Yeah, so I like this that somebody put in there is I believe two consenting adults should have the legal right to challenge each other to a duel if they are so inclined with no legal consequences for the winner.
Josh, I just want to be known. I would fight the fuck out of you a lot sometimes.
Oh yeah, we be fighting all the time. I'll fight you afterwards and still give you a kiss on the cheek.
Are we talking?
Oh, this
Are we
is to the
talking
death,
to the
bro.
death or?
Well, no, of
It's a
course
fucking-
not
Say
crazy.
What
Well,
happens
should
if
be
You're
someone
talking a
dies?
duel. The duel's to death.
You know,
isn't
like
it?
like
Well,
Millie.
okay, we're
John.
not talking old English. We're talking Washington State fucking
we're talking
what do they call
about
it?
the-
Gladiator.
All right, let's clarify real quick. All right, so the rules have to be set in place in the beginning. So if I were to say, Josh, I want to duel you right now to the death, and you say, yes, to the death, let's go. Do you still believe that ramifications there should be no problem with that? Like,
So
we
are
have
you-
decided
are
that
you
we're willing to
signing-
die for this.
Are you signing an actual legal contract witnessed by
Well,
lawyers? and that sort
what
of
I
stuff?
think what the thing is saying that you don't have to sign it. It's verbal agreement that
Yeah.
okay, boom. There has to be a witness. Let's say at least two unbiased witnesses. Let's just go for shit's sake. So, are you saying that we could duel to the death, Josh, or is it when you fall down, no
No, Joe,
hitting,
well, not
nothing
yet.
like
Yeah.
that, or just fighting
On blood.
Exactly.
I reckon on blood.
on blood? There's blood immediately.
Yeah, you hit my nose. I'm starting to bleed.
I don't bleed
Yeah,
too
bro.
easily.
Dry
I bleed
air makes
through
my
instinct.
fucking nose bleed. I'll never be able to get into a
You're
fucking
right.
fight, dude. Come on.
Dan, you may be 2 feet taller than me, but I bet you I can make you bleed before you make me bleed.
When we first meet, we're having a fight.
Oh,
We're
let's
having
do
a fight.
it.
That'd be
We're
awesome.
gonna do it. We're gonna do it.
But no, but here's
Yeah, bro.
I don't know if it's still a law in Washington State. I don't know because I haven't looked it up in fucking 20 years. But when I was growing up, you could say you wanted to. I don't remember if it was a gladiator fight or something like that. You had to say a saying to another party, and there had to have been a witness in the area, and you could actually fight. The cops could not do anything until the fight was over. But there was rules to it as well. Like if the person was knocked down and they don't get back up, then you can't keep beating them up. You know, you had
Yeah.
to stop
I dig that.
to a certain point.
I'm down with that.
You know,
100%.
yeah, and it was an actual thing. And the cops would come and say, "Okay, do you want to press charges?" They go, "No, of course not, because we had a legal agreement, and there's a witness right here that said we have a legal agreement." Even if the other person said, "No, I want to press charges," but that witness, an unbiased person, would say, "No, they agreed to this fight. No doing anything." I don't remember. Maybe somebody check and look it up.
Hey, Rob, you want a caveat on that? Because when I brought it up, you smashed my ass about it.
What was it?
Beat
It,
you up?
it was about the I'll say quote unquote when I brought up there was a law in
I'll be
Washington
right back.
about it about
Oh,
being able
Yeah,
to
there is.
not a law actually.
Because I've seen it actually several times where the cops show up and
It's
just
a
wait.
loophole. It's
So
not
we'll
a
look at the
law.
Washington fistfight law. All right, we'll read it right now. So this is from a police officer. Okay, that's in Washington. Stand by. I must find it. Here we go.
I wrote my uncle.
Cop here going to clarify some stuff. This is off reddit.com/r/SeattleWA. Seattle, Washington's Reddit. All right. Cop here going to clarify some stuff. This is Crank Yanker. All right. Number one, there is no mutual combat law. There has not been for a long time. Washington state law is simply written in such a way that excluding domestic relationships, romantic, sexual, family, roommates, for the crime of assault to occur, there has to be a victim. if two people who are not in a domestic relationship, i.e., Josh and I or Jake and I, get into a physical fight and one of them gets injured but refuses to assist with prosecution. So if they say, I'm not snitching, then there is no crime. Literally, there has to be no snitches to be no crime, right? There's always an exception to this if the victim is mentally ill, high, or drunk. So I can't right now legally get into a fight with Josh, even if we both, blah, 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 decided to fight each other. It doesn't matter because he's not in the right state of mind. We have to be sober and ready to fight. So we would have to schedule. Let's say we're drunk right now. Fuck you, Josh, or fuck you, Jake. It's going on. We'll do it
Anyways.
tomorrow at noon.
High
We have to
noon.
convene at high noon tomorrow and say, yeah, all right, we're doing this. And then neither of us has to snitch on each other. Boom, we're good.
All right, so
Telephone
here's what I have from fightstate.com. If you live in Washington, you don't have to worry about this because
From where.com?
Washington has fightstate.com.
What is
A
it?
very fightstate.com. Mutual combat law in Washington lets two people have a consensual street fight. So if you live in Washington, you don't have to worry about this because Washington has a very cool law that allows two citizens to engage in fisticuffs as long as both parties agree to it. Fighting to resolve a conflict has been a part of human nature long before blah blah blah, and they just go into more shit. So the quote from an actual lawyer: a fight into which both parties enter willingly, or in which two persons upon a sudden quarrel and in hot blood mutually fight upon equal terms. That is the actual stated law. And I'm waiting for my uncle to write me back because he's an actual sheriff right now, like in 2021.
Yeah, we all know
I'm-
someone that's
Let's
fine,
see if it's
so-
still legal. I don't know. Maybe it's changed.
I'm
the
all
past
for it.
6 years, 1
But
year,
that's-
whatever.
That's because I do enjoy a good scrap every now and then. I think it's good for you. But
So are we just talking
No,
scraps? or we're
Hendo
talking
enjoys a
duel
good
to the
ass
death?
whooping every now and then.
Yeah,
Hendo
that's more like
enjoys.
it. I get my
Fist to
ass
fist.
kicked more than anything.
correct me if
There's
I'm
no,
wrong.
there's
but
no
duels
weapons.
always
There's no
had
knives.
rules
No nothing like that.
and you established the rules before the duel even started,
No,
right?
there's no. Oh, and this, yes, you would.
Yeah,
Yeah, in
right.
our.
Well, no, I mean,
But what's,
and
the,
even
what's the limitations on the rules? Are we talking to the death? Are we talking just?
I think you have to look at it as a UFC fight. You basically are starting a sanctioned UFC, not sanctioned, but a UFC fight. Like, hey, we're gonna fight. Like it's now for lack of a better word, a fucking pay-per-view event. Like, boom, we're
Yep.
gonna fight. We're
But
making
don't
this
we
a
already have
professional
that?
event.
World
have that,
star.
For
Right.
professionals, but I'm saying for street fights.
No,
Like,
no,
if I
but
were
I
to
mean,
say,
we already have that. We remember growing up in school, the guy going, "I'll meet you tomorrow at 3:00 after school," and you go
Yeah, but
there, and no
legally-
one harasses, no one
legally
snitches, and then
speaking,
you walk away.
It wasn't legally bound.
that's a street rule type situation.
Yeah,
But if you're
a
looking at
gentleman's
legally-
agreement.
A
Yeah, but
gentleman's
if-
agreement.
Huzzah! Anybody?
I choose
Queensbury
pistol.
rules.
rock
You know,
paper
like,
lizard, wait, rock paper scissors lizard Spock.
Yes.
I still imagine when people say duel, they have gloves in their back pocket and they smack the other person.
I'm
You know?
gonna do that from now on.
I'm gonna
Dude.
carry a fucking glove in my back pocket and
A
smack
chain
Josh with
link
it.
glove.
I'm for it. Like there was, I remember a time once I had a beef with someone when I was in the army, and
Imagine that.
we had. I know it's very
That's
rare.
why it's so pretty.
And we were told we were given some gloves and told to deal with it. And it worked. At the end of it, I never had a drama with the bloke ever again, and we often shared drinks and had a laugh and had good nights out.
And drunk each other's piss and
Beat his ass.
yeah. I mean that may have
Alright.
happened. But yeah, I mean, I think every now and then, you know, like when two blokes kick off and there's an argument, and you know when you're just about at that point where you're about to fight, and the fucking adrenaline's going, you're like, right, let's fucking get at it. You should be able to go, right, gentleman's agreement. We're gonna have, we're gonna fight for whatever. Set the rules, and they go, cool. Tops off, let's fucking go. Like that's how it should be.
Yeah.
I'm down with that.
Why not?
I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
Burn
I'm
off
not
that.
lose, so I'm
I've-
so
Does anybody disagree? Does
I'm not
anybody
saying I'd
disagree?
win.
No,
I don't know how many people disagree.
Yeah, how many people actually disagree with just if like me and Jake, let's say we got together and we're like, I'm fucking hating you right now. We need to fight it out. Right? We're gonna give hugs to each other afterwards.
Yeah, all right,
obviously.
so I just want it to be
But-
known, like
just
third, maybe
do it.
second, third week of school, I wanted to fight Josh
I still don't know
because
why,
he is
I'm so
fucking
pretty.
You are pretty, and I see how beautiful you are now. However,
Josh was the most inappropriate person I've ever.
Oh my
What's chat
I
saying?
am, because my words are
Agreement
what come out of my
I
mouth.
think we're pretty
Yeah,
much across
is
the board.
chat
All-
agreeing
all-
with this? I want to see what
all-
chat are saying.
All
'cause
five of us are probably saying we're for this, but what's chat saying?
There's got to be
my
some
brain
kind
to
of.
my mouth is no filter.
because we're prior, they like, and because of our prior our prior jobs.
Yeah, well,
Jake-
that's the thing. Like,
That's probably a very good kind of
I just
steering
wanted
culture, shall we say?
because before that, I still would have been for it.
What's that app that you can make a poll? I forget what it
Straw
was
poll?
called. It was. What was it?
straw
You
poll.
can do it on Twitch.
Straw
can't you,
poll.
Michael?
Yeah.
Drop hole. That's okay. Yeah, man. If you want to have a tear up.
See,
Yeah.
Jervo says, "Yeah,
Yeah,
man. If you want to have a tear up and a both a down, let's have it."
Yeah, but you got to. Everybody should know the rules.
I know
ahead
Top
of time.
Whiskey Mod will do it. Twitch has a system for polls.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Uh,
go
I
ahead.
mean, I'm
Yeah,
sick of
who's-
four, so I'm good. I'm good.
So I guess the question should be: should you be able to fight if both parties agree to it legally?
Yeah.
Let's get it, Alex.
Alex, you don't want those problems, brother.
I'll bite
Alex
your
is
nuts.
he's probably a scratcher, to be honest.
Scratch.
I'll bite nuts. I'll pull your fucking hair. I'll do it. I ain't afraid.
I'll pull your beard.
He said, "But in a mud pit with him in a bikini."
Nope, I'm out.
So
No, I don't want to do it.
that's a Tuesday
Oh,
night for
so
Josh.
what about if like a woman
have to be naked.
kicks off at you, and you're in an angry exchange with a female, and she says,
Like
and
Bella
she
right
does,
here.
and Bella,
Like this Bella.
and
Bella,
Bella
I'll fight you, Bella.
turns around and
Well-
says, "Right, let's fight. These are the
Here's
rules."
my thing on that.
What
yeah,
you do?
if-
Bella,
if-
6
be
foot and
fair,
up.
Bella,
I've
we
always
knocked
been,
out of
I've
all
always been
four or
told
five of us, so it's fine.
never. I've always been told never to fight a woman, but nowadays it's kind of to that point of they're trying to show also their dominance in life as well. I don't know how to say it more popular, but you know what I'm
Popular.
saying? Popular.
Lord
A
of the
little,
Sly,
I'm a little tipsy.
My first subject, Jesus.
You know, I'm getting to be on a John here.
Lord of the Sly says, then you can test how equal you both are.
Exactly.
Exactly. But if she's agreeing to the same circumstances as if I'm fighting a male, then fuck it, let's do it.
If she goes for my balls, I'm fucking hitting you. That's
Oh,
the
I'm
end of
going for
story.
the ovaries.
That's the
I'm-
first thing I go for. I go for balls every time.
If you go for my balls, you're getting hit.
That's
End of story.
that's route one
That's
for
not
me.
fair. That's not even nice.
That's the MSR for Hendo when it's time to scrap.
Like I'm talking closed fist to the rib cage, like you're about to not breathe for a while. Like it's gonna be hurting.
All right, I want to throw it out there. I will never hit a woman with a closed fist, but I'll smack the shit out of her.
Stupid.
I
But I
might
bet you a
smack
lot of
harder than I
women-
punch.
Yeah, you
I
just
bet
heard
you a
that
lot
live
of
on
women-
Twitch. You just
Yeah, I bet you a lot of women that watch this or that would watching, let's say there's thousands of them watching this, right? They would tell you, no, you're gonna hit me with the closed fist.
I wouldn't. And,
But
and
I'm not a
the
fighter.
same
I'm a
thing
lover,
would
man. I'm
either.
a lover, dude.
What?
You,
Okay.
that's
I'm
not
a
to say I
lover.
would
Rob,
Yeah, we all
Rob,
I'm talking over you. I can't
hang
hear
on,
you.
hang on.
what by any woman. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah. I'm
I'm special forces trained. I don't do Krav Maga. And what the
Nice.
So
fuck?
she came out with your
Probably
baseball
got
bag,
awesome.
knocked you upside the head. You wouldn't close your fist?
I have had my ass kicked more times than not, right? But Rob says he's a lover, not a fighter. I can guarantee when it finally happens, when we can travel, I reckon within a day I can. In fact, I reckon within 3 to 4 hours I can get Rob to the point where he wants to fucking fight me.
Fight
You
you?
underestimate
Yeah.
Good
how,
job.
You
how
know-
much I
No,
don't
no,
give
I
a
reckon-
fuck.
No, he'll still hug you. If you
I
could.
highly underestimate Rob's calmness.
I think I can push them buttons. I think I
No, bro. I promise you, it will take so much for me to get out. I will talk shit. I will be sarcastic, but short of getting, I
24
will
hours.
literally push someone to the point of they have to hit me first
Rob,
before I get
we've
mad.
been-
I
we've-
promise you.
We've been talking for about 5 years or something like that.
Yeah, roughly.
Yeah. So I know enough about you, just just to do. The
I'm taking
little,
a different path, man.
just
I'm
the
telling you.
just the little things. I feel like you're telling yourself this right now and
What?
not me. But
All right, so
Nah.
next stream, guys, we're going to the UK with boxing gloves. Make sure
I'll tell you right
check
now.
out the next
Last fight,
stream.
the last fight that I was in, there was a kid. His name was I can't remember his name, but we were in the barracks and we were drinking, and I was being a sarcastic piece of shit, like I always am to everyone, right? and I was fucking with him in front of people. Like I was just being a dickhead to try to, I don't know, be some kind of fucking asshole. And he
Cool guy.
punched me square in the fucking face, hard as shit. And I remember, and I'm not trying to sound like some kind of badass, but I looked at him and I was like, I wish you did not do that. I wish you hadn't have done that. And then I literally grabbed him and then beat him on the on the fucking bed. And I'm just hitting him in the face. And it was like these fucking maybe like 30 seconds of just pure anger. And then I stopped and I was like super ashamed. And I pulled him up and he was bleeding out of his face. And I pulled him up and I gave him a hug. And I said, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I was like, I shouldn't have done that. I'm really sorry. Da, da, da. He goes, stop, man. Why are you doing this? Blah, blah, blah. And he goes, why were you being such an asshole? I was like, I'm sorry, man. I didn't know it was going to piss you off. I was like, but you shouldn't have hit me in the face, you know, and now blah, blah, blah. But I was sorry about it. I felt terrible, man. I do not like fighting people. Like,
And then was the guy
I
like,
just
why,
like being a
why are
big
we
teddy
both
bear.
naked?
I will get naked before I
Why are
want
we
to
on the
fight
bed
somebody.
naked right now? I don't
Okay.
understand.
So we've got that one.
sorry.
So who's what have we got left? We got 2 left, right? So
Yeah,
we've
two
we
done
left,
got,
yeah.
Rob, hit yours first. I gotta hit the bathroom real quick, brother.
Okay. We're talking about the
With the 8 of us stunt
subjects,
fighters.
yeah.
Yeah.
What was mine? Okay, so we'll talk about let's talk about tattoos in the workplace here. All right, so as most of us are heavily tattooed people, I say heavily, but majority of you guys aren't really heavily tattooed. Maybe John is probably the
Just a
the
ear.
second most tattooed person in here besides myself. But I think that companies should be allowed to deny employment based off of your tattoos. I don't have an issue with that. And I accept responsibility if I go to try to get a job with a hand tattoo, then a company's going to say no. When I worked at Walmart, I had a labret piercing and it, I had to put a band-aid over it. It was the piercing right here. And I had to put a band-aid over it. And I thought it was fucking bullshit. But now as I get older, I think that's okay. That shouldn't be an issue whatsoever. I want to see what your guys' opinion on that is. I think that as a private company, you have every say in what you.
Well, okay, well, you just ruined it there. Yeah.
Yeah, as a private company, I think you have every say in what you want. Now, granted, you can't say. I don't think that you should be able to be like, no, you're this religion. You shouldn't be allowed to work here. Your skin color shouldn't prevent you from working anywhere. Your sexual preference, things that are yours, things that are that don't matter. But tattoos are a different story, in my opinion. Well,
I'll go.
same as piercings or extremist views or things like that.
I'll go
See,
devil's advocate
what-
on that. Is it's more modern now to see tattoos than it was when they made those policies back in 1980s.
but do they
More
still have the
widely
same
accepted.
constraints?
But as you said, it's a private company, and it's up to them 100%.
But if you say, okay, remove the private company part of it, we'll just go with the
Yeah, because you ruined it there with the private
because
company.
we've covered that kind of
Sure.
tonight. They can do what they want. But are we talking general tattoos? Are we talking tattoos that have a certain signification, if you know what I mean, by religious or political views or
I mean,
I don't know.
obviously, if I
In
have
the UK, football teams is a big one as well with tattoos.
yeah, if I have fuck tattooed across my neck, I can't reasonably assume that a company should hire me without any kind of reservations with that company.
Yeah,
But
but-
if I have, let's say, an owl, for my little shit, an owl tattooed on my neck here, I still believe that maybe they don't want. Granted, I might think that it's okay. It's a part of who I am. It's just a reflection of my just what I believe or what I want to do with my body, my choice type shit.
yeah.
But I didn't start that company. I'm not in the hiring process of that company. They have their own face they want to show to the world, and if they don't want this deterring from I mean, I don't have one, but if let's say they don't want my hand tattoo to be showing up every time someone fucking buys a purchase at Walmart or Target or fucking British
lawyer's
Walmart,
office. It could be a lawyer as well.
for no knowledge of a store
Asda.
in England.
You
Asda.
keep putting tattoo people as the lowest paid jobs here. Let's go. he's going to be a lawyer or something. You keep saying Walmart, Target, McDonald's.
Well, I mean, these are the
He's
companies
trying
I'm
to
worried
get
about. I
tattoo
mean,
people.
So say for instance, I got a tattoo on my arm. Right, it doesn't really, it's not really offensive in any way it means, but it's on my forearm, and I then got that done when I was 18, 19. But then throughout my 20s, I've studied, like Josh was saying, a lawyer. I'm a fucking good lawyer.
Right.
Should then that be a discriminatory thing that you can't employ me because of a tattoo I got when I was, 12, 13, 14, 15 years ago?
Yes.
Why?
I think yes, because it's their
I say
company.
yes as well.
It's
yeah.
not your company. You're not. They're not obligated to cater to your tattoos or what you feel as a. We can't sit here and say that
Yeah.
the
I agree.
world can't cater to certain people's beliefs, and then at the same time say that.
Well, the world
job
shouldn't. The world
should-
shouldn't cater to certain people's beliefs, but I do think that there needs to be more open-mindedness and understanding on what people want to do with their bodies.
I agree with that. I don't think that
Okay.
John's tattoo. I think there are limits. Like I don't. I think that my hand tattoo and Jake's hand tattoos are
Yeah, I got mine out the
within a
red.
My
reasonable
hand tattoo
scope.
is a religious belief.
Right,
Put
and
that out there
but I
right now.
still think that a company should say, "Hey, like it's just a tattoo thing, okay,
Okay.
blah blah blah."
Can we agree then? Certain jobs that only require a high school diploma or GED equivalent should not have, like you're saying, Walmart and stuff, the right to deny somebody because of tattoos.
it's-
Maybe
But who are
No,
we to
I
say
think-
what a private
somebody in
company's
a
right
higher
is?
Well, no, we
level-
are. I think we are to say what a private company's right is, because the
Yeah.
private company serves us. And if
Well,
we
I mean,
buy,
we
if
do
we
have a
buy,
right
if,
to say what
if we
they
buy
have
their
to do.
product, right? So
Us as in the
I think
we do have the right.
I think
But-
the way you want to. I
we
think the
already
way you
do.
want to skin that question is what Jake brought up, is the fact that
Mine are
Obviously,
religious.
I don't
Can you-
prescribe to
can-
any of that sort of thing. But if he prescribes that is a religious tattoo, then does he have grounds to then take that company to court for denial or refusal of employment because of his tattoo in his hand?
yes,
I think
Yeah.
not. I think that
I
they
think it
should have
does.
a cut and dry situation. I mean, what there's no in the religion does it state, hey, like getting
No.
a hand tattoo is
No.
is part of the religion.
No.
So then it's like, okay, you chose. You could have just as easily gotten that on your back shoulder,
But
your
what's-
chest.
but
and,
what
and
is
from
the other thing.
there, I'll go with, and this is a very generic comment, and people in chat can correct me. I'm using a very generic situation. You work in Domino's, you wear a cap that says Domino's, but you're a Sikh.
I don't
You
even
have
know
to
what a
wear
Sikh
the-
is.
No,
To be
It's
honest.
the
It's
ones
the
that have
leader
like
of
You have to
the
wear
religious
the
shit.
turban.
a lot of
So that's a
ignorant
that's a religious
Americans.
statement.
Yeah.
So if that's a religious statement, and that's a
Why-
religious statement,
yeah, I agree.
what's the
One
parity
is
between the
written
two?
in the religion.
Well,
one
right,
is
right.
one is
One's in- right.
specifically
Still
like
discrimination in
part
my
of the
eyes.
religion.
Yeah, it's still discrimination.
I disagree.
I would agree with Dan. It
In
is it
Jake's
would
view
it would still
only.
be. However, to play devil's advocate on that, it's I wouldn't I wouldn't me myself if I walked up to a company and said, "Hey, I would like a job," and they're like, "Nah, you can't because you have hand tattoos," and they told me no, I would say, "Well, these are religious tattoos. These are my part of my belief, which we're all entitled to their own belief, right?" So, and if they told me no, still, me personally, I would have to accept it, no matter how bad it would piss me off.
Yeah.
No matter how, no. I mean, I would. Everybody knows. Well, maybe Dan and John doesn't know, but Rob and fucking Josh both know. I would freak the fuck out.
Yeah.
I know.
But
I know.
fucking love to watch it.
I would freak the fuck out. But
Can we do that when,
I-
when
I-
I come over? Can we?
That'd be amazing.
man. Yeah, we can go somewhere.
go
We can.
somewhere and
I'll have
enjoy
I'll have a freak out, but
So
We'll
let
look
me-
up
let-
policies.
it's not fun and it's
let-
not cool.
let me put my 50p into this, or my 50 cents, as you guys. would
We say 2 cents.
We
2
2
cents.
cents. Yeah,
Oh, 2
it's-
cents. Okay.
Yeah, not
That's-
50
I mean,
cents.
Say it
that's,
right.
that's probably about 50
a
pence.
That's probably the
Don't
conversion rate,
overvalue your
yeah.
fucking
Probably-
opinion.
probably works out about 50 pence. So, like, your tattoos might be for a religious belief, right? But my personal feeling or belief in whatever I've got tattooed on me, whatever it might be, why is that any different? At what point does religion, this is coming from someone who is an atheist. At what point does religion become above personal belief? Because isn't religion a personal belief anyway? Isn't religion a personal choice?
Well,
So
that's why I think that
Absolutely
it's
right.
it should be cut and
Absolutely.
dry.
It is a
N-
personal choice.
No, if the company says no visible tattoos that can't be covered,
I
then that's
agree with
just
yeah,
you.
it.
It's
but Rob,
really
but what
public.
harm? What harm is that? Is
But our
that
tattoos
person?
Well,
can be covered.
that's not the
What
argument of
harm?
what
What
harm. I
harm
feel
is
like it
that
causes
causing?
no harm, but there are some fanatics out there that say, "Oh, you've defiled your body. You're disgusting. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm never going to come here again." Da, 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 da.
But
And it's a
then
headache that these companies don't want.
no, but then it's down to the company to say, well, that's your opinion, that's your belief. That is
That's you're thinking of the
Right, right,
company
right.
as siding with the employee when most of the time the company will side with the customer.
Consumer.
Yeah.
Customer's
Right.
always right.
Well, the customer
You're
isn't
really
always right.
taking
Fuck
your
that.
personal
Fuck
opinion and
that.
putting it into the
No,
mind of the company.
I've worked in marketing and I work in retail I work in marketing for a retail company, and one thing that we do not practice is that the customer is always right, and
Most companies don't.
most companies
At a
don't.
certain level, at the level that, but if you look at a company like Walmart, like these big retail companies, these huge ones,
Virgin.
they're so huge that they don't care. They're like, look, we want money, 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 and if the consumer is if this causes any kind of a headache, regardless of fucking what this, that, or the other thing, fucking no,
That's
just
true.
blindly saying
That's
no.
yeah, I get that. But also, if everyone in that company decided they wanted a hand tattoo, or say not everyone, that's probably a bit extreme, but let's say if a large amount of people in that company decided they wanted a hand tattoo, they would lose they would lose a lot of members of staff.
A large workforce.
If a company loses their workforce, the company can't operate.
Right,
So
and then
if
that's
it
their
is-
decision
it-
then to how to
it-
go forward. But
it is
I
in the
agree.
company's best interest, in my opinion, to say, yeah, go at it. Because
So,
I think discriminating against someone who's got certain tattoos, or not certain tattoos, but who has got tattoos in general that are on show, for me, is as good as discriminating against someone for their religion. For their beliefs, because it is a personal choice. It is my personal choice to get tattoos wherever the fuck I want on my body, and it is also my personal choice to believe in whatever fucking deity I want to.
Yeah,
But
it's your
what
personal
takes
choice,
it away
not
from
what
their
the company
personal
wants.
choice to want someone working at that? What if let me just say this. What if the owner of Walmart I'm just using Walmart as an example, is highly against tattoos, their personal beliefs. Why is your personal belief of getting a tattoo any more important than their personal belief of their company not wanting to hire people?
Because
That's
the
and
owner
this
of Walmart is serving a greater good. Well, not a greater good. The owner of Walmart is serving a purpose inside society, inside his nation or whatever.
Right, but his income only comes from the consumer. Now, granted, okay, but he's not getting tax money. He's not getting money that you're legally obligated to spend on him. This is private money coming to him from your
Well,
choice
he is
to
getting
shop in that
tax money.
establishment. So
But
now,
isn't
don't confuse my saying that I think companies should be able to
yeah,
say what they would with me thinking it's okay. I feel like my labret piercing, my hand tattoo, maybe my labret piercing now that I'm older, I think is a little bit stupid, but
It was
did
dumb.
I think it took away from the company? No. Do I think my hand tattoo would ruin it? No. I think my maturity level and blah 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 would be a little bit better than that. But I feel like they have every right to say, no, we don't really want to
they
hire
have the
somebody
right. Don't get me wrong. I'm
But
not saying they don't have the
where's
right. I mean, that's the important bit. They do have the
so
right.
you're talking about the personal, you're talking about the CEO or whatever, the owner of Walmart personal beliefs. But isn't Walmart as an incorporated company obligated by employers' statutory rights?
Well, I mean, they do have contracts
Right, to a certain
stating no
degree, but that
tattoos
don't-
But
of
his
this and
personal
this,
opinion
but
then doesn't. If his personal opinion
Is
and
void.
you know, what I mean, I don't like fucking people under 5'6" or fucking, you know what I mean, shoe size 9. But you're 5'6" and you got a shoe
Alright,
size 9. Under the employer statutory
Yeah, but
rights,
Jake's
you should
like,
be able to
"Bet I
be
can get a job."
employed.
tattoos don't fall under that.
Do they not?
No, of
because
course
That's why
that's
they do.
because you
They do in the
purposely did
UK.
this to
I'm
yourself.
pretty sure they do in the UK.
Well, in the U.S., absolutely not. Your piercings and your tattoos, that does not matter.
That's
Now,
a
Is that-
personal
is that
thing.
personal
Isn't
choice?
America
No,
so
it's-
fucking free?
no,
Fuck
no,
you guys.
No. I'm saying I see what Rob's
so
saying.
behind the
is-
times, man.
They're
Come on.
free
Just
to
hold on,
choose
hold
who
on.
they want to hire. Yeah.
No, what Rob's saying is like you chose to put that on your body. You didn't choose to be 5 foot
Choose.
fucking nothing or choose whatever the fucking
Sorry.
word.
Yeah,
Come
I get
on.
that.
But
on,
you
then-
didn't
then it's-
Basics of
choose
English
to
language.
But then
be
it's-
bald. You didn't
should-
choose.
Yeah, no, I
to
get
have
all that.
small
I get your
hands or
biological
handicapped.
inclinations, but what I'm saying is it then the employer's right to discriminate against you for having tattoos?
If it's
That's
a
it.
private company, why not?
No.
But then and then we go back to Dan's subject. Where does the line stop?
Because, well, if
It's
you
a
think
private
about
company.
it, yeah, but
But there's
You-
employer rights for a reason.
yeah, but
You
you're
can't discriminate against your
no,
race.
but you're
religion,
missing the
blah, blah,
point.
blah.
The point,
but if
the
you
point,
have fuck across your knuckles, I'm not gonna hire you.
the point is that not only are you representing the company, you're like the company is representing you. When you travel to
Yep.
work in your fucking uniform, let's say the owner of a certain company that you work for comes out to be, I don't know, fucking racist. Let's use an extreme. Comes out to be racist. You're sitting on the bus ride to work in that fucking work uniform. You are gonna feel the fucking wrath of the people
Yep.
that don't like that. 100%. Because
Yeah,
you're
that's why
part
you
of
don't
that
work
club by wearing that uniform. So not only do you represent whoever you work for, but whoever you work for also represents you as a
And
person
here's the
employed by them.
caveat to what you're saying there. Then don't work for those company anymore. Go work for the other company that you like. It's just like the tattoos thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
It's the
then
same
when
thing. You have a right as well not to work for that company.
Okay,
If they're
but
like, we don't like tattoos,
what
but
if that
okay,
is
well
the only
fuck you, I'm gonna
company
go
you
work for
can
Target.
for? What if that's the only company you can work for at that moment in time, and you have a
What do you
wife,
mean?
kids, house to employ
So
you?
they're,
night-
they're
no, night-
obligated
night-
to pay for you. They're obligated to hire you then?
Yeah, I don't understand
They're
because
not
it's
obligated.
not a real life
No.
scenario.
They're not obligated.
There's plenty of
Rob,
jobs out there.
Rob, they're not obligated to hire you, but they're obligated to
military.
consider you for that position.
But they
So
consider
here-
you and they say,
here-
"Oh, hand tattoos." Not
I have a
hand
real
tattoos.
life scenario. I have a
Moment
real
of
life scenario.
silence.
So
That's
my
discrimination.
wife.
Let me get a moment of silence.
Hold on. No. Oh. Hmm.
Nah, it was shit,
So
dude.
here-
Try
That was a
Here-
shit one.
Here's a personal experience with this. My wife is working for a Schaeffler company, which a year and a half ago. I keep bringing my wife because she's actually gone through this stuff. So anyway, they said on her
'Cause she
wrist
leaves
she
the
has
house,
this,
unlike you.
right. I know. Well, she has this tattoo. It's a little like tribal tattoo, right? And she can cover it up almost with her wristwatch. Almost. There's little pieces still punching out. They said a year and a half ago, hey, can you please just cover those up? We'll still hire you, but are you able to cover those up? She said, yeah, why not? I'll buy these skin tape. I'll put it on. Bam, it's gone. So that's what she did for a year, right? And now they're coming out and saying, well, okay, below the elbow, and it's non-racial, religious, or threatening, then it's fine. And they're coming out with these now. So I think companies, I think we're getting
So the British
behind on
Army,
times here.
the
More
British
companies are getting more and
Army
more used to it.
has a very good way of wording their recruiting.
Oh,
application.
yeah,
Oh, get it.
baby.
Let's get it. Oh, no, no nipples, no nipples. Come on now.
Oh, please, nipples.
So
Just before I look like an idiot talking about tattoos, so people don't think I'm some kind of fucking tattoo bigot who's like, I don't like people with tattoos.
I don't like people with tattoos. Tattoos are horrible.
So the British Army actually has a good recruiting sort of wording in the way of. So basically, when you apply for the British Army, you have to take photos of your tattoos, and you have
Yeah,
to
same in the army.
upload them to the recruitment portal and whatnot.
Yeah.
Now it says hand and neck tattoos. Applicants with hand and neck tattoos will be may be accepted upon consideration. So they'll consider what your tattoo is. If you've got fuck
Exactly.
tattooed across your neck,
You're
like
not getting it.
standing on the parade ground for fucking Remembrance Parade in the eyes of the public in number 2 dress, looking smart as anything, with fuck tattooed across your neck is going to look ridiculous. And it doesn't represent the British Army very well. But
Yeah.
if it's just like just like a nice thing or just anything other than fuck or anything that can be deemed offensive, then why not? If you've got 88 tattooed on your face because you used to be a Nazi or something like that, which you might not be anymore, for me is still deemed as an offensive tattoo. and you should have it removed if you want to get that job. If you're still a believer in that sort of thing, then don't apply for a job and fuck off. But I think if it's anything else, why not, man? It's not hurting anyone. And if people are offended by it, then they need to go and get a grip. It's the only way I can put it. They need to,
Yeah.
go and check themselves. And
But
Yeah,
you
I
also
don't- I
have the
don't-
right to deny yourself.
I
to
agree.
go
I
to
think
there
that
as well.
if you do deny someone based off their tattoos, then you're a little bit old school, and you should probably just reevaluate what you're doing, and you
Yeah.
probably should put someone else in charge, because at this point in time,
It's-
it's just normal to have tattoos, and
Yeah,
normal to have a lot of
it's normal.
tattoos really nowadays. I mean, it's
It's a thing.
It's
you know,
normalized
sleeves.
nowadays.
Like when
so-
I started my sleeves, it was like it was a big deal. It was like a thing. Like it was a commitment. Nowadays,
Yeah.
it's like, man, I got sleeve tattoos. Blah blah blah. I got mine like, well, it was 2007 ish when I got started mine, but back then it wasn't as huge as it is nowadays. You know, somebody
Mm.
go boom, a half sleeve is like
True.
just fucking nothing nowadays. Like if you get a tattoo in your
Yeah.
arm, it's probably going to be a half sleeve anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know, but
it's so true.
Okay.
I gotta sit here and go harder and harder. I'm thinking about getting face tattoos now just to stand out. You know, like fuck, man.
Motherfucker's gonna look like Dark
Come on,
Maul.
bastards.
Do you remember the wrist bone rule?
Remember?
Look, it's
Remember?
literally right
The
on my
wrist bone. That's why I have
It's
live free
literally
tattooed
right on the
here
wrist bone.
and here. I got these on the way home from
Yeah.
work one time, and then as soon as I got out of the army, I was like, whoop. But when I went to recruiting school, they had to take pictures of every one of my tattoos, and I almost got kicked out of recruiting school because of one of my tattoos. I think it was this one over here, the chick, because she has it's suggestive. Can't really see it, but she's got her boob. I had to cover her boobs up with a fucking sash, and I was like, all right, cool, that's fine, whatever. But then the fucking minute I got out, I came over to Germany. I was like, yeah, hand
Let's get
tattoo,
it.
yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, I
Let's-
think it took me an entire week after getting out to get my hand tattoos.
Yeah,
Let's-
don't get me
I'll
started
never
on
get a hand
smoking
tattoo.
Let's
weed.
move.
Oh,
Let's
fuck.
move. Time.
Anyway, yeah, okay.
Jake. Jake,
Yeah.
this is
Your
I want to say to everyone, this is Jake's maiden subject. So this will be his first.
My maiden
piss.
subject. All right, so my question was that I took off our thing was does the idea of respecting an opinion rely on the education and experience behind it? All right, well, I had a hard time. I really had a hard time with this one. I got into a few arguments about it and everything like that. All right, I did. I got in a kind of an argument. We'll say argument, discussion, whatever you want to call it. All right, so for me, I think it depends on where the opinion originates from. Is it originating from facts or is it originating from beliefs? Because if it originates for someone else's belief, no, I don't have to respect it. But that doesn't mean I don't respect the person. I can not respect someone's opinion and still respect the person. Just want that to be thrown out there right now. For example,
facts.
right? So let's say fucking Josh here is a goddamn billionaire and he grew up having money grew up having his money his entire life, right? Now his opinion on poverty is fucking, to me, is moot. His opinion is shit. He's never experienced it. He has never experienced poverty. Now we can go on to a different. I even have a different one too. So for the military, someone's opinion on the military, them having never experienced it, I don't have to respect it at all. Absolutely not. I feel like you sometimes you're not going to know exactly what you're talking about. You can be educated on it for someone for example, someone who's educated on military warfare or whatever they do in these fucking, I didn't go to college, shit like that. However, they didn't experience that. They don't know what it's like to be in the military, so their opinion on the military, in my own opinion, no, I don't have to respect it.
I don't think you have to respect anything you don't want to respect. And then it goes back to the basis of it's on you whether or not you want to do it.
Yeah, well,
It's all opinion.
Yeah.
Opinion.
I feel like
Yeah,
I feel like Rob's been waiting on this one.
I think the question kind of alludes to that you're respecting or not of an opinion is not because we don't have to. It's more a case of
Should you?
should you respect an opinion if you haven't had the education on that opinion, or the experience. So when I seen this question, I was like, you know what, I've got what I would say my personal take on this, and it kind of relates to what my subject was and other things that we'll talk about tonight.
Right.
I'm gonna go with the BLM and the women's rights things. I can respect an opinion on the basis of a person of color talking about BLM or a woman talking about women's rights. I can respect their opinion because they have the experience in that field.
But
I
if I
don't-
was educated in that field, would you expect my opinion on it? If I was educated in let's say I'd like to call it, I'm just gonna go ahead and call it American history. I believe Black history is American history.
so
So
again, I can respect your opinion on what you're saying, but this is why I always feel when it comes to things like I'm saying about BLM, women's rights, or say American history, I'll have a conversation about it, but I won't try to push my opinion onto you because I'm not American, and I'm not being funny. No matter how much education you have on a subject, for me, experience trumps education.
I agree.
Fucking time over time.
Totally agree.
I grew up in a religiously divided country, Northern Ireland, for 15 years. I am neither Protestant nor Catholic. Fucking baptized Christian, but I'm an atheist. But my friends were both sides of the spectrum. I have a massively Protestant family from the bad area of Belfast, and I had a lot of Catholic friends when I got into my later years. But I would never try to prescribe to either opinions because that's your education and experience on it. I have no experience in that field. So I'll listen and I'll talk, but I don't prescribe to have that opinion, if that makes sense. It's like I can respect what you're saying, but I don't have to agree with it or disagree with it because I've never experienced it. If that makes sense.
well,
It's a bit of a weird one, I know, but
let me throw in there. So for me personally, I think I would respect a person more for the experience, and I would listen to them a little bit more personally than somebody just saying I read it in a book and I'm educated.
experience over education, 100%.
100%.
100%.
Yeah. I mean, I can't think of one opportunity where I'd be like, "Oh yeah, I fucking definitely respect you more for reading a book than the
that
guy
saying, isn't it?
going." Because I mean, I could read a book right now about how to plant fucking potatoes and farm potatoes and tell somebody, "Hey, this is how you do it." But they're gonna look at me like, "You don't know how to do that. You read that in a book." Until you do it and experience what it actually takes to do it, especially back in the day, you can't say shit to me.
It's that old saying, is it? It's don't judge someone until you've walked a mile in their shoes, and I live
Yeah,
by
exactly.
that.
I agree
It's
with
Yeah,
like,
100%. Yeah.
So
and
my take would be that, like, um, I I have my own opinion on things, and if I speak to someone about my opinion and my point of view on something, and if I speak to someone who's experienced what I'm talking about, I will uh, I'll explain my opinion and my point on it, but I will also say to them, you have experience in this, so I I want to know, I want to absorb that knowledge, and if my opinion is skewed and fucked, and I don't want to say wrong because an opinion can't really be wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I'm open to having my opinion changed 100%. I In fact, there's nothing I love more than having a conversation with someone and I say I think X, Y, and Z is bullshit because of X, Y, and Z, and they turn and say, well, actually, I've lived like this for so many years. I've lived in this scenario. I've lived in this situation, and this is what happened in X, Y, and Z. And I love that. I'm like, shit. I've you've opened my eyes to something. I love hearing that. But there's a lot of people in the world that don't, and I think the experience trumps well, all really experience trumps knowledge, I suppose. Is the correct way to put things for sure. What about you, Rob?
Well, go ahead, Rob. You got something to add?
I thought you were going to say something then.
You got nothing to add at all.
Okay, cool.
What?
All right. Well, I mean, with that experience, actually comes that knowledge. You know what I mean? If that makes any sense.
Yeah,
So
experience,
Mm,
I think.
knowledge
it
as
has
in
to-
what though? Like be able to write a book about it, or knowledge as in you can tell somebody how to do it?
So I think that my
There's
take
two
on this
really
thing,
different ways on that.
you can't just take someone's opinion as or someone's statement as fact simply because they're considered or they are an expert on that matter. They need to provide evidence with that, and there's what's called a fallacy with that. It's
Dictionary. Here we
authority.
go.
Yeah, it's an authority fallacy, like a appeal to authority. So you say that someone X is blank is an expert on X, therefore X is true. Is just a shitty way of looking at things. Now if he says blank is an expert on X, he says X is true because XXX, because this, that, and the other thing, these facts. Then you can look at the facts, not simply looking at someone's knowledge and expertise on this subject, because I consider myself an expert on, not an expert, but knowledgeable in certain things. That doesn't make those things true. Just like I can't go to the Pope and say, you are a fucking expert in heaven, therefore heaven is real. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I
just
got you.
because this person has a huge background, is unbelievably educated in the matters of heaven, does not make. And I'm not saying heaven is not true or whatever, but I'm just saying
I
it
am,
doesn't
but yeah.
make heaven real. I
But
mean, you
does,
don't know.
Oh
Nobody
my
knows.
God.
does your education experience on what you perceive as, for your example, heaven,
See, and that's
outweigh
so
his opinion on
Here
heaven?
goes the thing again. It's all
No.
opinion.
that's the other way I took the question. Is it my education or experience that matters, or is it their education and experience
I feel like
that matters?
the question, if I'm reading it right, is because someone has an opinion, should their education on that subject be what makes
Should
you
there be
believe them?
should no. The question is respecting their opinion, not believing them, just respecting
I
it.
think that
That's
No, you
two
should
different things.
respect their opinion all you want. That's fine.
Yeah, I think that if you have an opinion on something, then if you want to
Exactly what it is.
if you want to bestow that opinion and openly preach that opinion, then you have to be prepared to be told you're wrong.
Yeah,
And not
100%.
only that, you also have to be prepared to respect the other party's retort. I that's what I genuinely believe.
Well, how many
So,
people have
I
had their
have
opinions ripped apart?
I have
Yeah.
I had an opinion about gypsies, okay, in the UK. I had an opinion, but I had bad experiences with them when I was younger. But then I met a friend through my brother. I met a guy who was brought up as a gypsy, and I hung out with him quite a few times. Had drinks with him, went to parties with him, spent a lot of time with him and talking to him. And throughout that time, we had a lot of sort of personal sort of interaction, conversations and stuff about his upbringing and the sort of way of life of his family, and it changed my opinion completely. And I was angry, openly angry towards gypsies for quite a few years. And then I spoke to this guy, hung out with him, and he told me what things are about. And I was like, "Fuck, man, I've been an arsehole for years. I've been an absolute piece of shit. Like, gypsies aren't the
Yeah.
arseholes. I'm the arsehole."
Yeah, you're the asshole for judging.
Yeah.
So
and
that's taught education experience from being younger, from what you've seen, to kind
through
of what
personal
you.
experience, yeah.
It's not taught if it's through personal experience. It's
I know it's not,
learned. It's not taught.
but it is more. It is kinda. It's like so. see, I don't know if Dan's done it, but nowadays we do a thing in work called, it's part of our kind of E&D sort of curricula, unconscious bias. I'm guessing most people know what that is.
Yeah, but we didn't do that. Fuck, that's
Yeah,
evolved.
yeah, you do. Quality diversity is a big thing now, obviously.
All right.
Times are changing. So obviously, your upbringing and kind of the way media and society perceives things gives you, whether you like to admit it or not, an unconscious bias towards certain people. So we've all, the stereotypes, ain't going into South London, blah, 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 that sort of thing. But then that's an unconscious bias. That's an early education and an early pushed on experience of this is what always happens. So it gives you an opinion on something, and it's only later on in life that you educate yourself again and have other experiences that change your opinion. So like what Dan was saying was there is whether or not he might have known it, his personal experiences and probably what he's heard give him an opinion on the gypsies. And then as he was older, he's met a guy who's from the traveller background, went for a few beers, got on with him, and went, "What the fuck was I so afraid of?"
Yeah.
And it kind of changes your opinion and your education on the whole subject matter.
Yeah.
If everyone's kind of get what I mean.
Yeah,
I
I
would
feel
agree
you
with
on that one. All right,
Yeah.
so let me go ahead and change this question and ask everyone individually. Rob, can you respect someone's opinion if their education and experience is different than yours?
Absolutely.
Dan,
Yeah, 100%.
Josh,
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
John.
And half.
No.
Really?
All right.
If you don't agree with the opinion, you're saying?
No, I
No,
mean,
I can respect someone's right to have that opinion. But
that's what and
at
that was
time,
the
my
question. Can you
education
respect it or would you respect it?
doesn't agree with their opinion, then I can't respect that opinion. But then that's when something that doesn't happen a lot nowadays is if he's open to the conversation about it and he can educate me further on why my
To
belief
change your opinion so that you can respect it?
yes, I'm a great believer in, it's like, don't take, I don't know actually the actual saying, but don't, what I mean, don't take the fucking whatever, but don't believe everything that someone says to you, regardless of their educational experience. Have a conversation about it and come to your own conclusion, because there's so many multiple views on things. What he's saying might be his educational experience, but someone else might be saying is completely different.
Yeah.
You can't always just say, all right, you're that guy from that background, you've been through this, blah, blah, what you're saying must be true. But what I'm thinking is, I'm not from that background, but what I've heard and what I've experienced in some other ways is what I've experienced. But let's have a conversation.
So basically, what you're saying is you can put it in layman terms as is, if I told Jake, hey, this one book is amazing, you should go buy it. And he goes and buys it right away and reads it and goes, that book was shit. But can you still respect that I say it's shit?
Well,
Yeah, pretty much. So, like,
well,
Oh, there we go.
the way I always put it is like, most of my mum, not my mum,
that was well put, Josh.
my wife's family, her mother is like I don't know, like an elder in a church. And I went there a few times just for kind of, do the family thing. And got taught, and so obviously the preacher obviously knows the Bible in and out, has experience of believing in God. And I was like, well, I don't believe in it because my education was, there's 3,000 odd gods up there, blah, blah. And
Just go grab
I've
ours,
never
2
seen
seconds.
God. Let's have a conversation about it. He never changed my perception of what I believe, but I was open to the conversation.
Yeah.
And that's what I think's lacking. But to come back to the question, like I've always said, I think experience trumps education over, in my eyes, anyways. You can't.
I agree with that. Experience
100%.
trumps education 100%. Absolutely. Like if I wanted to, no, well, I mean,
I can read all the books I want on survival, like all the Bear Grylls books.
Right, and until
videos.
you experience on how to
I mean,
survive.
Yeah,
On
trying
that
to
cold
build
weather,
it,
and your hands are
you know what I mean?
actually shaking, and you're trying to build shit. It's a totally different
Exactly.
experience than reading it. Yeah, 100%. All right, who's next?
Top whiskey mod. Yes, we do want to see the duel poll.
Oh yeah, let's see it.
Absolutely.
Dan gets back.
Let's-
I think we're about done with the subjects, aren't we?
We are.
Yeah.
I was last on the subjects.
Which was I like that subject actually. It's
That
kind
was-
of
yeah.
interesting. You can go even deeper into that, but I don't want to.
I'll go deeper into you.
Oh, daddy.
Would you? And can I watch
That's
it?
the
Oh,
so that's the after party stream for everyone in chat. If you just want to log into
yeah. my OnlyFans.
yeah, Whiskey Club.
Voting is
So
now
whiskey
closed.
fans.
Result. Yep.
All right, nice.
83% believe people should be able to fight in a duel without
I
like
heard
Alex
that,
is
you
the one who said
fucking
no.
idiots. If you want to log into Chatterbait, you can see them guys.
In each other as each
As
other.
we
each
also we also got
In
the
fact,
mold.
before we move on, I want to address Mr. Is it L22UK's
Yeah.
comment, because I think that's fucking comical. To be fair,
What up, Reg?
Okay.
in aviation, we know one guy who believes the Earth is flat, even though he flies. We respect his view and just call him Flat Earth Andy. How the fuck can you fly a plane? And
You see,
believe the
that's
Earth is flat?
that is an opinion that I cannot respect 100%.
I
No, but
can.
I can
I get
respect
that,
it, like, but they
Respect what?
seriously missing.
That doesn't mean I won't respect Flat Earth Andy. I didn't say
I love the fucking word flat earth Andy. That's like it goes
mean,
perfect together. It's a
Flandy.
comedy show.
Pilot, so I mean,
Flandy.
out of it, love to drink. Obviously, as all pilots do, because they're always drunk. And probably a man of the people, if you get what I mean. So,
No, I can
Right.
respect the fact that the guy's a fucking idiot, but
and let me funny. I don't want a fucking idiot in charge of my plane.
Alex,
he's probably
It's
more
not an
qualified
opinion.
than me.
that's
How
ignorance.
do we really
disguised
all
as
know?
opinion.
He's
Oh,
probably
God.
more
Yeah,
qualified
but
than.
what's an opinion or ignorance?
I think we'll leave
What's
the
the
flat
difference?
Earth conspiracies to about episode 10, and then we'll go for that. Yeah.
Yeah, then we'll do Flat Earth. Yeah.
Oh, I have a perfect guest we could invite onto the show for that as well.
Oh, yes.
No, really? No,
Yes.
I don't know about that.
Yes. Chad would be
yes,
great.
Queen.
I know who you're talking about, and you're talking about Chad.
Mhm. It would be perfect.
Oh, he just happens to be called Chad as well, don't he? Jeez.
Yes, yes, but he's
Right.
actually, you know what? Despite him having the
He's
flat Earth
educated.
theory, subscribing to the
I
flat Earth
love him.
theory, he's a fucking great guy.
I love him.
He's a
Right.
fucking
Yeah.
great guy.
Boys, we have 5-minute rants to do.
Yes, we do.
So the
Daddy.
next section, if you weren't here last week, sorry, excuse my eating.
I don't
I
remember.
wasn't here last week by then, so
Sea
explain
salt and
to me.
black pepper cashews. Well, that means John
5
needs
minute
to go
what?
first, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
think so.
Yeah,
I think so too.
If the cam's fucked up, I'm sorry. I'll organise it. But yeah, so the 5-minute rant, basically, we all get 5 minutes to talk about something that pisses us off and rant about it uninterrupted, and then we'll have like maybe 5 or 10 minutes after to tell the person who's had their 5-minute rant how fucking stupid they are. So yeah, I think we'll start with John. I hope this fucking works because I've changed things up a bit. So we'll give it a go. Right, I'll tell you when you're good to go, John.
Okay.
Do
Oh, no.
do.
Yeah, you're good to go. Go on.
Cool. So, didn't make it last week, but we'll go from now. So, whoa.
It's all right. He's gonna fix it. Just keep talking.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
go on.
So, 5-minute rant. I had one for last week, but I've had a bad week, so we'll go with this instead. So I do a 12-mile commute to work, shall we say? There and back every day. Obviously shouldn't be in work, but COVID, but whatever. But all I remember is I'm 10 years old, probably. I've been learning to ride a bike for a few years, obviously in secondary, well, nearly secondary school. Last year's a primary school. And we're doing the old highway code. And you're doing the junctions, you know what I mean? You're told to look around, Make sure there's no one else near you. We've got a hand signal left and right for where you're turning, and just basically a bit of road etiquette for a cyclist. So why the fuck, when you're 20 years old and you're driving a 1 ton or whatever a normal car weighs, round a road at speeds up to 30 to 50 to 60 mile an hour, do you forget fucking everything? So I'm driving to work most days, and you've got guys in front of you, left and right, behind you, junctions coming in and out. Forget how to signal, pull out, cut you off. You've got guys in front of you, don't know how to brake. You know what I mean? Just fucking don't brake coming up to a junction. Just slam the fuck on. You're like, holy shit, I'm gonna skid into the bank here. You've got guys who you pull up to a junction on a T junction, and they're like, you know what? I don't think I've got enough room on that side of the road, so I'm gonna nearly skim the paintwork off the front of your fucking car. And you're just like, what is going on? And you've got the usual corporates, haven't you? You've got your BMW drivers, your Audi drivers, and your 4x4 drivers. Now, I'm not being funny. I get the fact that you kind of learn to drive in a Peugeot 206 or whatever, you know what I mean, a little box car. And then you obviously progress in life and you get the big money and you've got the big estate or the big 4x4. And all of a sudden, you think you're driving a fucking tiger tank through fucking the Battle of Bastogne and you can just cut through everything. It's just like, what are you doing? There's people on the road. It's like, do you not remember being like 10 years old and you're on this little shitty bike, and if you go the wrong way, some fucker's going to knock you over. But you think because you're in a 1-ton car, oh, it's all right, I'll hit him, he'll hurt, I won't, and we'll just deal with it. But no. Now, I ain't going to fucking pretend that I'm kind of, the saint of driving. I get away with it when I'm in my own car on the way to work sometimes. When the wife's in the car, she's always like, give me a fucking slap going, should have fucking indicated. I'm not a saint, but it's like the crime against you hurts more than the crime you do against someone else. You know what I mean? It's the thing of, don't do unto me as I'll do unto you, because I'll hurt more than you will. And you get some guys just going, you know what? Nah, I'm not having it. And then my biggest bugbear. Well, I've got two bugbears. My first one is a bit less than the kind of other one. You come up to a junction, and it's a busy junction. I get that. Why can't you keep relevant fucking spaces between cars? You know what I mean? It's like there's a semi-big space, a couple of cars together, another semi-big space. Why aren't you all kind of equal space, keeping with the speed limit, so I've got a space to get fucking out? That pisses me off a little bit. But what really pisses me off is these people that are Sunday drivers. I class Sunday drivers as not just driving on Sunday, I class them as driving every day. I get in a car for one reason and one reason only. That's to get somewhere at a reasonable speed within that relevant speed limit of that area. Why the fuck am I doing 40 in a 60? Why am I doing 45 on a 70 dual carriageway, even though they're obviously on an outside lane? It's like, what are you doing? Are you either blind or are you ignorant? But either way, you piss me off. Learn to drive or get back on your bike and go back to school, because it's just not good for anyone. Done.
Nailed it, bro. Nice, I
Fucking
like
beautiful. Jesus
it.
Christ.
Dude, bang on 5 minutes. Bang on 5 minutes.
Well, at least I was awake for this one, so you know what I mean?
You had to smash that one out of the park. That was
Yeah.
spot on. I
And
like
you
it.
know what?
That's
Go on,
You
drive
did,
a
and
fucking
you
lad
actually
and Gerbil,
did.
thank you very much, you know what I mean?
that was our that's our first. You've just taken I can't say that word on Twitch. You've just
No.
you are our first 5 minute bang on rant. Well done. That was good shit. Anyone
For
got any-
everyone's knowledge, that's how fucking Rob drives.
Yes,
he does
exactly.
drive
how
a
Rob drives.
BMW. He does drive a BMW, so I can.
He
No,
does not
see-
give a fuck about signals. He doesn't give a fuck about signs. He doesn't care how close he is to you.
No,
He doesn't care about the
You
speed
sound
limit.
like my wife. All right,
No, yeah, well,
Oh,
your
wait,
wife is
this is-
Oh,
right.
wait,
That's
hang
why.
on. So 5 people are actually saying this. So I'd say that that's
hold on.
right.
I'll be right back.
He's gonna go
He
get his
Okay,
wife.
drove.
Right. Okay.
In
the
New
first,
York.
The first
It's
time.
like they don't get issued, mate. I'm telling you, they don't get issued indicators in a BMW or an Audi or a 4x4.
I just
No.
want it to be known that
an
if I was able to hurt people who didn't drive correctly, half of the population would be gone.
It's so true, though.
Boys,
Oh
here's a
my-
deal.
I-
Whilst he's not here, here's a deal, right? The first time me and John come to Germany to do a Whisk Club podcast,
You realize
Rob-
he's on speak.
Rob's got to come pick us up.
She's asleep.
Yep.
Got it.
But I don't let paint rule my fucking life. I don't let light bulbs rule my goddamn life. I don't let light bulbs and paint tell me what the fuck to do. All right. So if I gotta make a U-turn, I'm making a fucking U-turn whenever goddamn possible. All
Yeah,
right.
but if I'm up your ass doing fucking 60,
If you're up my ass, I'm slamming on the fucking brakes. End of story.
Yeah, but then he's gonna get on
somebody.
somebody's ass, and they're not gonna slam on his brakes.
If
You
they
know what I
slam
mean?
on their brakes, I'm going to fuck around you. I don't care. Get out of my way. Like that's just
What it
It's-
is Rob is
it's-
ready for someone to fucking brake check his ass. I drive the same way if I had a better car right now.
I
When
drive like
when-
a piece of shit.
When I was driving my fucking Ford ST, I absolutely you bet I drove like an asshole because I knew how the motherfucker worked.
yeah, I
if
will
you're
drive
not
like an
if
idiot.
you're not going to fucking speed limit, I'm on your ass. Get the fuck out my way.
This
Don't
is
do
like-
fucking 5. Don't do fucking 5, 10 under.
Hey,
Don't
maybe they
fucking
have
turn a
Oh,
don't
shit.
turn a
Speed
fucking
limit
corner
is
doing
the
5 miles an
minimum.
hour.
Someone's
Maybe
tricked
Speed limit
Jake.
is the
So
minimum.
here's my thing: is maybe they have a cake in the passenger seat they're holding on to while they're driving, and there's a
Then
bump
fuck
coming up.
off.
Then their passenger needs to learn how to hold it fucking correctly
Oh,
while they're driving.
If there's a
Okay.
cake,
Motherfucker, I
Okay.
was sitting in the back
Okay.
of my mama's
Hey,
Honda Accord.
I'ma
bro,
make you
holding a
hold-
goddamn pot of
You
soup.
You should have seen me
Bitch,
when I
that
was
bitch didn't spill it all.
You seen the video when I was on my motorcycle? It was through fucking
Oh,
traffic.
That's how you drive your car.
Oh yeah, dude.
I'm
See,
all through-
oh fuck
traffic
yeah,
meant
dude. Don't get
nothing
me
to me.
started. I hate fucking
It
drivers.
still doesn't matter for you.
Rob is really that entitled American prick, and he.
I'm a
He
shit. No,
is.
no.
He is.
My thing
100%.
is like
He's not driving a Ford F-150. To be fair.
I had a Dodge Ram 1500. Thank you very much. With a
Of
Hemi in
course
it
you
before
did.
I moved.
Of course you did. You would.
I love that fucking big bastard. But the thing is,
He had a
I don't care
Mustang
what
as
you
well.
do,
This is the guy we're
but I
dealing
will.
with.
I will go around you if you're in my fucking way. I will take
a fucking
whatever way
shark.
is there. I don't. If I will drive on the sidewalk, if it's faster to get where I'm going. If there's no people, I don't care. Like even on my all my motorcycles, I've ridden every single one of my motorcycles. My sport bike, my fucking my cruiser thing, and then my dirt bike, my street little endo dirt bike thing. I've ridden all of them on the sidewalk, and I will fucking do it again
Illegally.
until
That's
the
what
day
he's
I die.
saying.
I
He
don't
drove
care.
all of his vehicles illegally. That's exactly what he's saying.
If I drag my feet, I'm fucking
going
walking.
to cancel you right now, Rob, for that.
No,
Fucking
that was well
BMW
played.
driver.
That was good
You
shit.
keep living your life by the rules of paint and light bulbs. I'll just keep
It's not a
getting
case
where
No,
I'm going.
I run the rules of you owe me money for running that light bulb.
Fucking road etiquette. You know what I mean? Come on, you know what I mean? If you're gonna turn, put on the fucking signal lights.
I always put my signals on, even when there's no one around.
You're a
Even when
BMW
there's
driver, you don't.
a curve.
Don't. It's like
I'm a
issue-
new BMW driver though.
it's
Like I just bought it.
penciled on your fucking dashboard. Do not use your indicators. Your car will break down. You know what I
No,
mean?
Well, there's
Our
That was-
indicators,
goes-
BMW
I'm
indicators
sorry.
must be
No,
a
no,
hint
no, no.
of
Wait.
light that is
Rob's-
just too exquisite for your
I'm
eyes
sorry.
to see.
I'm sorry,
hold on.
Rob. That was the worst fucking retort
Yeah,
I've ever
exactly.
heard.
Wasn't a
I'm
retort, I
new
stand by my
BMW
statement.
driver though.
I'm a new yeah, that goes back to the experience and knowledge.
Josh, you drive a Mini Cooper. I don't want to hear a goddamn thing.
I
And
don't drive like
guarantee
a
you,
shithead.
I guarantee you, Josh, you bought that Mini Cooper after the movie Italian Job came out, and you masturbated to
actually,
fucking Mark Wahlberg
I
repeatedly.
bought it in 2000. I bought my very first one in 2013, actually.
Josh, how tall are you?
4
6
foot
foot.
12.
6 foot.
4
Are
foot
you-
12.
You fucking lunatic. You bro, your knees must be around your neck.
No, there's a shit ton of room.
He's a
in it.
piece of shit driver. You want to talk about a shitbag fucking driver? That's Josh.
What?
No, we're not
What?
deflecting from Mr. BMW.
what?
We're not deflecting.
Anxiety of you not being in control of the vehicle now, because I've sat in the car with Josh over here multiple times, and I have to say, Josh, I love the way you drive, bro.
No,
Thank you.
he drives like an asshole with me in the car because he knows I have anxiety.
Only
and he
because
knows,
I know you fucking would freak out.
He knows
freaked
how I
out,
get.
bro.
He knows
He
how I
freaked
get,
out.
and I freaked out. I said,
Okay.
"Josh, you're starting to fucking piss me off." I was in the car.
We're
You
in
tell
a
it.
Mini Cooper, John Cooper Works, sport package, so it's easy as fuck
okay.
to turn corners. You
Flat.
can go around a corner fucking 180, right?
Middle of the night. Middle of
Easy.
the fucking night.
Middle of the
Can't
night,
see
I know
shit. No
exactly where I
lights.
am.
There's no
I
lights.
know exactly where I am because I've driven
No, he
this
doesn't.
1,000 times. Right, so I'm coming to this corner. I'm doing 120 Ks. It's 100 mile per hour or 100 kilometer hour zone. 120 around this school corner. He was like, "Slow the fuck down, slow the fuck down, Josh. I'm serious. I'll
He's
come fucking
laughing.
I'll hit you right
Josh
now."
is a fucking idiot. I don't trust this motherfucker at all.
I
So
do
he's
that.
like,
I
he's
do that
had
kind of shit.
no
for every
regard
action.
for my life. I had to tell him. I said, "Josh, you're fucking pissing me off."
And that goes back
Stop."
to the experiences. I've driven a shit ton. I've raced a shit ton, and he still doesn't believe me.
No.
Right,
you.
who's next?
You tried to kill me on that night. I'll never ride with you again.
I knew it'd piss you off.
Fucking BMW
I fucking love it.
drivers.
Right, who's
No,
next?
is BMW considered a Mini Cooper? Hold on.
Who's
is
next?
BMW?
Yes, it is.
BMW
Yes,
owns
it
Mini
is.
Cooper, so
Mini,
yeah.
a new Mini Cooper is the BMW.
But
so
I
you-
use my blinkers, so fuck
you are.
off.
It doesn't matter even if you do. You're still a piece of shit.
I use my blinkers too.
Like fucking a third of the time.
I use my
Yeah.
blinkers immediately as I'm turning though. So like it comes with the turn. So it's not like it's a fucking pre-turn situation. It's a turn blink. It's like a whole I'm not about to move my hand prior to the turn. I'll move it with the
You know what?
turn.
I'm gonna crash my shitty old Skoda Fabia right into the back of your fucking BMW and then whiplash. That's what I'm gonna say.
I'll just
If you
get
were
another one.
I'm at
It
dash.
just-
Give me that, please.
I'll just buy another one, buddy.
Oh, we balling like that shit? Hey, can you send me some money real fast?
Right, who's next?
That's
Come on.
partners on Twitch, innit?
We need
That's
to
no,
do
that's
this.
not. My problem is, yeah, I lived in New York.
Hey,
I lived in New York. So once you live in New York for longer than a year, you no longer care about rules, paint, fucking light bulbs, turn signals, other people. Literally, cars come with bumper protectors in New York. Like it's just, and it's not like I lived in like New York City, so
You're
it
not
wasn't.
driving Dodgems around the fucking city, mate. It's a car. Come on. You know
I'm
what I mean?
telling you, bro. Go.
Right. Let's
You'll
go. Next.
see.
Let's go.
yeah, we got to do the next one. Who's next?
No, who's next? Me
I'll go
or
next.
Yeah, come on, Jake. Let's have you. Jake or Josh? Come on, toss a coin.
Yeah, it's Jake.
Who's doing it? Jake, are you doing it?
Jake.
Are you ready for this shit?
God damn, I am. This is something I am 100%
Ooh, don't say
passionate
Sam.
about.
I am.
I was drunk. You weren't here, so we're me and you at first. That's what I was saying.
Damn.
Okay. you
Love
good to
that,
go?
man.
You good to go?
I'm good to go now.
Go. You've just wasted 10
Alright.
seconds, but yeah.
I didn't waste no time because, all right. So, my 5-minute rant is going to be about liars, lying in particular. There's nothing, in my opinion, there was. As a matter of fact, fuck that. No, there's only one thing worse than a liar, and that's a thief. So, and I'm not talking about the good lies, the things that we tell our kids Santa Claus, Easter Bunny. We don't have any chocolate left. You know what I mean? Fuck that. Those are the good lies. Those are okay lies. I'm talking about bad lies. I'm talking about the kind of shit that makes you look bad. You know what I mean? Like, why? Why do you have to lie? Are you trying to look cool? Are you trying to make up a story to make me think that you are cool? That you're trying to get ground on me? You're trying to make me think that you're some type of fucking hero or whatever? Are you trying to be liked? One thing, this is not gonna be cool. All right. Are you trying to make yourself feel better? Is it because you feel less because you haven't done as much, or are you afraid? Are you afraid of telling the truth? Because first of all, the freaking truth is going to come out regardless. It's either now or it's later. But if you don't tell the truth, it's going to come out eventually. You know what? It's going to come out eventually, and then it's going to be worse than telling the truth. You should tell the truth all the time, all the fucking time. And I agree with. No, don't do that. Anyways, what I'm talking about is someone who sits around and has a story for everything. For absolutely nobody has a fucking story for everything. You've been around for 100 years. No. All right. That's it. That's not it, but lying is a big thing. What you do is you break trust. You break my trust. You break the trust whoever if you get found out, first of all, if you get found out, right? You could build lie on top of lie on top of lie on top of lie, and that's essentially exactly what you do when you do lie. But the truth is going to come out eventually. And if you don't subscribe to some kind of deity, whatever, if you're a Christian, you shouldn't lie. You're gonna get found out. If you're, well, I mean, it's the only one I could think of. I don't know a lot of religions that hate on that. Yeah, I mean, man, I'm over here sweating. Can't even think. I can't even think straight.
You got this, dog. I love you.
Stop lying to me, Joshua.
Fuck.
I just said.
No. All right. That's about my rant right there.
Well,
I don't like-
give us an example then, since you have 2 minutes
Yeah.
left. Give us an example of someone that have lied that isn't going to be watching the stream, but you don't mind.
Go ahead. All right. So this thank you for my service. I was in the military and this guy actually named him Fairy Tales because he would just come out with fucking blatant bullshit lies. This guy came out with a lie and he said that he trained his attack dog. And this dog was he told us his dog was a fucking was a Dachshund. All right, this little tiny fucking dog. He trained him.
Fuck off,
Yeah,
really?
yeah.
It's just real.
Trained
Are you lying?
wiener dog. Oh, I'm not lying. I swear to fucking God. Trained his dog to jump over a fence. Right, it's a Dachshund. You know how fucking goddamn small their goddamn legs are. The bitch ain't jumping over shit like a fucking goddamn Lego. But he fucking jumped. He trained his dog to jump over a fence and attack his neighbor with the word of a sick. Just sick, sick, sick. He also, and the other lie that I fucking hate, the other one that he told, he was stationed in Korea, and he single-handedly stopped a North Korean invasion. I guess that would have been a better example, but he single-handedly stopped a North Korean invasion, and the only reason why he didn't get the Medal of Honor is because it wasn't a time of war.
Oh
that
my
is
God.
Amazing. You got
I
10
ran.
seconds.
Seconds? Well, don't fucking lie because I'll find out, you piece of shit.
I'm coming for you.
I fucking love it.
I'm coming for you as
Oh,
well.
That
that
was
was good.
brilliant.
Can I jump in first?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So what? That guy had a dash hound. You say?
A dachshund? Yeah.
Yeah, dash them. Yeah.
Yeah, dash hound are badger dogs, mate. They're hunting dogs.
Dachshund?
They're hunting dogs. So technically, he could have trained that to attack someone because they are hunting dogs by.
But not jump over a fucking fence.
For a fence and
Well, it
attack
depends. It
somebody?
depends on the size of the fence. You know what I mean?
Was it a Lego
Barely jump-
fence?
Like-
A rabbit fence.
All we know is he's a lying son of a bitch.
Mhm.
Yeah.
There's no point in lying. I feel like when you lie, that's why I tell Sylvia all the time. I say, like when she's trying to get out of shit or something, like with her friends or something she doesn't want to do, it's like, she's the worst liar I've ever met in my fucking life, to the point of where like I have to go out of my way to come up with stories for her when she like tries to get out of something. She's like, hey, if someone calls, you're sick. And I'm like, okay, that's fine, whatever.
Yeah.
But she'll take it to a whole nother level. She'll be like, hey, if someone calls, you
dad?
twisted your yeah, like you know how you had high cholesterol, you had a heart attack or a stroke, all of a sudden now you're in the hospital and your family's coming over to see you, so you won't be able to be there in April. And I'm like, couldn't you just say we're busy? I feel like that's just a little bit less of a situation. It's just
But
Can't you just say that I'm not going to
I'm going to call this out right now because I don't believe that any of yous, and I would put fucking 100% of the military people in this, whether the UK, US, has never embellished a story.
oh, absolutely.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
So,
If-
so,
if-
so
like,
is
as
that
in-
not lying?
As in,
So is that
G-
not lying?
like G'd up a story to make it impressive.
Every
so,
NCO
so is that not lying?
every resume I write for myself is a
So is that
fucking
not lying?
lie.
Yeah.
So is that not lying?
It's fluffing.
So
No,
is
no, you can't
Why
you
is
can't
no?
misterm it.
You
Is
can reword things.
Yeah, I am.
a-
Fuck it. Yeah,
half
I am.
truth
Let Jake go because he's breaking up. Let Jake
is
go.
is a half truth a lie?
Yes,
Why?
because it's not
Because
the
you're
truth.
still lying.
Why?
Well, it
Because
depends.
you're still lying.
It depends
You-
on what. How am I lying? I gave you half.
I think what you said in the first part of your rant was quite true. We as adults have what we know as acceptable lies. Santa's, oh shit, I shouldn't say it too loud, but Santa's gonna come.
Yeah,
The tooth fairy, she just lost her first tooth, so a tooth fairy's gonna come for you. The Easter bunny's there, blah blah blah.
Gonna
They're
come for you.
acceptable
Dude, if you put
lies.
it that way, that's not the tooth fairy's gonna come for you. You don't want to
I
say
know,
it
right?
that.
Like,
well,
damn, I don't want
to
to
be
lose
fair,
any fucking
that's-
teeth.
That's a whole nother subject. If you want to know if you want to look into the real story behind Tooth Fairy, then fuck me.
The one with Dwayne
we'll
the
go
Rock
there.
Johnson.
No, no.
That's
We'll
horrifying.
go with Hellboy 2. That's when the Tooth Fairy comes out. But anyways, what I'm trying to say is we all have these acceptable lies, but then where does you say that's acceptable, but fluffing a resume is acceptable?
It's about being a
I-
it's
no,
about being a
if-
person. Like
If I ask you a question and you fucking lie to me, your trust is gone. My trust in you is gone. Your
Yeah.
honor is fucking now
Yeah,
questioned.
that's a subjective. That's a very linear sort of thing. That's
Another fucking example.
Yeah.
Right? If I
no, so
loan you something and you say you're going to give it back to me
Oh,
and you
oh,
don't, you're a fucking liar and you're a piece of shit.
Do I owe you anything?
No,
Because
no,
you're
not
looking
you.
right at me.
Not
and
you,
everyone
but
else in-
there's somebody else that's named my name that does.
Yeah, I'm looking at the camera just in case the motherfucker's actually looking in.
Because I know exactly who you're talking about.
yes. So we get that.
who spilled the
But what I'm trying
beans?
to say
I want it.
is-
Who? Name it.
Wow.
I've always thought, like in the British military, we have this term called 11 reef. Anyone heard of it?
Yeah, I love this. This is my
No.
favorite.
So there's an island in the just off of Africa called Tenerife. Everyone goes there on holiday. Everyone's been to Tenerife, but there's always some guy that's been to 11 reef. As in, he always has to be that guy above you. You
The
know,
one up.
I've
Oh, we have
Oh,
I've-
one upper. Yeah, that's me.
I've done 2. I've been to Thailand. I've been twice. Who gives a fuck? But has he? Probably not. But he's just trying to be the 11 reef guy.
Hmm.
But is that acceptable as a lie, or is that just like you say, fluffing your stats?
Like I feel like
one upper, and we fucking have one of those guys in class
Oh.
too. Like he's
Are we talking about me?
no.
No.
Oh, I'm a little bit of a
John.
one upper, but I mean, I just have done a
I'll
lot
name
of
him.
things.
I'll name him right now. His name's fucking John, and he one ups everything. And these two motherfuckers sit next to me. And every time he goes on a rant, I'm about to jump in, and they look at me and go, and I just have to bite my
Just let
fucking
him
tongue.
go.
nah, don't
because
bite your tongue. Fuck that.
It's because Josh gets too worked up about this shit.
Oh, it drives me off the fucking wall, bro.
He trolls you, and you fucking let him.
I'm this
I get
close
on-
almost every time in class to just fucking getting up and smacking his face into the fucking wall. Like,
I
this
get on
close
John's
every day.
nerves. I can
So,
tell I
hang on,
piss John off.
hang on.
Sometimes I make John very mad.
Hang on. So Lord of the Slides in chat said, "Aha! I heard a variation of that. If you've drank piss, he's eaten shit."
But if I've
Never.
done both,
I-
then what does he do after?
I
To one
love
up that, I
it.
almost ate shit the other day on accident.
Oh,
But-
we
I
don't need to
heard
talk
about
about
that,
that. No.
Yeah, it was cat
We know
shit.
about
I
those
almost put that
stories.
right in my fucking mouth, dude. I thought it was chocolate. Oof, that was a bad time.
My favorite ones. My favorite ones. My favorite
No.
ones are when someone tells a lie, and you question it a bit, and you
Yeah.
start getting into like the logics of the lie that they've told, and they're like,
And you already know.
yeah, but you're just fucking with them. That's
Yep.
I love that.
That's the
Like-
best.
Like when a situation gets awkward, that's when I start getting excited and happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
When
I
when
honestly
people
think
start feeling uncomfortable.
You're a fucking
for
dude.
I feel uncomfortable right
For-
now.
for everybody in chat that may not know, I'm pretty sure all 5 of us, including Scuzz, we really haven't lied to each other. Actually,
No,
I don't think I've ever
Oh.
lied to you guys. Honestly,
I'm
I've
guessing. I'm guessing.
I've lied. I've lied to recruits and phase 1 training.
Yep, same.
I was a recruiter
to-
for the military.
to
Yep,
bus-
same. Rob.
to
Sorry,
get
boys.
them to get them to get them to. Well, I worked as an instructor, and it was to get them to G them up You know what I mean? To get them thinking and to get them firing and doing stuff. And that, that is the only reason I've done it.
Oh, that
We're
motherfucker
nearly
pisses me
there,
off.
lad. We're nearly
Hold on.
there.
What were you just saying in chat, Rob, with your little thing above that? I've went off on you with that one.
I'm guessing,
no.
I can't remember, but Archivist is young Josh, yeah?
No, it's Alex, my
Oh,
brother.
that's Alex.
Sorry. My mistake. I want to address that question from what Jake was saying.
It don't
What
matter.
happens if the truth is too hurtful?
Don't matter.
It doesn't fucking matter.
Because you lie and you have to
Hold
lie
on.
again.
Hold
Embrace
on,
it.
hold on. Because listen, so you asked me a question and I told you a lie because I felt you couldn't accept the truth, or I thought that
Handle.
yeah, thank you. I thought you couldn't handle the truth.
Calm
Eventually,
down, Jack Nicholson.
eventually,
Can't handle the
The
truth.
truth.
eventually, that fucking truth will come to light, and
Yeah.
then it will be doubled, tripled, quadrupled. It will be it will not be just as bad. It will be worse.
What if you what if you understand why they gave you that falsehood of a lie? And I refer back to what we've all been in, phase one, phase whatever course you've done, arduous course. And they're like, yeah, you're nearly there, we're nearly finished. And it goes on for another fucking few miles.
Yeah.
And then you finish and the first thing your head's going, you fucking told me it was nearly over.
Mm.
Like when you go for a run for PT in the morning, like we're doing a quick 2 miles.
Yeah.
5 miles
Now-
later.
Now that's relativity. That's not.
That's
That's
not a lie.
That's
though.
character building. That's not
That's a
lying.
whorish. That's a whorish fucking lie to me. That's a
That's a lie.
You've ruined my life.
That's a
If
lie.
you say we're
Nah,
running a quick
nah.
2 miles and we run 5, you've ruined
Nah.
my life.
It's personal
agree with Rob.
development. Suck it up.
No,
Stop
I
being a
agree with
bitch.
Rob wholeheartedly. As a 35-year-old man still in the military, if I'm going for a 4-mile run on a Tuesday morning and the motherfucker does 7, he's lied to me.
I have
but
to
don't you feel
plan
better
my
afterwards,
whole
right?
week around this
John,
run.
the sadness in your face is so real.
you
At
know
this
what?
age, my knees have to be ready for that shit.
Like I said earlier on, with my ankles and my knees are like fucking breadsticks, mate. That is a lie. I can't accept it.
You're hurting me.
That's a lie I can't
I
accept.
did this multiple times.
Just be
So
honest with me.
they would say that. All right, we're gonna go on a short couple mile run, or
Um,
we're gonna go on a short 2-3 mile run, right? I'll
That's so
choose,
funny.
I chose the big number. We'll say 3 miles. At 3 miles, you guess what I did? I stopped running.
You said 3, bud.
yeah,
you guys have fun.
I'm done.
I can't do that.
I'll hold you to your fucking word.
I-
When you fucking say
I'm-
something.
I'm gonna wholeheartedly say you're an 11 reef man, because if you were in basic training, you'd done that.
Oh no, dude. Okay, of course I didn't do it in basic training. I would have gotten fucking kicked out.
Oh yeah. And they didn't lie in basic training. They're like, hey, bro,
See, I can't
we're
do that.
fucking running,
I
and
don't-
you're fucking running.
I don't have
And
it
we're
in
not
me
going
to
to stop
do
until
that.
I say we're stopping.
If I'm running with someone and they say, "Oh, we're going to do 3 miles," and we do the 3 miles, and I can see that we've done the 3 miles, and I still see them running, I'm like, "This motherfucker's still running. He ain't going to be better than me. I'm going to carry on running. I'm going to
Yeah,
be
see,
better
I
than this
don't-
fucker." Even if
Then-
I'm throwing my hoop up at the end of this.
Nope,
Not
I'm
me,
done.
dude. I'm out.
done.
I
Like,
want
2.5,
3 miles.
I'm walking for safety's
ya.
sake.
I want to see the
I'm walking for
continuation of this
safety.
5-minute rant. So, someone's lied to you. Is that them dead and buried, or is there any way back?
Nah, I
depends
don't
on-
think it's them dead and buried. I can.
And
No.
go ahead. No, this would be
No. It's Jake's question. I want Jake's answer.
for me. It depends on the lie.
Yeah,
Well,
I
then,
agree with
then
that.
you can't rant about people lying.
Absolutely, I can. It depends on the lie.
So what about this? Here's one for you. So I had a good
ahead.
friend. I had a
You
very
told me Santa was real and he's not. What the fuck, man?
yeah. So I had a very good friend in the army, right? Who was he basically in our I want to say core, but I don't know if it's factually true. I don't think it is. But we had this lad who had the record on camp for bringing the most amount of women back to camp, right? And I went out with him one night.
Misogynistic
I
pig.
know he was a piece of shit. But he's actually a good laugh. But he's so we went out on the piss, and he's standing at the bar, and he's had his eye on this girl all night. And I'm watching him, and I see him crying at the bar, and I'm like, "The fuck? This is outside of this guy's character." Spoke to him the next day, and it turns out he told the girl that one of his parents had died,
Oh man.
which was fake. That hadn't happened at all, and it was to get the sympathy vote to take the girl back to the camp and get laid.
Oh my god.
Nope, you did to me. You did to me, bro.
I'm sorry, I had the same reaction as Rob. He got
Before
laid.
we move on,
The
Forever.
guy
before
got
we move on
laid.
to the next one,
It's a
can we
hard
just-
world out there, buddy.
Oh my god.
before we move on, I kind of address two things that were in chat.
Live with
So,
yourself.
Mr. 122 UK is up again. He's like, here's one for you. I like this because my wife was dealing with a dead cat up the road like this week. He's like, a true story. One of our Jesus, I got the chat. One of our cats got ran over this week and passed away. The best cat. I had to tell my 14-year-old daughter this week, or do I?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. At 14,
how
I think
is
it's that time. Well,
What?
I think especially at 14, it's for me, to my kids, it would be about that time to be able to, so they can learn about death and life, and that if you fuck up, you could die, and that cat's never coming back now. And you know what I mean? Like I'm teaching my kids that now, even.
Yeah, my kids know
know.
that.
Yeah, they need to know that different. Sorry, Jake.
You're good.
Stop.
You're good. Yeah,
Stop
They-
no,
talking about this.
They need to
Hey.
know.
absolutely. No, my parents used to fucking tell me all the time, no, your dog ran away. No, we gave him to the police for fucking academy training. You fucking piece of shit. My fucking dog is dead. Why the
What?
Mm,
Yeah,
Like-
we haven't
like-
talked
like-
about Mia about
I-
ours.
Dude, your dog
Oh,
now lives on a farm. That old question. Oh, what farm is that?
I'll tell Mia for you. Because I'm gonna
Mm,
bring
please
over like
don't,
a
please don't.
huge
Got one
fucking
coming.
unicorn thing
Does
and
have
like
it in chat, 'cause I
this
think-
huge inflatable fucking balloon unicorn. And I'll tell her
Right,
then.
we need to get on to the next 5-minute rant, boys. So we've had John.
I'll go
Jake.
next.
Is Mogo going next?
I'll go next.
Okay, Mogo,
I'm
you
ready to
take
just get mine over with. I
you
don't know
take
how
the
long
f-
it's gonna be.
the,
5
take
minutes.
the. It better be
We'll
fucking
keep
5
back to you,
minutes.
Bell, if you put it in chat.
Take the
That'd
floor,
be
boy. It's on you. Go.
All right, so my whole thing right now is we went and bought chips at the store. And what I fucking hate with chips, unlike most products, when you grab it, it's full. The net weight obviously is what you're paying for chips. I know that. I get it. Blah, 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 blah. But still, why is 90% of the bag fucking full and the top 10% is not? In my head, I'm thinking you could save so much money by just cutting the damn bag to the point of the chips. So I know how much chips I'm getting. Like I bought these wasabi chips. They're ruffled. I can't remember the brand name now. It's a German brand. And the bag is literally half full. That's it. The rest is air, nitrogen, stuff like that, preserve. I get that. I understand that, but still, it pisses me off when I'm grabbing something and it's half full. It's like if I go to the steak aisle and I grab a steak and I bring it home, I open up the package and half the steak isn't there underneath. It's cut out. Like I understand that about donuts because I can see the hole. The hole's there. I grab a donut. It's a donut. I get it, but I can't see inside of a bag chip. Make the bag chip in the back fucking clear then, so I see. Oh, this bag, they're ripping you the fuck off. This bag, they're not. Like, come on, man. I don't understand it. 90% air, and I get it. It's to keep the bacteria, it's to keep the potato stuff fresh and stuff like that. But I mean, can't you put the preservatives on the chips for me instead of just in the air of the bag? That makes things so much easier for me. I don't know. It always pisses me off when I'm opening up a bag. And sometimes when you open up that bag, it goes pow and explodes or something, or you put it in the bag. Yeah, I know I say bag all fucked up. Fuck you guys.
Big.
I'm from Washington State. Anyway, no. So you put the bag of chips inside the bag, you put something on top of it, explodes, right? Now, if the bag was completely full of chips, guess what? That bitch wouldn't explode on me. It pisses me off. Like this candy. Like this candy right here.
You've got
This
an
motherfucker just has
example.
candy on the ready, dude.
Yeah, candy. Boom.
And it's
There's-
empty.
It's empty now. No, but I just ate this, right? And I could see that it was only full to here. I could see that. Okay, that makes sense. Awesome. I see that it's only half full, so I'm really only paying for a half a bag of candy. right? It's 200 grams, which is the weight of the product itself, is what I'm paying for. I know this. But don't tell me it doesn't piss you off just a little bit. Imagine going to grab a bottle of water like Rob told me the other day that I should bottle my own fucking water. Anyway, and the water's only half full, but you can't see that. You can't see that. You're paying for how much the weight is, but you don't know how much that is. You grab it, put it in your cart, go home, open it up, half the water's fucking gone. Tell me you would not be pissed off. And that's really all I got because I'm excited for what Rob has to say. Back
Come
to
on,
you, Dan.
You got 1 minute 35. Come on.
I can't go more than that.
Okay, that's no problem.
Not on that
Fair.
subject. I'm excited what Rob's got to say now.
I don't have anything to say.
Go ahead, Rob. No, say it.
You fucking fat fuck.
You fat piece of shit. How am I the one with high cholesterol? This is fucking bullshit.
Yo, of all the problems in the world.
So
Pisses
I
me off, bro.
think
I'm
the
sorry, that
reason
was
they do it-
hilarious. That was the best. I don't think we'll get a 5-minute run that's funnier than that. Yeah.
I agree with you. I think it's crazy, but also at the same time, you keep buying it, so they're going to keep doing it. It's just going to get smaller and smaller.
Fuckers.
Just like if you look at McDonald's large cups, they've gotten smaller and smaller over the years, but the price hasn't fucking changed, and you haven't fucking noticed, and you haven't stopped buying them.
But I can look inside the cup and see how much is in there.
Yes, the cup size has gotten smaller, so therefore the
Yeah.
cup is still full.
Yeah, but I can still see how much is in there.
Yeah, but it's the same situation. I'm saying I think it's stupid. I think you're right. They're just fucking trying to
Okay.
get away with what they can get away with. And I actually don't like you right now because now I really, really want some blue Doritos. And I'm fucking just obsessing over them in my head right now. So I'm just done. You're a dickhead.
I love you.
Oh man.
Thanks, dickhead.
I love
I just
you
want
too.
to. I just want to point out something that Bella put in chat. You know, about the lion thing. She only put it in there when Josh started his rant, but she said so when I was 8, my granddad passed away, and when my parents didn't tell me and decided to send me to Legoland whilst they went to his funeral, but told me they were just going to visit him. Now tell me why at the age of 30 it still fucking hurts that they didn't tell me he passed. That is
Exactly.
Bella,
That
I'm
is-
I'm fucking sorry that your parents thought that they had to lie to you. It was fucking wrong.
yeah. And
John's will
reply.
not ever put my kids through that shit.
John's reply as well that he was so when John's granddad passed away, John was on exercise in Belize. John was out of the country, but they didn't tell him till a week later that it had happened. Again, that is fucking wrong. That is
never
one
had
of
that.
them lies that you can't fucking tell.
Yeah,
So
for me,
I-
I was
me.
4 years old when one of my grandparents passed away, and my parents told me instantly. They said, "Hey, your grandfather passed away. He's going to what they believe in is heaven, and we're going to go to his funeral, and you're going
But
to
what
see an
about
open
actually?
casket
That's
to
the
see him
point.
dead."
That's the point. What about if it affects you operationally?
So what my
Wow.
so when I phoned my dad, kind of when they told me obviously he passed away and the funeral's been done, that sort of thing. He said to me, "Is like we didn't want to tell you because obviously you were out there doing whatever you were doing, and we thought it'd kind of it take your mind off it."
Yeah.
And you're like, because there was nothing I could do about it because the guy that was in charge of us wouldn't let me go. It would, what I mean, it would have. And what my dad said to me, which still pisses me off to this day, was a case of they wouldn't pay for you to come home because he wasn't what they call in the army. Like you probably got a cat A,
Immediate family or whatever.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So you'd have to pay for it yourself.
Yeah.
And my dad being my fucking dad, I don't know why he said it. He's like, if you paid to come home for his funeral, I'd break your fucking legs.
I would have.
And I was like,
John.
it's like I was never. So the way I'm not going to get into how my family works, but I was never that close to the man. But you're still my fucking papa.
Yeah. You're sort of head of the
I
family.
was,
It's your
I was
decision.
kind of,
It's your
I was
decision
kind
to
of
make.
I was kind of the mum side of the family kind of child, where my brother was the kind of dad side of the family child. My papa was my dad's side.
Yeah.
And then like Bella's saying, it's kind of that kind of lie to me is unacceptable.
Yeah, it is 100%.
Yeah, but I don't
Yeah.
want to. I don't want to get too. Obviously, I'm apologize. We couldn't address it during that time, Bella, when we were doing it, and I don't want to get too deep into it because I don't want to take away from Josh's thunder sort of thing. So we'll leave that for now. We'll get back to Josh's sort of stuff.
Josh,
Yeah.
you fucking fat fuck. Chips, really? Out of all the problems in the world, you chose
Dude.
fucking chips.
The motherfuckers pissed me off. Just because the only reason why I did it was because of today. My son brought me a bag of chips. I was like, awesome. I open up, literally, these Ruffle Lays were half. It's a half empty fucking bag, and it
I
pissed me off.
feel you on that. When I go buy a bag of fucking chips, I want to pay for the entire product, not the fucking bullshit air they got inside
Yeah.
there.
Is that not a Is that not a transportation thing?
No, it's not a transportation thing. It's a hygiene and to keep things fresh. So like they put nitrogen in there to keep the potatoes preserved, and then air to kill out the bacteria. That's really why they do it. But they don't have to do that much. Half the fucking bag? Are you stupid?
See, I always thought they wouldn't put a full bag in there because
No.
you don't want to
Nothing
crush
to
too
do with
many of
that.
the crisps. There's a full bag and there's full bags on top. Wait. You crush all the crisps, mate. And if you get
No,
a
it's
bottom
all-
packing, a load of fucking sprinkles, not crisps.
And
No.
you like Alex.
And guess what? Fuck you, Lay's. We'll never sponsor
Yeah.
you. I don't care
That's
how
what
big
I'm
we get.
laughing at.
Me too.
Alcaviz says in chat next week's Jake 5-minute rant. Jake's 5-minute rant is Josh's choices of rants.
You know what really pisses me off? Fucking
know what really-
Josh's rants.
You know what really pisses me off? You've only been here for this one.
Yo.
Oh,
Yeah.
So rants is a
And
and
strong
you're
word there.
related to me.
Man's
Yeah.
got a point.
Oh,
Man's got a point.
Man's got points.
Maybe I should
bro.
do my as
Wagwan dickheads.
exclusion.
Yeah,
Oh, there
well,
we go,
maybe.
yeah.
Okay,
Damn.
so who wants to go next?
I'll go next.
Yeah, they saved me to
Alright.
last again. Okay, I like this. 'cause
Yeah.
mine's serious, so
All right,
Yeah,
mine's,
yours is
mine's a
rather
little bit
serious.
maybe not so serious, but we'll see.
200 IQ, baby. Let's go, Ghost.
So what was the last with paper straws? Are we on to fucking paper bags now, are we? Well,
yeah,
Yeah, that's
probably.
it, dude.
Okay. And 3, 2, 1. You are good to go.
All right, so I want to talk, and this is something that I decided to speak about actually in the past like 15, 20 minutes or so. I think that I want to talk about like the scope of the universe. We had this, Josh and I and Jake had this discussion the other day, like how creation came about. And I think that
Intriguing.
we're so ignorant as a species that like nobody can tell. So when you think about like all these scientists that say this is how this happened, this is what we know about physics, this is that, and then all the religious people that say, this happened, that happened. I feel like almost everyone is wrong or everyone is right. Like no one fucking knows. So like I wanted to talk about how when you look at the universe, like there's only two options. This is what I told Jake and Josh. I said there's only two options with the universe, that either it goes on fucking forever and ever and ever and ever and never stops, or eventually it just stops and there's nothing after it. Both of those are the only two options, right? Based off of our knowledge that we have right now. But neither of those two options make any sense at all in our brains. We cannot comprehend either of those two options. So what makes us think that anything we say is right, or any scientist that says this or that is correct? Yeah, you're correct on Earth, but what about somewhere else? Everything could be completely opposite. You know what I mean? So it's like my rant is kind of short, I think, because I wasn't really 100% like studied and ready for it, but it was something I wanted to talk about. I just really think that honestly, we're so ignorant and so dumb as a species that we can't wholeheartedly trust what we call facts when it comes to like the bigger picture of things. Yes, these things make sense to Earth and blah blah blah, but we don't know how anything fucking works in the universe. And maybe I'm on John's level of drunk from last week, but I mean, I just
You
feel
ain't
like
asleep yet.
no, I'm not. But I just feel like when you look at the big picture of things, and if you have like an hour, I don't know the exact numbers here when it comes down to like just crunching everything down and like existence down into an hour. Humans have been around and will be around like that. Like if the whole of existence right now has been an hour, humans probably will have come and gone in under a second, maybe a millisecond of that existence. So like we think all the time that Earth is all about humans and all about us as a species and blah blah blah. But in reality, we're just another fucking thing on this planet, just like the fucking dinosaurs were. They were here for a fucking blink of an eye in the big picture of things. And I think the humans are going to be the same way. I still have a minute and 50 seconds, but yeah, I've said all I'm gonna
Pad it
say.
out, bro. Okay, you done?
I've said all I'm gonna say.
Cool. All right.
And record shows that is the shortest one ever.
Oh,
That wasn't
Jake's,
that wasn't that short.
Jake's
And we
disappeared.
lost Jake.
I agree, man. We're so
Jake's son of John. What?
we're so ignorant. We're so fucking ignorant to like our kind of timeline, aren't we? Really, it's
Yeah, 100%.
it's kind of fucking meaningless. No, I'm kidding. That's really dark. That's horrible.
But it is, if you look at the specter
Yeah.
of things, how long
But I
the
think
universe is going to be alive for.
I think to that matter, we should also look at that. If it is that short, that we should make the fucking most of it.
Right.
Like as much as possible. Do everything you can. Say everything. Hear everything that you fucking can. Experience everything. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, like Alex said here, he said, if the universe was a day, humans have been around for 3 seconds,
Yeah.
according to the Smithsonian. That's crazy.
Yes,
Yeah,
nothing.
And
it
we
is.
think that in those 3 seconds, we figured out fucking everything. We figured out what happens after you die. We figured out what happens before you're born. You know, we know everything. Like we're so ignorant. And we just have to realize that like we don't and we won't know everything. Like we just won't. And the only people that do know, like when I think about what happens after you die or whatever, the only people that do know what happens after you die are the ones that have already fucking died. Those are the only people that know. And even they probably don't fucking know. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
when you look at it, it's like I don't know. It's fucking crazy, man.
I like how we were talking about too, the whole fact that we could be, let's say, inside of another body, and I'm going to eat this food because this guy is saying, "Hey, I need this type of proteins, or I need
You
this
were
type
talking
in there."
about
I'm
this.
taking it. Yeah, I was talking about it. And
'Cause this
you're
is weird.
eating that because he needs that, so you're feeding him because your body does do that. You know what I mean?
We're part of a bigger picture.
Yeah,
Like
it's
when you look down at the
fucking nuts,
microscopic level of our bodies, like you look down, you get deep down into the fucking
Yeah.
the fucking guts of our bodies and shit.
Why can't
It's
we
a
be that?
whole one tiny little skin cell or whatever is a whole world, like a
Yeah.
fucking universe of just shit going on in there
And
at the
do they
tiny
know they're
microscopic
that?
level, right? So now what makes us think that we're not in that tiny microscopic level of something way fucking bigger? You know what I'm saying? Like
But do we think that?
Well, not everybody, no.
no,
No,
I
but
don't.
I mean, in a generalization, you talk about obviously.
No, we see ourselves as, I
I
feel like
would-
as the species, we see ourselves as the most important thing to ever have existed and that will ever have existed. And we are the center of the universe and the center of whatever
Everything.
Well,
happens.
that's a very individual question, isn't it? Because some people don't. I don't.
I
Jake,
think we're
you're
just in
muted.
this. I think we're
I
inside of a
think
kneecap of a
Don't fucking tell
giant,
me. Listen,
fucking
I was
giant of a giant.
But the
and we're
word you were
just
looking
walking
for,
with him.
Rob, was at the quantum level.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I get what you're getting at. It's kind of
Just the response.
as a human thing, we always seem to think that we are the
Everything.
center of our own world. But as
I think
as an individual, we still think we're the center of our own world. Our own world revolves around us and our own influences and
Yeah.
kind of.
and they're here
I don't
and
believe
now,
that
right?
at all.
Yeah.
I don't believe that
Yeah,
at all.
you don't, and I agree. I do agree with you, Jake. But the vast majority of people who
Oh.
get up in the morning, eat their breakfast, get on that
No,
train, bus,
no,
or car to
The
work,
conceited.
and do
The
that
conceited.
I don't agree with that either.
same rotation.
I think it's a very small percentage of the human race believe that, because if you prescribe to a religion, you don't believe that. You believe that you are a part of something bigger.
That's true.
So a very
yeah.
Yeah,
a
but
very
it
small,
goes from you to God, and that's it. There's
but
nothing
you believe
after
that you believe that you are part of God's plan, which makes you a very small cog
Yeah,
in His wheel. But certain individuals, a very small percentage of the human race, believe that they are the big cog in an even bigger cog. If that makes sense.
yeah, but you are a big cog because God is
you-
the
to
biggest
you.
cog. Let's say in religion, God is the biggest cog. You're not going to put a small ass cog on a big cog, are you? No, you're going to put another
Well,
cog
of course
almost
you are,
the
because
same
if you have a
size.
if God
and
is
then
your
go
big
down.
cog, if God is your big cog, then everyone that believes in that God are the little cogs round
Little
him.
cogs, yeah. So as
Oh,
Lord,
so the animals are the big cog. They're as big as you. No.
Well, if
Well, no, if the
God
animals
created
believe
everything
in
on
God,
on
then
this
yeah.
earth,
Yeah,
if
but you're
God
able
created
to eat those things.
So
well, then it's a very it's
So
a
you're a
series
bigger
of
cog.
cogs and yeah, but you're
So
still
you're the
created,
second biggest cog.
but you're still created. You're
I just
still
like
created
saying cog.
in-
I'm
He
sorry.
just likes
No,
saying
I
you're
just
still
feel like you.
created
I
in
just
God's
like
troll.
saying cog because it's
you're still
almost
created
cock.
by God. I think what Rob's trying to say is the fact that we think we are
You're taking me too serious.
the be all and end all of the universe, and we think we perceive the
Yeah.
universe as we see it, which is a massive falsehood.
So
I think you can't
as
say we when you say a statement like that because, for one, I believe that we are myself. I believe we are not alone. Probability states that we are not alone.
No, I'm not. I'm not arguing that. I, you know, what I mean, the fucking maths.
Right.
If you were to apply mathematics to the universe of the probability of us being the only,
There
I'm
isn't
gonna say in quotations,
there is an
intelligent
equation.
life
There
in
is
the
an equation
universe,
for it.
then you're fucking
And
mad.
there is an equation for it. I forget what it's called, and it's highly theoretical. It takes
It's the Fermium equation, isn't it? It's the I
so
can't remember the
let me
equation,
just
but
point out.
the statement is what's scarier, the fact that we are alone in this universe or not
There you
alone?
go,
What's
Titanic.
scarier?
Let me just point something out that Lord of the Slice has said in chat. At least humans are trying to find things out. We're looking out into the universe as far as we can get an idea of what it's all about. Well, the scientists, anyway, religion thinks it has the answer already. So I said something about must have been like 15 years ago, maybe longer. I was high as fuck, lying on my mate's sofa, and we were watching a science documentary. And I said something which my friends quote. They see it as like a philosophical quote, which is bullshit. Like, I don't know anything about anything. And I said, you know what? If half the people that believed and put their faith in religion believed and put their faith in science, we'd be much better off as a race,
I feel like you can have
as
both.
people, as
Well,
humans.
maybe.
As humans, I do think that, and I do.
Maybe because
I do believe that because I think science has found more. As an atheist, coming from me, this is not speaking for everyone in the podcast and everyone in chat. This is speaking for me. I feel that science has found more in the past, fuck it, I'll say 10 years, than religion ever has.
yeah, I agree with that. But religion was, for me, the what I personally perceive is the stepping stones to humans, because it gave us something to look forward to. It gave us a place to start by saying, "Hey, we're all good people.
Well, I think
We all come from the same
I
tree. We
yeah.
all."
I
You know what I
think
mean?
I think
go back.
religion was basically just a way of policing people who were easily scared.
And you know what? Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that too. Religion was put in place for people to stop rape and pillaging each other.
Yeah,
It's the
that's
first
good.
step
That's
going
cool.
through
I'm down with
It's
that.
a weird statement. It's a weird statement that because it depends on what religion you're talking about.
All of them.
Well,
all of
well,
them.
All of
no,
them? Really?
it is every single
All of
as
them?
well.
all of
Mhm.
All of
So
them?
go,
So you're
okay,
talking about the Greeks? Did they them gods? Did they not come down and defile women to give demigods?
Yes, they did,
Yes,
but
it did.
but that is down to their perspective of what's right and wrong.
exactly.
But weren't the Greeks the
gave them
founders
rules to
of
follow.
civilization as we see it?
Yeah, but it gave them rules
No.
to follow still.
Now, I have an argument for that, and my argument for that is that a lot of people think that Greek sort of mythologies and the way they built their societies was how was the founding kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of structures, the footholds of how we build our society. But I think that Stoicism actually has more of a role in that than the Greek mythology that we're told and taught. And Stoicism comes from Greek,
Look at that.
from ancient Greece. And I think
Stoicism is like the nothing matters type situation shit, right? Like
sort of nothing
everything
matters.
is like
Everything. Stoicism is kind of everything that's within your control is what matters. Everything outside of that doesn't. And I think that
Oh, I like that.
and that was and Stoicism was actually outcast, and a lot of people that believed in Stoicism and went and that read the readings of Epic. I can't fucking say his name. Hang on.
Can I reference a question in the chat? Well, not a
Yeah.
question, a statement more.
Yeah.
So, Lord of the Slies, when we're talking about this, is obviously we're talking about the whole who's defined what in the universe sort of thing. And he said, well, the scientists, anyway, as I'm referring to, they've kind of defined what's what. And he says, religion think it has the answer already. And I've always, that question says to me, not, you might not word it that way, but what it says to me is, obviously you've got your Catholicism, Christianity, Islam, whatever, that defines that Earth is the, and I'll put it in a DC Comics way, is Earth Prime. We all reside on Earth.
Mhm.
Fucking nerd.
Is there any religion that is prescribed to the fact that a higher deity might have created life on other planets?
No, I don't think
yes.
there is.
If he's
There
created
is.
a
Yes.
Not to
universe-
my knowledge, anyway.
no, Buddhism
Oh, yeah.
doesn't have a higher deity, but it doesn't take away. It actually says, and I don't want to say studied this because I didn't go to school or anything for it, but I've read a lot about it. Is it says that you follow science as well with Buddhism. It kind of goes off Stoicism as well. Like you control what you control,
Mm-hmm.
and you live in the moment, and you take care of your mind and everything like that. Don't
All-
worship gods, none of that shit.
All that's within your hands.
Yeah. And then it says just live a good life, be a good person, think the right thoughts, all kinds of stuff like that. But it also says that if science comes and disproves something within that we follow as Buddhists, like not we, but like in the book or whatever. I mean, there's no real book for Buddhism, but
Yeah.
if it says that science comes and disproves this, then it actually states you must throw this belief away and follow the science. And then because in reality, it's still, and this is why it's survived for so long, it's taking care of yourself and your mind. There's no science that can come and say, hey, you shouldn't have control over your own mind. You shouldn't control your thoughts. You shouldn't control what you think and how you react to situations and things like that. It's basically taking care of yourself and just being a good person. And then it's saying, you can now there is rebirth or reincarnate. I'm sorry, rebirth within Buddhism. That's one of the core beliefs there. And you can be, according to them, reborn on endless amounts of different planets, different universes, different places, things like that. Doesn't matter. You're not going to come back as like a table or some shit like that, but it comes with your karma and things like that. But it doesn't limit the ability and the places you're able to go, and doesn't even claim to know where all this shit comes from, things like that. So yeah. But it's also not a religion; it's a way of life.
But
So the name-
Buddhism is kind of saying, as I understood it, what growing up and learning about it here and there is more. You really aren't you. You are just a piece in everything.
Yeah, it's more of a it's there is no I, and it's hard. That's one of the hardest parts to
Yeah,
wrap
you're
your head
literally
around.
everything.
Yeah, it's not like I am you or you are me and things like that. Like this
Yeah.
is a shell of like the body is just a shell. This is just my one step in a
Yeah. So
long cycle of life and death, just constantly life and death. Every time you breathe out, your breath is dying.
Yep.
There's life and death. The only thing that separates you from dying every moment is the next inhale. So you can die every exhale you take. You die before your
Yeah.
next inhale. You know what I'm saying? Because if you don't take that next inhale, you're dead.
yeah.
So it's like there's
Mhm.
constantly life and death happening.
So
And
Yeah.
and
the
And
name
karma.
the
I'm
name I
trying to
was the name I was looking for was Epictetus, and Epictetus was
Mm.
he was a Greek
Mhm.
Stoic philosopher, and he was banished from Rome. And then one of his pupils then went on and published his works, the Enchiridion, I think it's said. I think that's how you say it. and that got quite popular after the rise of Greek sort of society and culture and all that kind of thing. So there is people. I don't know how to put it without fucking upsetting anyone, but there is people out there who say that there's portions and parts from Enchiridion that were stolen and put into Greek mythology, into what we know today about Greek culture and society, which is quite interesting.
I call bullshit.
So
Well, have you ever seen the Zeitgeist?
Oh
It
my
was an
god!
old
Yeah,
film.
but they've
It
proven
shows
a
the
lot of that wrong.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it does show a huge connection with the
Yes.
stars and
Yeah.
the a
Because if you
lot of
watch
the
that guy's,
religions.
if you watch the second part,
No,
it's
I
fucking complete bullshit.
yeah,
Don't watch it.
I
It'll ruin the
watched the
first
money
experience.
one.
All I'm gonna say to kind of top this up, it's probably gonna be, I shouldn't really say it, it's gonna be another kind of tangent to what we're talking about, but obviously what Rob's saying about the whole fact that is it endless or does it end, and it keeps on going, and it kind of ties into a wee bit of science and religion. But it's a case of what we're saying about if another species turns up somewhere which contradicts our version of events, be it science events, our version of physics, our version of space travel, our version of, I don't know,
everything.
surviving on, yeah, everything.
Yeah.
Then what's true in this world?
Nobody
Aren't all
knows.
stars
That's
just
true.
a blood cell?
I'm down
Alright,
with
moving
that.
on.
I think we should leave it there because that's a
Yeah.
really good way to end it. An open-ended sort
Tentacles.
of.
You and your fucking tentacles. You've
Hey,
been all about skin and shit and
everybody's
tentacles tonight.
That's called the flying spaghetti monster.
Okay.
Right. Are you ready for mine? Because
Ramen.
mine should be a good debate after.
Yeah.
We're at 4
If
hours now, but
anyone-
I am happy to
anyone
go. I
understands-
think we should go a bit over. Mine is
If anyone
deep.
understands it.
So I've done my research. Right. Okay. So my 5 minutes tonight is about the use of language as a weapon, and you might laugh about it, and you might think it's a bit crazy, but
Ha.
it's what we see every fucking day, and you don't realize how much we see it until I explain these points to you. So certain words, look at a great example. Look at news headlines and the way news headlines are portrayed. So I'm going to go to our American cousins and look at some of their news headlines that I've taken an example of. So some of the examples are things like a great example is recent shootings in America. Without going into too much detail, so it'll be things like man shot in back, and that's it. That's all we're getting. And then you big time sort of Twitter people will tweet that, and they'll tweet that article, but just and in that article, the link to that article will just show that little headline, and then people will react to it straight away. And they'll be like, "Oh my fucking god, some guy got shot in the back running away," and that's it. They haven't read the whole article, and it'll trigger a whole massive sphere of arguments and people from all angles kicking off and going fucking crazy at what they should have done, what they shouldn't have done, and all that. And my point there is that they're using our language as a weapon. It's because all you're seeing is man shot in back, and that's it. And you're like, oh, he's a piece of shit, police shooting people in the back again, and that is bastardizing our language as I see it. Now, there's also other words that people use. So one thing I'm seeing a lot at the minute is the word endangered. Think about that word for a second and what endangered means to you. When someone says endangered to me, I think of a species. I think of as an animal out in the African plains that there's only so many of them left, and they're endangered species, and they're going to die soon. And it promotes a course of action, which is actually a marketing term or a call to action as a marketing term, which makes us do something, makes us react. It gets us thinking. It stays fresh in our mind, and because of that word, it sets a trigger off in our brain that we need to do something. We've got to stand up and we've got to unite and fight against it and stop it. People are using it in terms for things in the world that don't really fucking mean anything. So I saw it today used on Twitter. So earlier when we were on about the super straight thing that we had a good crack about and a good laugh about, and someone said that the super straight movement is endangering trans lives. They're weaponizing our language. They're weaponizing the English language. The Great Britain. No, I'm kidding. Not just the Great British language. They're weaponizing the way we perceive things and the way we look at things. And to people who aren't, I don't want to say less educated, but less privy to vocabulary, and looking at a headline and going, let me just pick that apart for a second and see what that means. They're getting scared by it. They see that word and like, shit, I need to do something about it. I need to react now. We need to stop this, without explaining the question. And the problem with that, the overuse to it desensitizes. A few whiskeys in, it desensitizes to it. And there's an English in English language there's a term called hyperbole, which is exaggerated statements or claims not meant to be taken literally. But people are actually using hyperbole to take things literally, to mean that we need to react and we need to step forward and we need to do something to help it, to stop it. A little example is the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, which suggests that the structure of a language affects its speaker's worldview or cognition. So if you look, for example, at like ancient languages, you go back to like Aztec times. They had one word for green and blue, right? Which meant that the color was down to interpretation, was down to whatever. So if you do that, what that tends to do is that by using that one word for everything, it means everything's bad. If you use endangered for everything, it means fuck, we need to do something about it now, everything's bad. Rather than expressing the point and expressing the opinion. And I think that this constant bastardization and weaponization of language will make words useless and make words impossible. And I'm actually over my 5 minutes, so I'm going to stop right now. So I'm going to go back. And I want to hear what you're going to say. Well, boys.
I've got.
First of all, just don't let the fact that
not everybody at once.
spelled color wrong. That's all I'm gonna say.
Come on, then.
Okay, Jake, go ahead.
Sake.
Go ahead, Jake.
No, I wasn't gonna say anything.
Okay, well, I can. So I like how you said it, people that are uneducated, and then you use privily, and then on top of it all, I think mostly you're just talking. It was funny at the moment. Fuck off, Jake. It's funny to everybody else now. Somebody type LOL in chat, please. I love you forever if you do. But I think more the thing you're talking about is like the snowball effect. You know, in the beginning it's nice and small, and it continues down this hill and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and then there's a point in a discussion where you can't take it back anymore, and it has to go all the way down the hill to eventually where it just flat. It just goes flat and dies off, and then the next snowball comes. You know.
I think the best way to look at it is that look at how you know, like how comedians do things when they use certain words and certain phrases to make like a tiny situation look fucking huge and look like a massive problem. Like that is what we're seeing now. Well, do you think that's dangerous? Do you think that's a bad thing?
I think it's dangerous in the media.
In the media or in social media and in just general conversation alone?
I think in media.
I think
in general. I think in media in general, social media, fucking CNN and MSNBC, whatever the fuck they're all called.
I think it's social media and general conversation, not so much because and I'll say this very bluntly, the average person is probably not that well educated in them sort of things. But when it comes to the media, where they are coached and kind of directed in what they say, because let's face it, you can watch the clips on YouTube where you have multiple news sources using the same taglines to kind of invoke the same response, and that's where words can be massively dangerous because no one regulates it. It's a obviously there's people there that know how the human psyche works when certain phrases or worded of stuff kind of triggers programming. Sorry, top missing what I said. Programming kind of invokes a certain response, and the thing is, I always love this factor is it's called a channel and a program for a reason.
Yeah.
It's called a channel because it's meant to channel you in a certain way, and it's called a program because it's meant to program you in a certain way. Because it's all depends how deep you get into it. If you watch the certain YouTube videos and the certain things that I've watched, it's like the networks, and I speak American networks because it's kind of what it's kind of pushed towards is they were created by certain people who were trained in that certain thing that would then push that certain thing and prescribe that certain way of talking to kind of get them people that are that way influenced to then prescribe or
To their
yeah. So it's
subscribe to their agenda. Yeah. So
language is a very coercive thing. If you can, well, you've seen over the fucking years, obviously, the leaders that have been in the 20th century alone, the Hitlers, the fucking Stalins, they've always talked a certain way to invoke a certain reaction.
yeah.
They don't talk. They don't get fucking 7 whiskeys deep and then go on stage. They're
Well,
they're
some do.
they're pre yeah, but they're pre-prepped, they're pre-programmed, they're pre-narratived to kind of talk in a certain way that's going to react a certain response, and that is all coached and educated at a certain level because people understand the language that the common person, which the majority of the masses are, will understand and react in a certain way too.
Yeah.
Wasn't that the sheeps and wolves thing you're getting into now?
Sort of. I mean, I think
Sort of, yeah.
it's
And then you
using
have
it's using it's using words like sorry, Josh.
No,
But
you're good.
it's using words like if I said to any of you guys, Rob, I'm gonna take you, okay? You're gonna answer this question. If I turn around and said to you, you streaming on Twitch is endangering the livelihoods and potential career prospects of people who stream on other platforms. What does that say to you? Like, using that word endangering, what does that say to you?
It just makes it sound like I'm doing something wrong. You know what I mean? Like inherently wrong. Like even if I know that I'm not doing something wrong, it's just the way you worded it alone puts a little bit of. I mean, obviously not because I know what's happening. But if I was just some random person who was reading a thing, I'd be like, oh well, I must be doing something wrong. How do I make this better? Especially in 2021, you're like, okay, I don't want to endanger anybody. How do I make this like what am I doing wrong? How can I change myself? And then it's like you see the media. If you go back and look at the news from 30, 40 years ago, granted, I don't think that the beliefs well, no, I guess 30 years ago wasn't too fucking bad. But you look at some of the news articles back then, and it changes. Everything changes depending on what's popular, what's scary, what's doing this, what's doing that. After 9/11, I'm sure there was a million different fucking news articles. You could probably see a huge pattern of change in what the media did, and what they fucking honed in on trying to sell products on certain things. They're ruthless fucking people.
Yeah.
Is what they are. I mean, they just
Well, they're
are.
fucking in to make money, so
That's exactly, yeah. They're just
But
good
then,
at their job.
do we need to? Is it something that maybe? Is it something that maybe like these social media companies should be looking at? Is the fact that
No.
well, the use of the
Well-
language that that person's using is a little bit too.
I
Oh,
say
you talking about no? Twitter's
yes,
never
it
gonna
would.
fucking do anything about
Well,
it.
no, any of them, whoever it is.
I
but-
say yes on probably moral grounds they will, but on no because they won't. Because, like we've always prescribed to, conflict and bad news drives numbers. Always has, always will.
Yeah.
So if you can skin something that's simple or trivial in a really bad light. So like one I've got from Twitter today. So it's kind of, it doesn't really relate very well, but it's the same sort of thing. So you went about the Gina Carano thing earlier on. What she said and done, obviously, was skinned in a way by the social media platform, the news platforms, as being like, you know what I mean, the end of end all. And then another social platform I follow done or posted something that could be highly offensive to a lot of people, and it triggered a lot of people. But because that was kind of deleted and apologized for, it's forgot about. It's kind of, let's move on. But it's the language and the traction behind that language that drives a narrative to kind of carry it on to the next level.
Yeah.
Yeah, people don't really hear the apology as much as they hear the initial statement. You know what I'm saying? 1 million people hear you read what you write in the initial statement. 200,000 people see your apology and you saying that you were wrong. Those other 800,000 people still believe and still share the first opinion you had,
Yeah.
whether you were right or wrong.
Yeah.
Sheeps and wolves.
I agree. So right, we're actually at 4 hour and 14 minutes. Fuck long. I've got to edit this throughout the week, fuckers. So.
Yeah, you're gonna do a great job.
A lot of good content.
And you'll work on
Yeah,
top
we've
of
had
it.
some,
So.
we've had some wicked content tonight, some good chats, and thank you for everyone that's been watching. It's been fucking awesome. It's been great. We've had some good chats and some good comments and chat interaction and whatnot. I just want to say, before I finish up, I'll let the other guys say thank you and whatnot, but please make sure you check out our YouTube. That's something that we've been working on a lot and something we've been focusing on, and our Discord as well. Make sure you get in our Discord. We want to see you guys chatting and interacting and having a laugh. We want to build this as a community, not just us 5 dickheads chatting. We want all, however many dickheads that join the club.
I'm not a
chatting.
dickhead.
Yes,
No, I
you
am
are
a
the
dickhead.
biggest
You're
dickhead.
fine.
So,
The biggest.
so please make
You're
sure
wearing a scarf, so
you
I'm not.
exactly. So please
wearing-
make
I'm not
sure
wearing
you
the scarf
join
tomorrow.
in on our socials and everything, because we want to hear this is not just us based, this is everyone based, community based. So over to you guys.
So I'll jump in first. So first of all, like Dan was saying, we do have a Google submission kind of form that we tweet out. We want your questions. We do, because without the questions and the subjects you put in, we can't talk about things.
We're up here
Just be-
talking about space and time and shit.
Yeah, just be 5 guys getting drunk and talking about shit. We don't want that. We want genuine questions, and there's no limit to the question. We want to put that out there. We will talk about anything. We will. So we'd like to put that out there. And then one personally from me is big props to Dan tonight for obviously, and last week when I was pissed, obviously with the Twitch management, and to the Top Whiskey mod for correcting us. I still remember the correction at the start of the stream about the percentage of pay rises. I remember that. I got it wrong.
Hell
Yeah,
yeah.
nice one. So big up for him as well. That's me done.
All right, Jake, you go next
Fuck
then.
Josh sucks.
Hold on, no,
All
Jake's
right.
going next.
All right. I want to
Calm down.
thank the 4 of you for finally inviting me out for this one.
Second one, I wouldn't say finally.
Shots fired. I want to thank everybody for coming out here. It was good. There was great conversation. I've been needing some conversations like this with the boys. We do it a lot, but lately we've been having to table it and hold it for this. So
That's true.
So-
We haven't been able to hang out and we haven't been able to hang out and talk all week, so we can do this and actually do it.
So I hope you guys have a good time. I hope you guys come back next week, and please go check out the YouTube because Dan is doing a lot of work with that.
All right, my thing. Fuck Rob. Okay, I love everybody else.
Please do.
Before he beats you to it. Anyway, the question thingy that he put up, the Google thing that you would tweet out that you can go put your questions in and stuff like that. It's totally anonymous. You can put whatever you want in there, the question, and if if we deem it maybe too edgy, then we won't put it on, obviously. But you can put anything you want there. Love you guys. This is for you, Titanic. Cogs. All right, Rob, it's your turn.
Yeah, thanks everybody for showing up tonight. It was a long one. We'll see you guys next week, same time, Saturday. All right, for the next topic. So, like everybody else said, make sure you get your submissions in. Check out the YouTube, check out the Twitter, check out the Instagram, which I'll put up some pictures and clips sometime this week. But yeah, I appreciate everybody for being here. That's it for us tonight. See you
Cool.
guys next
Love you.
week.
Love that.
Bye.
Bye.
I made it.
Love
I made it. I
you.
made it.
Yeah.
Hey.